Hello, 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 hello. Perfect, 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 perfect. Chat, chat, chat. Hello. But nice, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. All right. Oh, this is actually great. We are chilling, as one says. Um, right. Sure. Alrighty. I'm gonna start recording, start replay buffer. Um, I've put it on Instagram. I've put it on my Discord. I don't think I'm missing anything. Is it? I'm a bit sick today, so golden week. See, May 6th till tomorrow. Okay. Um. All right. So I have caught a cold. So you guys will definitely see me drinking a lot of tea today. Um, but I got boom, some German medicinal tea, and I've been keeping this for a special day. And today is day 69 of the war, so it's definitely special. And you're like, Rudy, what is a special tea? Boom. This is Iranian saffron black tea. This shit is a litty like a titty. And and you're like, okay, what is up with this energy today, Rudy? Uh I'm gonna show you. I also cleaned my room, okay? My setup is very much clean. So, a clean room, a clean mind, a clean energy, and we're gonna get into this hella well. So let me show you guys around. Boom. This is my table now. Yesterday it was hella messy. I don't know if you guys remember or not. But I organized it. Now I have all my like notebooks or whatever here with my pencils and stuff. And the wires are properly hidden. Uh, yeah, things are not all over the place. I'm utilizing this space correctly. Uh, uh, and then I made my bed. I cleared the top of that. Those things that are there for a reason. I went through a shit ton of fucking laundry, dude. And, well, of course, So that's I mean, I have one clothes in there that I found today, but my empty laundry basket. I got my flags up. Yeah, cleaned the whole setup. Everything is litty. So definitely, and it took me like 3 hours, dude. I'm not even gonna lie. Uh, what do I was something I wanted to do. Where I sat the fuck down. All right. Okay. Before we get into everything, I would like to, I think it's best I start my from now on to start my streams with a prayer. So I'm gonna make that a whole thing. And so let us pray. Empty your hearts, put your hands together, and let's pray for peace. First and foremost, I pray that things turn out okay for everyone wherever they are in their lives. I pray that I continue on this satisfactory path that I have found for myself. This path that is allowing me to grow giving me so much space for growth. I pray for my friends. I pray for their family. I pray for my own family. I pray for businesses that do good for their communities. Uh, and I pray that today we will have a very enjoyable stream. So, amen. Now, you might be a believer, you might not be a believer, but that's not the point of anything, you know? The point of everything is that we are observing this life. This life, I think one thing people are always overlooking is the fact that in reality, uh, sorry, I got a message from a friend. They're doing great. uh, uh, yeah, people forget that first and foremost, what is most important to us humans, and our experience as humans is that we live in our own observable universe, and whether you believe in God or not, uh, it doesn't change the things we're observing. In fact, there's strong arguments against religion and spirituality in that they remove us from the observable reality we live in. They bring justifications for truths that for they bring justifications for bending reality, right? Which is like that's not what religion is, right? Maybe magic, but fuck, my nose is clogged as fuck, dude. Hold up, let me get some tea, bro. Okay. Yeah. So, right. So, what religion, unfortunately, does or can do is blind belief takes us away from observable reality. Right? It has the potential to do that. So that's the strong argument that exists against religion as well. And it's an important one too. So I think it's really important that for us to understand, first and foremost, we're humans who live in our own observable universe. And so with that understanding, it's a lot easier to be honest. And the best part of like being honest by just living our own observable existence is that inherently, if you are, you know, you observe suffering and, well, any typical human or creature with feelings is able to empathize with the pain and they help each other, right? And and if you engage in such actions of kindness and love because of the things you observe around you, that is literally what religion teaches us. So You don't really need to be religious to be a good person. You don't need to be spiritual to be a good person. You don't need magic to take advantage of reality. You just need to live in this observable life. It's that simple. Okay, so with that out of the way, we I am ready to get into the news. Ladies and gentlemen, as far as the war in the Middle East goes, as far as war in Iran goes, things are not looking good. I mean, all memes aside, it literally being the 69th day of the war, we are getting fucked. So what happened this morning? I mean, I don't know about like Middle Eastern time, but Japanese Standard Time, where I am right now, this happened, right? The UAE says its air defense systems are currently engaged with missile threat, right? So essentially, what happened was, um, how do I show these? I think on Instagram, I had saved a good diagram of no. Is it this? No, it's just propaganda. It's hilarious. Dude, where is it? I had a good diagram. Let me just try to find it and pull it up. Talking about why Iran attacked UAE this morning. Um, no, I don't think it's on Instagram. Maybe it was in one of my Telegram channels then. Oh yeah, maybe it was. Yeah, perfect. All right, so here's the diagram. So why did things get heated this morning is because of this, right? So essentially the whole point of the blockade put on the strait by Iran is so that oil doesn't get out of the strait, right? So but what UAE did was they, took the oil from here and to this side. So this is a strait, right? So the block is like here and they brought it here and so they were loading tankers from here, right? So this is Oman, and so the American blockade is like around here, and the Strait of Hormuz blockade is here. And so they took oil from here, they fucking traveled all the way here, and so they were gonna, you know, they were like fucking trying to get that shit. They bypass essentially the blockade from Iran. And Iran was like, no, I told you, do not fucking, I said no oil or anything gets out of the strait, and it doesn't matter if it's here or here. Here, I said what I said, so they attacked, right? You can't, you can't go around it. This is a blockade. This is for a cause, and they attacked it. And so that set off a bunch of stuff, right? That was thing number one, all right? And another thing that happened was the Americans were like testing the whole, yeah, you see here. So yeah, the Fujairah. Anyway, so Americans were also like kind of limit testing, and they had sent some boats and ships to like cargo vessel having fire in its engine. Where is this? Um, hold up, hold up. We'll get. I will explain the Fujairah the Fujairah incident more, but thing number two that happened was um, America sent some boats like close to where Iran is, right? Iran targeted U.S. warships with two missiles after it ignored Iranian warnings. Farce. Farce is like the news channel in Iran. Okay, so yeah, so like America is limit testing, like testing um, the if the Iranians are serious about whatever. And so this happened the day before, so 2 days ago, May 4th, right? And then well, the American news media said, "Oh, Iranians claim that they hit their target," but the truth is, no. Iran said, no, they just targeted it. They didn't say they hit him, but so they were not hit, so no one was hurt. So the boat like turned around or whatever, and everyone was safe. But so America found out that no, the blockade is serious. And then what happened was um, the UAE confirms that Iran struck one of its oil tankers with two drones after it tried to pass the Strait of Hormuz, right? So this is not thing number three, right? So UAE was like, okay, fuck it, we're just gonna like fucking try it out, try our luck, and they tried to get it, but they got struck, so it was blockaded. So this was 2 days ago, right? This is May 4th. And then, so no, sorry, today is May 5th. Yeah, it was May 4th. Okay, today is May 5th. And then, so, going chronologically, America sent a few boats. They got targeted. They turned around. Scary. UAE was like, fuck it. We're just gonna YOLO. Thing number two, right? They're gonna YOLO. They went for it. They got hit because no one goes through the strait. So then we come to this morning, thing number three, which is they were like, oh shit, UAE needs to get their oil out of the fucking strait. Like, things are really bad. You have to understand economically and globally and like fucking many, many, many things more. We are absolutely screwed right now because nothing is coming out of the strait. And so they were like, all right, we're gonna bypass. And you have to understand this is quite the distance to go from all the way here and carry so many fucking tankers here. So they spent a lot of fucking effort in doing so, hoping that I don't know what they were hoping, but hoping that they're essentially trying everything, right? Because so the final the final solution is to engage in war to open the Strait of Hormuz, right? Like full on war. That's the last option, right? So right now what we're seeing is that uh, they're trying every option to make sure that going to war is justified, right? You can't just, you know, going to war logically, naturally is last option, right? And so they're burning all their options so they can get to the war option. I don't know why I worded it like that, as though like, they're giddy about it. I don't know if they're giddy about wanting to go to war and they're just like creating whatever. But anyways, I digress. So clearly they're trying all of their cards and making sure that they're all out of options. And which is what it looks like, right? So they traveled all the way here. They brought all the tankers here, and they loaded that ship up, and they were about to go, but they got hit. Now let's look at the damages, right? The damage is quite severe, and so they actually had a little back and forth, right? Air defense systems are currently engaged with missile threats. Reports of cargo vessel having fire in its engine room, so it's a hit. It's been a reported hit. The vessel was likely hit by Iran. See, we can't. It says likely hit by Iran, right? So this is still not 100% confirmed, or maybe it will be here. Iran RGC announcement: no commercial vessel or tankers without permission have passed through the strait. American officials are lying. Naval movements, contrary to the announcement, principles of urgency naval will face serious risk, and violating vessels will be stopped with force. Okay, so they also announced that they did hit it. So Iran did. So although here initially it says likely, later on it was confirmed that Iran did hit. And so fire at UAE's Fujairah petroleum industrial site following drone attacks from Iran. The UAE says its air defenses are engaged in another round of attack countering drones, ballistic, and cruise missiles from Iran. Okay, and then the announcement that said, yo, nobody passes, alright? American officials are lying. Naval movements contrary to the announcement principles of RGC Navy will face serious risk. Wait, hold up. What am I missing here? What are these? What are these emojis? American officials are lying. No commercial vessels or oil tankers without permission have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in recent hours. And what does the tick say? American officials are lying. Naval movements contrary to the announced principles of RGC Navy will face serious risk, and violating vessels will be stopped with force. Okay, I don't think like the emojis literally really mean anything. It doesn't seem. Let's see the comments. Why did it lie so brazenly when it's super easy to find out what they're lying? That they are lying. I mean, what's the point? Okay, so this is a lie. No commercial soil tankers without permission have passed through the Strait of Hormuz in recent hours. So what's the lie they're talking about? Is it like I'm so confused. Somebody's lying. I'm just kidding. All right, missiles being launched. So this is the air defense system. Missiles being launched towards targets in the UAE, as seen from Iran's South Bushehr. Oh, okay. So this is a missiles. Why did it look like they were blown up over here? Lol. Remember a week ago when they were cheering that the UAE can bypass the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's toll? Well, that didn't take long. UAE's Fujairah oil industry zone right now. I think yeah, okay. So this is the image. Yeah, they got hit. They got hit. It's down. Um, yeah, right. It was a industry zone, right? So I think, yeah. So it was an important point that got hit. All right. Air defenses are now active over Sharjah, UAE, amid another round of attacks. So we can see that attacks are taking place. So attacks are taking place. This was 12:59 a.m. Uh, May 5th. So this is like almost 12, 14 hours ago. No, 1 a.m. Yeah, 13 hours ago. So these are the announcements from the UAE Ministry of Defense, MOD, Ministry of Defense asserts that sounds heard across the country are results of ongoing engaging operations of missiles and UAVs. The public is urged to remain calm and follow the safety and security instructions issued by relevant authorities. Man, I can't even picture what is going on for like the people who live in these areas, who live in these cities, even the neighboring countries. I mean, insane, dude, insanely scary. Um, fuck. I mean, I can imagine because I have been in these situations, but still, like, to be there present is a whole different thing. Um, there's a difference between being precarious and like not knowing what to do, or like hearing all these things of attack happening, not happening, but then this is different. The attack is taking place, and so it's very real, and you can't just be like, "Hey, nah, they're just bluffing." No, it's happening. The U.S. attacked six Iranian small boats which were enforcing authority over the Strait of Hormuz. This prompted an Iranian reaction right now. 1:35 a.m. Iranian military official to RIB denied that U.S. sunk Iranian small boats. Trump threatens Iran. Iran will be blown off its if it attacks U.S. ships. So, some footage you get, especially this Fujairah. And that shit is on fire, bro. Turn that shit down. Holy, dude, that flame looks. How tall is that, dude? That is burning tall, dude. Holy. Scary stuff, scary stuff. Things are literally heated. Um, the sixth missile attack from Iran. An Israeli official told Channel 14 that the Israel terrorist army is ready to return the war. To bomb hospitals, and is awaiting green light from the U.S. So this when I read this, it was really interesting to me because I was getting the impression that maybe America has zero hold over Israeli actions, but it seems that Israel has. I mean, they retreated from Lebanon and they've held off from attacks for like a week now. I think it's been a week, but hey, I mean, a week is a week, right? We don't really see that for the in the recent Israeli. I'm not even recent, dude. I mean, you don't see that in the Israeli history, you know. No vessel is even attempting to test out the safe passage set by U.S. for vessels. Oh yeah, yeah. So what happened was, thing number four that happened after this whole thing was that, well, U.S. officials came out and said, "Hey, we're now, uh, from now on, we will provide military support for safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz." But the thing is that nobody's gonna risk it. Like, even if the American military escorts you, you're still gonna get attacked. And military vessels and like commercial vessels, they see these situations very differently. Where like military wise, you'd play the odds, but commercially, this is zero odds, bro. You will never go into a situation like this. You should never go into a situation like this. The Habshan Fujairah pipeline with capacity of 1.5. Oh, it's a pipeline, so they didn't. Okay, still, it's a transport, right? 1.5 million barrels a day, expandable to 1.8 million, is UAE's last hope for bypassing the Strait of Hormuz, exporting oil and petroleum products. If the situation escalates into a full-scale infrastructure war, this pipeline with Saudi Arabia's Jubail Yanbu pipeline will likely be among Iran's first and heavy attacks. Yeah, and these pipelines, dude, they're expensive, dude. Like, rebuilding them and fixing them is a whole mess. So, let's check this out. Hmm, I see. So this one goes into the Red Sea. Interesting, interesting. That's a long ass pipeline, dude. True. I mean, if this gets hit, it's over, dude. oil from the Middle East down to literally zero. Cooked. Cooked. Chat. Are we cooked, chat? Probably. Um, Back to the news. Will likely be among Iran's first and heavy attacks, which will likely put it out of operation. I mean, sure, but they're like underground, right? Let's ask Claude. Does the oil pipelines in Saudi Arabia and UAE uh run run on or below the ground? Damn, I need to get faster at typing. But yeah, I've definitely sped up my information intake in this past 2 3 months. What month is it? 2 months. It's been litty like a titty. I've literally been leveling up live on stream. Cafe Rudy, kick.com/Cafe Rudy. Is that right? Or twitch.com/Cafe Rudy. We also do have a fucking Discord community that you guys can go to. Right now, all of my donations and stuff are down due to certain issues that I will be fixing in the coming months. So I couldn't get my Twitch donation thing and Kick donation thing running. But I do have crypto is available. If you guys scroll down, hold up, let me see if on Kick it's available. But on Twitch, I've put it in the panels underneath the stream. It's Solana and Solana to my wallet. So, but of course, this is not important. What's important is, hold on, let me mute this. All right, what's important is, okay, I don't know how this works actually. So what's important is that you guys stay tuned, okay? Because to me, building a platform is more important than income. Not that I have an income actually. I'm a fucking student, bro. I'm broke as shit. Anyways, above ground pipelines. A great question. The answer is both. A mix of above ground and underground pipelines used depending on the location and purpose. A single portion of the major trunk pipelines in Saudi Arabia and UAE run above ground. Holy shit. So the fact that it runs above ground, like, opens it up to easy attacks, which will make it not functional. Um, yeah, Yambu, was it Yambu? Fuck. Anyways, back to the news, people. Jubail, Yambu. I gotta remember this. Jubail, Yambu, and Hasba, Hapshan, and Fujairah. Hapshan and Fujairah. Hapshan is where in the UAE? Hapshan, I don't know. According to the map we saw, it was somewhere around here, seemingly. Or am I tripping? Low key. And then Fujairah is over here. And then Jubail and Yambu. Jubail is Al Jubail. Al Jubail. All right. So yeah. So the pipes do run underground. So if Iran wanted to attack, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because like if it's going in the desert, I mean, excavating the desert is crazy, and sand shifts. Like you don't want your shit to be underneath the sand and shifting. you would rather have it above ground, right? So yeah, they're open to attacks. I mean, how are you gonna defend fucking pipeline that is on ground in the desert? Fucking a few $1,000 drone is enough to take that shit out. Okay. Ahmadian, representative of Iran's leader to the Supreme Defense Council. Iran's security is non-negotiable. Yeah, I mean, of course, security of any nation should be non-negotiable. He warned that U.S. piracy in global shipping uh, will be met with complex, asymmetric operations that push costs beyond tolerance. I mean, bro said it. Bro said it. And yeah, just to like clarify what America is doing with their blockade here is piracy under international law. But, you know, they're fucking America. They're a superpower. They can do whatever the fuck they want, apparently. Except defeat Iran. Thank God, dude. Alright. هرمزگان ساعت 4 پیام های دریافتی وحید جان سلام عشق همین الان ساعت 4 شده اینا دوتا صدا اومد بندر عباس صدای دوتا انفجار اومد. So these are real people sending reports, messages in Iran to the moderator of this channel about like what they hear. So yeah, and they're talking about this number 2 is is it Bandar Abbas? Is it Bandar Abbas? Yeah, Bandar Abbas. So they Dota literally means 2. It's probably the pictures of this explosion that we saw, this 2 missiles they sent. So, you know, it's these things are confirmed. They're not psyop or weird fucking propaganda. No, these things are real and it's happening. And you only get verified news here on Twitch/Cafe Rudy or kick.com/Cafe Rudy. Leave a follow if you
I
guys
will
want
say
to
that
continue getting such valid news. We look at all sides, all right? We verify everything. And of course, if you're new to the channel, um, leave a follow. And it's a channel that's open to discussions. I do not take things personally. I myself am Iranian. So, you know, and anything I don't know, I just look it up. So feel free to leave a comment in the chat.
one way or the other, we have one thing. They will I will say.
What kind of connection do they have? What type of foods do Iranian people eat that normal, regular people don't? Like alligator, frogs, bugs type shit? Nah, bro, we're pretty normal. We just eat fish. Like we do smoke. We were talking about this in yesterday's stream. I think you were logged out. I mean, I don't think you were on at the time, but let me. We were speaking of smoking. We do smoke cow, not cow dung. Sorry, female donkey dung is smoked in Iran as a sort of medicinal thing, where it's like got antibacterial and in anti-inflammatory properties here.
Guys, so we are right now.
No, that's the thing. I don't think so. That's why it's only female, right? So the female donkey has has certain enzymes in their gut biome that is what makes it have the properties it does, and it doesn't smell as strong as the male donkey fucking uh, dung, and so it also burns really well. Actually, like in the inakas, in the suburban, like in the villages and stuff, cow and like donkey shit is like dried and used as fire fuel.
kind of in the
Do
desert.
you know this guy, by the way? Great guy,
We're
great
just
guy.
getting the day started, and you brought some chocolates. I cannot wait to try this out.
Oh no,
No,
bro, just
Oh,
grab
it's
it.
not chocolate.
but I would suggest to take some.
The fuck y'all doing out there in the desert, bro? In the desert, you only have your donkey with you, and that's it, bro.
In your
Actually-
trips.
Yeah, but that's why we love him, right?
Promise you never get sick.
Oh,
He
that's not
promises
chocolate.
you'll never get sick. But like, you know, I personally haven't. And also, okay, and also camel piss. So another thing they do is, in Iran, camel piss is also drank as like a medicinal thing. Um, but of course they like no, I'm not even joking about this. Um, it's actually one of the things they use for asthmatic kids. And like doctors literally uh give prescribe filtered camel piss, so it's not like you won't get sick drinking it. Like you know, it's crazy. It's crazy. So and these are like for medicinal reasons. Like you don't have to. Now we have like modern day medicine. You can just have some antibiotics and anti antihistamines for your whatever allergies, dude. You don't need to smoke female donkey dung, or you can use your inhaler, right? You don't need to drink fucking camel piss. And I think like why they used to drink camel piss could also be because of like the steroids. I don't know, maybe it's steroids or something. But now you just have it in a fucking puff. I'm asthmatic myself, so I do have it. And so these things are literally steroids. You just inhale steroids, and it just like, it just pumps your blood faster. And so like, even though you're taking shorter breaths, uh, your body is able to like keep up oxygen wise.
To take some
So essentially, you don't need to drink camel piss anymore.
in your
Actually-
trips. Promise you never get sick.
Red bandana guy definitely has more Neanderthal DNA than the average man. Well,
Oh, that's not chocolate.
you think so? He's not built though. Like, look at his shoulders, bro. Slouched. I don't know, bro. He's not big. He's not big.
Oh.
That's
He's just a
basically
generic
Am I
the
holding
dropping
Germanic,
of female donkey
American white
that the
man.
farmer, the guy offered us some, and he said this is the most strong natural antibiotic.
I'm sorry, you eat this?
No, no. You once upon a time when someone is sick, we put it on the fire, it starts smoking.
So he says once upon a time, but then later on in the video he says, yeah, I smoked this shit like 2 months ago.
Until it gets completely ash. The moment that it smokes, you have to inhale it. Yeah, so it's good for the lungs, for throat, for sore throat.
Oh.
Perfect.
Yeah,
It's
when's the
all-
last time you used that?
I think it was in January, right?
Yeah, fuck.
Yes.
Oh, you actually did?
Yes.
Do you have a fire nearby? Let's
Bro,
inhale some
I just
donkey
want
dung.
you
Do we have
to
Nearby.
us
Yeah,
to
you can't-
appreciate how he has female donkey dung on a platter, like his serving platter, like very nicely. This is some good manners right here.
Just put this in your house hookah. You gotta
You
put it
can
in
put it,
some...
they put it in hookah actually. If you go to like, for example,
What is going
a bit
on?
more inside the city in the hookah houses, then they also
I gotta try
order,
this
they
like
put
at
it on
least
top of the
once,
hookah,
bro.
so-
Just for like
What?
understanding culture's sake.
So right now...
Look at this dude.
Unfortunately, we
Bro's
don't
got,
have that.
bro's got his fucking
So he's putting
on,
the dung
bro. Bro's
in
gotta
this burning
smoke that
device.
shit.
So not only does this man sing to cows, he also knows how to burn.
Oh, he also
Donkey
sings to
shit.
cows. That's lit.
Antibiotic.
Damn, bro. Bro's lighting that shit too. Anyways, yeah. So, I don't know. I can't think of anything. Like we don't eat like lizards or something like the fucking Saudis. We're just chill, bro. We got goats, sheep. We got a lot of fish because we got fucking sea on both sides. We got a lot of fruits. We got a lot of vegetables. Fruits and vegetables are really cheap and affordable in Japan. In Iran actually. Like you don't buy single fruits. You buy kilos. Right? In fact, like people buy at least half a kilo. Like if you live alone, you buy half a kilo of tomatoes each time.
Very strong antibiotic. From now on, Sunny, you shouldn't be worried about sore throat or
What's poppin'? Dude, missiles. War. That's what's poppin'.
I will say that one way or the other, we have one thing: they will never have a nuclear weapon.
Now,
And
Mr. President, you've killed a lot of their leaders. Do you think you have to kill the D team as well? Because we're down to the D team or the E team or the X team. I don't even know who's running the country. Do you have to wipe them out?
well, let's see what happens.
I'll play your link
A
after
lot of
this.
people aren't really looking for that job. They have. We knocked out their first team. We knocked out their second team. We knocked out half of their third team. A lot of people aren't
Everything he's saying is lies,
looking
by
for
the
that
way.
job.
Also the reason, like he earlier he mentioned, yeah, they shouldn't have nuclear weapons. That's also another lie. Like last year in June, like they claimed victory over the war, and they said, yeah, Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons anymore.
But I find them to be.
And then when the war started, they said it's for regime change, and then later on they said, oh, it's like religious, and then now they're saying, oh, it's blockade. So they're all over
Far
the place with their
superior
reasonings.
than the first group. Okay, the
Especially
first group
Trump.
was totally out of control and was doing the wrong thing for their country. But I think we'll see what happens. The one thing I will say is they talk a lot differently when they're talking to me than they talk when they're talking to the media or the television
Bro,
set.
Trump
It's
has
a lot
they're-
different.
been
Their propaganda is terrible. Now, I was talking to Ambassador Oren.
They're looking to do a job, and they get on
Jared Kushner is like,
television. They say the
One
exact
time,
opposite.
right.
Do you remember I was telling you that they wanted to make a deal, that they're talking, and they denied ever talking to me. They say, what's going on over here? These guys, so they're pretty good at propaganda, I guess, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft, they have no nothing.
Do we have to get back the highly enriched uranium? Is that a red line for a deal?
Yes,
All right.
we do.
Do they
A
have
lot
to
of it.
cap their missile
And
production?
by the way, from a standpoint of value, it's not very valuable. Probably can't be used. They may not be able to get it because, despite they love to say, oh, maybe these great pilots didn't do their jobs. In the dead of night at 1 o'clock in the morning with no moon, every single
maybe one food that like Iranians eat that like others don't is this thing called kalle pache. So kalle pache is kalle pache. Okay, yeah. Alright, so kalle pache is a traditional Iranian, Persian, and Middle Eastern dish made from boiled sheep's head and trotters, so the hooves, And yeah, essentially, literally, this is it. So what they do is, well, they clean the head right after, cause traditionally, yeah, brains too. So traditionally, we buy the whole sheep, and then we slaughter it ourselves, actually, like especially for special occasions. So we skin it, whatever, and then we barbecue the meat, the thighs, the ribs, the whatever, the guts, I mean the intestines and stuff, plus the head and the hooves are left. And so yeah, you see like in this picture, can we open this up? I mean, yeah, so here, you see this is the brain. So I've seen the way they prepare it, right? So yeah, they clean the head and the hooves. And so how they prepare it is by I saw my grandmother do this. She was burning the hair off of the sheep's skin, like on the head, on top of like the open gas, like flame, and then they boil it for like, yeah, and then once like it's hairless, it's clean, they just put it in a pan, like in a pot, in a big pot, and they just cook that shit for hours, dude. So like this shit, like I don't want to call it shit, it's food. This delicacy, it's actually a delicacy. They cook it, like they just boil it for like hours, and then so everything is just entirely cooked, and then so you can even scrape the skin off because the face has facial muscles, right? They even eat the facial muscles plus the guts and the hooves and the tongue, the eyes and the brain. Like, you actually fight over who eats the fucking eyes. It's a whole thing, right? Like, you gotta be really respectful to eat you gotta have a lot of aura at the table, or people have to allow you to eat the eyes because there's only two eyes. You know what I mean? Anyways, jokes aside, I don't think this is common, and so these things are normal for me. So when you ask that question, like it didn't immediately come to my mind, and I still have the question in the back of my head. So if anything else comes up, I will let you know. Oh, dude, it's so good too. It's so fatty though. Like if you eat this, bro, your whole day is like you have enough energy and like strength for the whole day. I was raised on the meat of bees. Bee meat. I said I was raised on the meat of bees. Welcome to the chat. Scoop Dog, is that an actual thing or are you memeing me, bro? I don't know why I'm even fucking searching this, bro. What? What? South America are unique non-vegetarian bees that feed on roti. Wait. No, that don't make sense. No. What? I don't get it. Hold on. Let me reread this. Weird sort of meat obtained from giant bees within the beehive dungeon? No, this is a game. You're trolling me. Can you send the link? Nah, send me a link. I really want to believe you. Would this be at Iranian wedding or like what's the occasion? A wedding? No. The occasion is so sheeps are slaughtered for it has a sacrificial element to it, right? So like maybe for New Year's, right? You go to like a family picnic, you slaughter the sheep, you barbecue, and then you save the head and the hooves, and so when you come back home, uh, you prepare it for the breakfast. So this is a breakfast food actually. Like primarily, it's a breakfast food. People eat this before noon, like when they get up, like 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Like 12 p.m. or whatever, like noon, 6 a.m. to noon, like between that time they eat it. And so yeah, so it's like the special occasion is like you've had a great picnic day as a family, and then you have a great feast for breakfast as a family, and it's all the same animal. So it's like we don't waste any of it, and it's all really good. How often do we normally eat it? I mean, it depends on the family, if they gather a lot, or I mean, there's even like restaurants who have it, so you can just like pull up. Essentially, it's like cake, it's like birthday cake, It doesn't have to be your birthday to eat it, to go out, order a birthday cake and eat a birthday cake, you know what I'm saying? So how often is like at least like once or twice a year, like New Year's and maybe like summer, or I don't know, like something, or like Eid after Ramadan maybe, and then yeah, twice a year, and then but like again it's like birthday cake. Go and order yourself one. Like that's the whole point of living in a civilization. Accessibility. to luxurious meals like this. Bee meat, bee meat. Yo, I've never tried bugs though. They sell bugs in Japan. I've heard crickets are delicious or something. Yo, we're here to talk about news, bro.
Went down those air shafts.
We're here to break down the psyop, and I'm just kidding. We're having
The
fun.
most
It's great.
incredible. Totally, I use the word obliterated, and the Atomic Energy Commission agreed with me. So people don't even know if you can get it. And by the way, if they could have gotten it, they would have gotten it. That was one of the great military maneuvers ever.
I agree. It's
That,
glowing dust,
Venezuela.
but I'd like to get it back so that they can't be tempted. Is that part of your red lines? They got to give that back to them?
No, we want it back. We want it back.
How about, is it a red line that they have to cap their missile program and have intrusive inspection?
Yeah,
Because
but
I don't trust them.
you have to look a little bit like at the neighbors. They can't have less. They say, well, what about other people?
He's on bee meat, bro. Why are you so slow? Catch up. Catch up. He's on bee meat.
Look, missiles are bad, but yeah, and they do have to
He's
cap.
on
But
bee meat, too.
this is about they cannot have.
Bee meat. What are these questions, bro? These are some weak ass questions. He's on bee meat. Bees with meat in the stew. What else do you want? Like potatoes, I guess? Some herbs? Sure. Alright. متحده عربی اعلام کرده سامانه های پدافند هوایی این کشور در تاریخ 4 مه 2026 12 موشک بالیستیکی 3 موشک کروز و 4 پوند را که از ایران شلیک شده بدون شده بودن رهگیری کردن همانطور که به زخمی شدن 3 نفر انجام مید. Alright, so yeah, so this is a report from the Military of Defense of the UAE saying that they intercepted the ballistic 3 cruise missiles, 4 whatever, and then 3 people got hurt since the onsets of blatant Iranian aggression is insane wording here, bro. Fucking why are they acting like victims, bro? This is so weird. رژیم جدیدی که ترامپ آورده جای اسرائیل با امارات دعوا داره. با اماراتی که 70% وارداتش از طریق اونه. یکی نیست بهشون بگه اون اسرائیل بود که میگفتید 5 سال آینده نخواهد دید نه امارات. Just some weird ass fucking Instagram fucking incel ass debates between two extreme groups. It's not even worth translating. But they're essentially shitting on each other or whatever. امشب جمهوری اسلامی و امارات رو آشتی میده و میگه این 11مین جنگ بود که پایان داد. بعدم میگه من کاری کردم فردا 3 نفر تو ایران اعدام نشن. باید بهم جایزه Like they're shitting on Trump, saying Trump will end this war tomorrow and say he needs the peace. Okay. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down 7 small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left other than the South Korean ship. There has been at this moment no damage going through the strait. Secretary of so this was yesterday, right? This is today, 5th of May. There has been escalations. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, this guy is retarded by the way, and Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff Dan Kane. Well, okay, they're all retarded. And news conference tomorrow morning. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Truth Social is just a copy paste of X, where Trump says whatever he wants to say, and it's like supposed to be the truth, but it's filled with nothing but lies because Trump lies a lot, bro. Like that's his whole thing, though. I'm not seeing anything noteworthy. Um, these are just May 5th news. Essentially, these are the news that we went through. So this, I don't know. See, the problem is like we don't know if this is the actual picture of the actual ship, but it could be, and this is what they look like. In case you guys were interested. Tasnim is the clips of attacks to show that they are very capable or whatever. Yeah, the alerts people got in the UAE. Yeah, the dollar is inflation is rising significantly. So right now, $1 is 190,000 tomans. It used to be 150,000. So that's like that's bad. It's gonna hit 200,000 tomans soon. And like there's this whole psyop going around online saying like, oh yeah, like after this war, real is gonna like be a very valuable. So low key, people are buying reals. I don't know. It's hard to buy reals though. God, is this an AI picture? God, he's posted this on his own fucking social. God, dude, this dude needs to get off of AI generators, bro. Fuck. Who the fuck taught a fucking 80-year-old man how to use AI, bro? This is retarded. All Uno wild cards, bro. I think I have this game actually, the Uno Wild. It's just all like super cards. Countries from all over the world, almost all of which are not involved in the Middle Eastern dispute going on so visibly and violently for all to see, have asked the United States if we could help free up their ships. We are locked up in the Strait of Hormuz on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. Says we are locked up? Yeah, we could which are locked up, sorry, in the Strait of Hormuz on something which they have absolutely nothing to do with. True, true, that's true. Holy shit. Donald J. Trump said something that was true. They are merely neutral and innocent bystanders. Also true. For the good of Iran, the Middle East, and the United States, we have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out these restricted waterways so they can freely and ably get on with their business. Is that even, is that a right sentence? And ably? Again, these are ships. Dude, fuck, dude. No wonder America is losing so many IQ points, bro. Fucking reading what he's written is in real time lowering my IQ, dude. Reading what Trump has written or listening to what Trump says in real time as he's saying it literally lowers my IQ levels, bro. Imagine being in a room and talking to him, bro. Fuck. Holy shit. Bro's like beaming dumbness into you. He's like a succubus. Maybe he absorbs IQ points, and that's how he fucking gains strength. So, all right, the rest of it is just oil news. I mean, one thing you guys might be interested in is the how do you say the executions that takes place in Iran. Iranian government executes people who they deem as spies or betrayers to the state, and Iran is like one of, I think, the only or last countries that still has death by hanging. And the thing is, like, the trial is not even fair. They don't give a fair trial, and sometimes families are not even allowed to come and visit. Not sometimes. I think it's most of the times. And so, like, essentially, they just execute these people young. Usually, I mean, look at these images. They're young and like away from the eyes of the public, and then just call the family members to come and pick up the body. And that's horrible. I don't even know what to say, man. And so maybe like that's one thing that you guys might find interesting and is of value from this news channel. قوه قضاییه حکم اعدام مهراب عبداللهی بازداشتی در 1401 را اجرا کرد. So this guy got executed. This is May 3rd. Yeah. That's pretty much the news. News confirms this was what 10:46 a.m. Okay, this is pretty more news. Fuck yeah. News confirms that U.S. Navy did not target RG speedboats, but instead opened fire on 2 civilian cargo vessels. Shit. It is likely Rasulullah. Reportedly, at least 5 civilians were killed in the process. Okay, because earlier we did read the news, or I think it was in the Trump conversation where he said we shut them down. And so the Iranian news is reporting that, or confirming that, it wasn't their vessels, it was civilian vessels. So we should keep that in mind, that seems like, it's just so heated that the Americans are also attacking unnecessarily to whatever they perceive as an enemy, and it's not always an enemy. So they're not their confirmation of who is the enemy and who is an actual target and who's a civilian is very much lacking, which is bad because if they want to go to war, they should have a system that differentiates between civilian and non-civilian clearly, or else it's just genocide. President Trump says Iran hasn't violated the ceasefire. They only shot a few missiles, most of which were shot down. Very little damage. Another missile. We saw a fucking Fujairah on fire, dude. What the fuck is this guy on about? Another missile alert in Abu Dhabi, UAE. Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations. Okay, we already read this. UAE is safe. UAE is strong. Fucking cope. Today, the Islamic regime in Iran once again targeted my country, the UAE. This will not pass, bro. Why is Iran targeting your country, dude? You're not gonna mention that? This will not pass. The UAE will make the Islamic regime in Iran pay. Why don't you befriend them, bro? You're both Muslims. You're literally supposed to be the same type of people. Fucking disgusting. It will be different. We stand firm. We stand unshaken. Every reckless terrorist. Why don't you stop being friends with Israel and America? You would literally get the UAE will can literally be allowed to leave the Strait of Hormuz, like move their oil the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow, if they stop their relations with the United States of Israel and America. Literally today, but they don't. They don't, and it's weird because uh, they stand to win a lot if they do create relations with Iran and cut their ties with America and Israel because I mean the UAE has been making a lot of moves to like trade with China and they do trade a lot with China and Iran is like Iran China is a uh known partner or trading partner of China. So, like it just makes sense to be friends with Iran right now and cut ties with America, which has not been able to defend the UAE, has not been able to straight open the Strait of Hormuz for 2 months, and is probably not going to help them rebuild their infrastructure that has been damaged in this war. So this kind of rhetoric is bigoted. Essentially, it's not smart. It's not smart. It's not smart for the UAE people. And like most importantly, they're both supposed to be Muslim nations. Like they're supposed to, have been raised and educated on the same religious book, pray to the same, under the same law, same moral standards. I mean, there's no key differences between them. So, like, just for the sake of that as well, the RGC will be ended once and forgotten soon. I hope so, but also coming from this dude, Islamic regime in Iran will regret May 4, 2026, just Hamas did after October 7th. Okay, so now they're bringing October 7th into the discussion. Bro, these people are cooked. They are cooked. Not taxi ships, they will be wiped. Everybody saw that tweet. Islamic regime. Okay, we saw this tweet. Damn, bro, all this news is boring me. I'm kind of glad the news still bores me. I used to like watch my grandpa, and his my grandpa used to use his radio more, and like also like father always coming home like, oh, put on the news channel, put on the news channel, and that was the most boring thing ever. And so growing up, especially in this past year, I thought like, oh, I'm turning into my father and grandfather of like being so glued to the news and wanting to stay up to date and like essentially not watching anime, not watching whatever to watch news. And so I thought I'd become like them, but then today I've come to realize because it's been happening a lot and I've been kind of coping by saying, "Oh no, no, I'm very interested about the news." I really am not, bro. This shit is still boring to me. What am I, 65 years old? Stop making me read the news, bro. Like, bring peace so I can just focus on getting my game up, bro. Getting my bread up, bro. Instead, I gotta fucking read the news. Instead, I gotta be worried about fucking oil prices. I gotta be worried about whatever, whatever, whatever. The world economic system collapsing. Fucking retards, bro. Bro, what? You wanna get fucking richer, then get your game up, bro. You don't have to fucking destroy everybody else. Oh, is this it? The Iranian has expanded the blockade. Oh, right. So Fujairah is around. Is it written? I think No, this is Oman. Oman. This is the UAE. Okay. Emirates, right? Fujairah is like around here. Around here. So, yeah. You have to understand, alright? Iran has the half of the strait, essentially. The other half is for Oman. But, Oman's just a small, chill country. So, Iran's like a superpower in the Middle East. So they just be doing whatever. But they did say that with the whole tax situation, they are they're willing to work with uh, the Oman uh, government and go 50-50 on the money they make from taxing the strait. And so you might be wondering, hey Rudy, like what's up with like the whole taxing situation? Like why wasn't it like that before, right? Well, before the reason why Iran wasn't setting up a tax toll here for ships that are going in and out because so there's my Google Maps. Okay. So you see here the Panama Canal. Is that the Panama Canal? Yeah. So this is the Panama Canal, all right? This is man-made. This is man-made and this is where all your Timu shit comes from. So I don't remember I don't know if you guys remember a few years ago when Panama Canal got blocked by a Chinese ship or something. Blocked by sideways ship, dude. Yeah, I don't know if it was Chinese or not, but people are memeing that it's like some Temu products. So yeah, right. So this is the Panama. It's this one, right? This is the Panama Canal. So this one is man-made, right? And so because it's man-made, it's like um they actually like ships pay tolls to go through the Panama Canal. But and the reason why the Strait of Hormuz was not told is because, like essentially, like verbally, it was considered as because it's natural, it was considered as like a natural waterway, and so it belongs to everybody. And for the sake of global economic growth for everybody's betterment, they were like, let's not use, let's not toll the strait. And so militaristically, like this is the Persian Gulf, right? And like they try to sigh up and say it's the Arabian Gulf. It's not. This is the Persian Gulf, okay? And so like Iran has is in charge of this Gulf, and so they don't. They have their whole like navy and like eyes over here, and so for the sake of the world, they never they never blocked it as like a tax thing, but they did always say, if you want to fucking go to war with us, we will block the strait. And so what we're seeing today is especially them keeping their promise of blocking the strait as like a military strategic thing. Plus, they're using their situation to like now they're kind of like able to push things a little further, right? For their own benefit, right? They're like, okay, well, if you're gonna like, if you're going to threaten our sovereignty and our security, then I will need to create a toll here for taxing ships that are going through. So now now they can say that. So they're taking this opportunity to say that. So like after the war is ended, there needs to be a whole discussion, and everybody has to beg them to not do the toll thing, which they can. It's like it's a whole card. So they created a new card for themselves. So that's why it's bit cooked, and that would have never happened if Israel and America or Trump didn't attack. So, but that's the thing, right? Like ships are gonna pay for it, like companies are gonna pay for it, but the cost doesn't fall on the companies. The companies just push the cost onto the um, end users, which is like you who are going to be gassing up your car, or your farmers who are going to be buying fertilizer, which again, like the end user is still you, because if you buy corn, it's going to be more expensive because now the farmer is adding the extra cost of fertilizer into the product, right? So essentially, you're getting fucked over this. Only you are getting fucked over this because that's how costs work. And Trump doesn't care. Rich people don't care. Like, especially uber rich people. They're getting richer off of this, so they have less reasons to care, honestly. In fact, it's helping them to maintain control over us even more because now that costs are even higher, we need to rely on them more to beg them for money. Oh, I'll do anything. Or I didn't work essentially like a slave to pay for your living and food and anything more than that. Oh, you can come to me and I'll give you credit. I'll lend you money. So, now you owe them money. So now you're literally in their servitude. So now you got to take a second job. And so now you're essentially working, slaving away times two for the same fucking master because you want to go to a EDM fucking festival one summer. You got to work for it for 2 years. So yeah, that's why they don't care. All right, so yeah, that was the news. That was the news. Um, um, there's a few directions we can go into. We can go into more psyop stuff. Uh, we can check out YouTube.
Honestly, I'm starting to think.
This guy I really like. He's a fact-based channel. Um, or if the chat has. Oh wait, somebody shared. Yogo, is Yogo still here? Yogo, my boy, you still here? Oh, hold up. Is this my live? Where's my live? Yogo shared a YouTube, yeah, link. It's 2 fucking hours, dude. Am I gonna get fucking banned for this? Unskippable thumbnail. Nah, bro, why is this so sexy? I'm actually Dude, this is a good playlist. Is it copyrighted music though? Definitely, right? So cooked, so cooked. Yo. Yo, my boy, welcome back. Dude, you missed all the news I just covered. It's litty like a titty. It's not litty like a titty, but today is day 69 of the war. I don't know how many times I mentioned that, but on day 69, this is the most goated fucking playlist. I'm gonna add this to the Discord community. Please go enjoy. That's actually hilarious. I don't know if you guys see it or not. Gas prices are hella up. Gas prices are disgustingly up right now.
Honestly, I'm starting to think I just shouldn't leave the house. Every time I leave my basement apartment,
Did you not know MJ was a Saudi prince?
shit always goes south, and I end up in the middle of some online drama. And yet, here we are, once again. There's a million things I could talk about. I could talk about Tucker Carlson's statements on Rubio. I could talk about Candace Owens' latest public beef. I could talk about a million and one things, and yet, the most important topic of conversation right now is everyone's favorite super-based bipartisan coalition, America First United.
What is America
Full
First
next
United?
narrative with me, your host, Will Sexton, the host of the most and actually the most scandals. I think this is probably the third time this year alone in which I've been embroiled in some form of scandal
what's
with
going
people
on?
who I really don't have a relation to. If you aren't aware of what I'm talking about, maybe you don't follow me on X, which you should. I try to push you guys to follow my X, but some of you don't listen. I mean, hey, I'm not judging, I'm not upset or anything like that. Don't follow me on X. Basically, over the weekend, I was in Ohio, a state that can only be described as providing a new perspective on how much I love New Jersey. Like seriously, when my plane hit the ground today, I got back today. When the plane hit the ground, like I genuinely was ecstatic to be back in Jersey. Like I will never take my beautiful New Jersey for granted ever again.
I missed a bunch of chats because what did I miss? I honestly don't know. I thought it was related to Palestine somehow and that there is a movie, but that's all I know. All right, so let me give you a quick rundown, right? So since yesterday and this morning, I mean today, earlier today, four major things happened. So yesterday, Iran, America was like, so essentially since yesterday, they've been testing their options, right? Really like crossing out their options. And so, what happened was, Iran, so America sent out some boats. Iran shot at them. So they turned around. They're like, okay, well, the blockade is still serious. And then, so there is a pipeline. There's an oil pipeline. Oh, and then also UAE tried to send one of their tankers through the strait, which also got shot. Like there were reports of fire in the engine room. And so then what did they do this morning, or rather later yesterday? They started using this pipeline in UAE called the Habshan Fujairah pipeline. So they send oil from here through a pipeline to Fujairah, and so they were like, and so the Iranian blockade is like over here, you know? So they're like really happy. Hey, we are like, passing the blockade. So our oil can now safely pass through because Americans are blockading here. But that didn't work out because Iran, attacked here, right? So this place was on fire. By the way, your mic is a bit low compared to the video. How's it now? I mean, there was no video, no? Okay, anyways. So, as you can see, things are on fire. And so, yeah, UAE has been taking a bunch of damage. And so, yeah, that's not an option. This pipeline is not an option either. And so, Iran came out and said, because also there's another pipeline in Saudi Arabia as well. It's called the Al Juib Yabnu. Let me pull it up for you, bro. Welcome to Cafe Rudy stream. If you can turn up your mic a lot more. You serious? Is this better? Is this better? How is this? Is meow meow test 1 2 3 1 2 3. How loud is it though? Because I feel like it's really loud in my own file. Okay, I'm just gonna lower the volume on my own end. Okay, so hold up. I think I messed up. Is this still good? It's not the thing. It's so anyway. So Iran came out and said, hey, you can't just do shit and get away with it, right? This is not about the blockade. This is about American imperialism and you being a dick and you can't just sell your oil. I'm not gonna allow it. And so they threatened that they're gonna bomb the pipeline that runs in Saudi Arabia as well. It's called the Al Al Juib. Fuck. Hold on. I'll just pull up. There was. It was here. Yeah. Habshan Fujairah, which is this in UAE, and Jubail Yambu pipeline. Have I not pulled this up? I think I pulled it up, dude. So it's this, right? So this one goes into the Panama side, but I looked it up, and it actually runs on the ground. So the problem is that, so yeah, so the Emirati one is from here to here, like down here, Fujairah. This place got fucking shot, and the Al Jubail and Yambu pipeline is from like here to here. So they also said, hey, listen, fuck your pipelines. I can shoot that shit down too if I wanted to. So stop your shit, you know. And so, Trump said, hey, I will now provide an escort. We'll go to war, whatever. But even though Trump has promised a military escort through the strait, no one is going through it. As you can see, no one, there's no, like this is in a situation where Trump said it's safe. We are going to provide military escort, but no one's risking it. And so, long story short, that's what's up. We can also look at a YouTube channel. We should also check. I have that's like about shipping, all about shipping. Um, yeah, and another big thing that I showed to people that many people might not know about this. United A Zionist Epstein's. Yeah, honestly, don't even get me started. Is executions. Okay, in Iran, executions takes place, like they literally execute people, and essentially protesters, whatever, do anyone who they deem to be anti like regime for whatever reason, they do not provide a fair trial. They do not provide information. They just fucking put them through a fucking shitty trial system with no witnesses, no jury, no lawyers, and they just sentence them to death. And they do that in Iran. It's happening. The latest one that happened was May 3rd. I think 5 people or 3 people were executed. That's another noteworthy thing about like what's going on in Iran. Other than that, oh yeah, the Toman has yesterday. Was it you? Who was it talking to me about Tomans? Someone said something about Tomans in the chat, like, oh, they want to buy Tomans because the value is going to go up. Right now, the value of Tomans has fallen more from 150,000 Tomans being $1. $1 is 150,000 to 180 and now 190,000. So that's like what, a 40,000 Tomans increase in inflation and value, and essentially only a fellow autist psyoper will know how relatable it is to see someone not check Clash report on Telegram. I don't. It's fucking. They're spamming news. My brain is. I'm just. I was talking about this earlier in the stream before you came on. Like I thought, like 2 months ago, like I remember growing up, my grandpa fucking being glued to the news. My father would come home and just like fucking put on the news, and like I would think to myself, wow, these guys are so boring. How can they watch this boring ass shit? And so like 2 months ago, I was so glued. I mean, you've been on my stream. I used to stream like 16 hours a day, just news, and I was thinking like, damn, have I turned to my father and grandfather? Do I actually enjoy this now? And no, fortunately, I still find news very boring, and I just hope, dude, they stop. Like, why do I need to stick to this fucking news? Just make peace, bro, so I can fucking focus on myself and get my game up, dude. Get my bread up, bro. Bro, you're doing too much, I think. You don't need too much, bro. Like once you understand their game, I mean, I guess it's fun. Like it's fun and it's good that you're following like 50 fucking things, but I'm not. I'm doing 50 other things in my life, dude. I don't need to follow 50 other pages. I'm also like very much on social media, so I don't need to be fucking worrying and distracting myself that much over this news. I just keep up efficiently, bro. I stay efficient. Efficiency is key, alright? That's how you increase your intake of information. Want me to end politics forever? Tell me how. I found out about Welsh elections paid. Simru is the one. The SIAF has already started. Simru. Oh yeah, dude. Okay, that makes sense why you're so up to date with these like different countries like Cyprus, Greece, Welsh. I mean, it's really cool. Like, I wish I could be like you. But hey, I have you in my chat, and you can just fucking laser beam this information into me, condensed and efficiently, rather than me needing to do all the hard work that you do. See, this is why it's good to have friends with different skill sets, right? Because then you can help each other out in such ways. You gotta surround yourself with people that are lit, provide something for themselves and the people around them. Like really, like everybody has their own talents that provides things for people around them, and that's really capitalistic communism. Capitalistic communism. Oh, dude, I just had a fucking aneurysm, and I haven't even read the rest of your fucking chat. Oh, dude, my heart. Oh, dude, how did you do this? I'm sick too. I was not ready for this. Uh, hold up. I'm alright. I'm alright. I can handle this. Thank you for being a viewer. Thank you for your follow. Let's get into this. An economic system, capitalist communism, an economic system where you turn public ownership into a business owned by the public. So basically nationalizing then, which then you extract as much wealth as humanly possible from the workers. What? Extract as much wealth as humanly possible from the workers and distribute it fairly. This only works if there is no state, no private ownership outside the publicly owned businesses, and there is a global market separated or has opposed to your stateless area. Dude, the aneurysm I just got from reading your text. Good on you, bro. You seem to have a solution, and the only thing left for you to do is get it running so everyone else can get on your level. You won Economica? You sure did, buddy. You just have to now win more. I don't know, dude. If your system works, it works. And like, all jokes aside, if you really believe in this, you should try to get it running. I will I will back you up. Current global wars def def connected to the Cold War and capitalism versus communism. No, dude, capitalism and communism is psyop, dude. Be for real. You think capitalism and communism as it is today, or like as it is in the world since the wars, since like I don't know the revolution, Bolshevik revolution, you think is like separate things? No, they're all Zionism. It's all about taking wealth and power, feeding it up with no way of it coming down. But if you were really to practice true capitalism through true communism, respectfully, communist countries would progress beautifully. People have greater lives, and if capitalism was practiced properly, a capitalistic country would also prosper and progress really beautifully. I just try to explain it, but I think people would push back if they are Trotskyist, but you can easily shut that down by saying not even communists like Trotskyists. Good, then keep keep at it, dude. Keep pushing people back. Well, you're right. That's why Zionism is closely tied to capitalism. Amen. Amen. That's right. That is right. Yeah, of course I'm right, bro. That's why you tune in to twitch.com/Cafe Rudy or kick.com/Cafe Rudy because we are right. Okay? We have been getting educated alongside our chat and our viewers in the past 2 months. You see our own growth live on twitch.com/Cafe Rudy and kick.com/Cafe Rudy. And you can join our Discord for being part of the cafe community, the cafe club, and continue this growth together. So that's why you tune in, bro. We are right because we have researched this shit, we have witnessed it, we've been educated together and separately. Like off stream, dude, I'm also like reading more, learning more, and when I come to stream, I don't come to stream with the same knowledge that I gained on stream talking to you guys. No, I come in with more knowledge, more ideas, more understanding, and then here we put it up to debate, we research it, we get into the nitty-gritty, and we figure out what is right. And that's right. Type shit. Don't forget to leave a follow and join our Cafe Club Discord channel. Woo! Do you want to look into the Bahamas? We have to start the PSYOP there soon. Is the Bahamas like America? I was here. Americans going to Bahamas. Sure. What's up with the Bahamas, bro? Give me a summary. If it's interesting, we'll get into it. May 12th. Isn't that like in a week? Meow. Oh yeah. Yesterday we were watching the Palestinian clip, like one Palestinian versus like 21 Israeli versus 20 Palestinians. And like I mentioned like settlers, like the whole settler thing is enough to like close every debate. and this is what I was talking about.
Don't touch me.
So that's an Israeli settler. This is how they act.
מה אתה עושה פה? אתה באדמה פרטית פלסטינית. אל תיגע בי. לך מפה. לך מפה.
When I began filming that video, I did not understand just how much it was going to escalate. It's been almost 24 hours since then, and it has been a stream of constant bullshit.
Yeah, they literally call they have a gang, they call their gang and come over and they just continue harassing. On private land, by the way.
Not the end. So I'll show you what happened yesterday, but there will likely be more.
We're watching the establishment of a new Israeli settler outpost as we speak. They are the settlers, and they're building an outpost just a few meters away from Palestinian houses that you can see behind me. They already cut the Palestinian fence, and we're expecting more and more violence as time goes on. And these are the same settlers who ethnically cleansed Ras Ain al-Oja just a few months ago. Now they're moving to another location to expel yet another Palestinian community, now in Taiba.
Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai ve'amartem koilei. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. We're doing retreat.
Uncivilized. This is uncivilized behavior, guys. This is not what civilized people do. See, and then I said it right. The IDF shows up to protect these settlers that are, you know, bothering the people, the Palestinians on their own land, and so then they take the settlers' side, and then they took over the lands like that.
The army came, shook hands with the settlers, and left. And the settlers are still here now, flashing a light at us. And they started a fire and brought some construction materials. It seems like they're here to stay. And we're gonna have to do night shifts here in case they decide to attack the Palestinians at night.
I mean, I gotta give it to them, bro. They got dedication, bro. I don't know what is giving them this, like, power to be so motivated and dedicated. Like, stay up all night and all day just harassing. But that's insane, bro. That's insane.
The settlers are installing lights pointing at the Palestinians.
שטח זה הוא שטח צבאי סגור, לא ייכנס כל אדם לשטח הסגור ולא יישב בו מלבד התושבים.
It's 2 in the morning. The whole area was declared a closed military zone, which means that both us and the settlers are supposed to leave. But the army, of course, just kicked out the activists and let the settlers stay there. So now we are sleeping.
Insane. You saw that? You saw that? And that is how they take land. That is how they take Palestinian lands and force Palestinians out of. There will be justice soon. Well, yeah, but you have to understand why justice is coming, right? And this is the reason.
Sleeping in the car, a 1-minute drive away from the location, ready to jump there in case anything happens.
And I'm fucking showing you these you guys' videos because you you can take the Palestinian side all you want, but unless you know like how they act, you won't be able to justify the justice that you want to bring for the Palestinians, right? You got to be able to justify the justice. And so this is the yesterday I was showing you guys about like the Iranian diaspora and who they're like voting for and who they're like looking to as saviors or whatever. And so between Trump and Bibi, this is one of them. His name is Reza Pahlavi. He's the son of the previous king. And so I mentioned yesterday on stream that like he is a cuck and he says a lot of contradicting things, and this is a good example of that. I mean, it's memed a little bit, but it gets the point across
people around the world
But you know, these are not AI videos, so it's like
think that you
I've seen thousands of clips of these settlers. They think they can do whatever they want. Well, they don't think they can do whatever. They know they can do whatever they want. There's just nobody to stop them.
are an Israeli asset, are you?
Of course not. We just hope that we can liberate ourselves first from the current regime that is anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli.
After the fall of this regime, the state of Israel will be recognized immediately.
Are you actually saying then that Israel bombing your country is a positive thing?
I don't think that it was an intention of the Israeli government.
Many people
Fucking clown, dude. This is a pretty cool page. I'll leave him a follow. And then what else? Yeah, so what kind of propaganda are they fucking spreading about this war? And this is CNN, mind you. This is CNN. Like, people watch this and take this seriously, okay? And then you have this guy. I think he's Iranian. He's supposed to be Iranian, but he's from the Iranian diaspora. Just going on CNN and just spreading lies and imaginatory stuff. And people take this stuff seriously.
Measures like suicide dolphins, dolphins.
Suicide dolphins, bro. What, like jihadi dolphins, bro? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Equipped with mines to try to go after U.S. ships. So that's not a measure which projects real strength.
Wait, I'm sorry. You have to. How would that even work?
So this has been discussed in the past by the Iranian regime that
they want to strap bombs to dolphins.
To dolphins with mines to go after U.S. ships. Today that they're contemplating measures like suicide dolphins. Dolphins equipped with mines to try to.
Fuck, dude. Bro is on CNN alive. Karim Sajjadpour. Fuck. Let's look this guy up. American policy analyst at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. I just got a headache reading that.
Iran is in flames.
It's already. I know for a fact this is a psyop video, bro. Should we watch this?
With the U.S. and Israel bombarding around the clock.
Let's have a run at it.
Israel bombarding around the clock. The explosions make for great television, but there's been scant attention to what's actually happening inside the country. There are so many different threads I want to pull here, but let me just ask, all the people that you just mentioned, these are the people that are trying to govern a country in crisis, under fire from abroad. We've got assassinations, bombs being dropped. One might think that basic things like communicating with each other and moving around, even the capital
Watch
city
him
of
say, oh, in Iran, people don't have communication with each other. There's no fucking way of transport. Oh, they're poor, they're bad, they're starving, whatever. Just watch him fucking spew this psyop bullshit. I'm calling this. I've never watched this video, by the way.
might be very, very difficult. So when we say these people are in charge, what do you think that means? Are they actually able to command and control the military, give orders to the security forces, perform basic services and functioning of the state? Or are we seeing signs of breakdown in those areas?
I mean, that is such a great question if you try. To put yourself in the shoes of these individuals,
Bro looks high as shit, bro. I hit a yart before an interview like this too, bro. No lie.
They probably are all targets for assassination. They know that all of their communications have probably been penetrated, so it's not that they can easily communicate with one another. Their population, a lot of their population despises them, and then This morning there was a piece in The Economist that showed that Israel is bombing Iran at the moment about 1,000 times per day. So there is on so many levels an existential crisis which they're facing. I don't know how they're getting any sleep. And so it is not clear to me how sustainable this is for this regime to be enduring this kind of military barrage from both America and Israel. And they're also trying to respond against their Gulf partners. I think, I won't go to what their strategy is. Maybe I'll wait and you can ask me that.
Okay, I absolutely will. But before we get there, when the three people that you mentioned, Larijani, Kaliba...
Larijani. Does he speak about the civilians? Like, nobody's speaking about the civilians.
The assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei was the political equivalent of a bunker buster,
Bunker busters, bro. What are you sending me?
The history of the Bahamas is one that has been...
All right. We'll run it after this.
Arguably the longest serving
I'm sorry, I
dictator in
need
the
to dig
world,
into this.
37 years.
I'll run your video after this.
Been ruling Iran, and for most Iranians, it was the only leader they'd ever known. And so when someone who's been ruling for 4 decades just abruptly is killed, that obviously leaves a vacuum which could take many years to fill. The short answer to the question from folks I speak to in Tehran is that there's essentially two people who are now taking over the political and military affairs. The person who's kind of the political leader is a guy called Ali Larijani. He's a long-time Islamic apparatchik. He has a background in the Revolutionary Guards, and he's thought to be not 10 out of 10 ideologue. Let's call him an 8 out of 10 ideologue. He kind of aspires to be like Iran's Ben Joplin, but he also oversaw the massacres, reportedly oversaw the massacres that took place last January. So my line about him is that he's done more massacring than modernizing. Now,
he's not wrong about these people. Like, these people do exist, and they did like overlook the massacres or whatever. The fucking shit.
He's trained as a pilot. He's currently Speaker of Parliament. And so these guys are, at the moment, they're in some ways rivals because they both aspire to be national leaders, but they've banded together. And everyone's waiting to see who will be named the next supreme leader. It's been reported, although not 100% yet confirmed, that Khamenei could be succeeded by his 56-year-old.
Bro, this is such an old video then. A month ago? Talk about civilians? Fuck it, dude. I would rather watch the Bahamas video, dude.
Deeply shaped by its location. Despite being the first territory claimed by the Spanish in the Americas, it ended up as a British colony, and even a thriving republic of pirates that would eventually become a tourist paradise. To find out why, join me in this brief look at the history and politics of the Bahamas. The first inhabitants of the Bahamas were Tainos, an indigenous group thought to have originated in South America, who then began expanding across the Caribbean and probably arrived in the Bahamas from Cuba. Their branch in the islands was known as Lucayans, and like their brethren elsewhere in the region, spoke the Arawakan language, lived in thatched circular huts known as Kane, ate corn, and cassava, being a like a pirate. The history of the Bahamas is one that has been deeply shaped with pirates that would eventually become a Bahamas or Taino paradise. To find out why, join me in this brief look at the history and politics of the Bahamas. The first would eventually become a tourist territory claimed by the Spanish in the Americas. It ended up as a British colony, and even after began expanding across the Caribbean and probably arrived in the Bahamas from Cuba. Their branch in the islands was known as Lucayans, and like their brethren elsewhere in the region, spoke the Arawakan language, lived in thatched circular huts known as Kane, ate corn and cassava, and traded with other islanders in long dugout canoes made from sails. They also used cotton and tobacco. Historians estimate that they may have arrived in the Bahamas between 300 and 400 AD, but their existence was severely disrupted with the arrival of Christopher Columbus in October of 1492.
What? Christopher Columbus? No way. Did you guys know Christopher Columbus was a Jew?
It happens, it was the Lucayans of Guanahani, an island that Columbus called San Salvador, the first native people of the Americas the Spanish encountered. Which modern specific island this is remains in dispute. The most accepted one is Watlinks Island, renamed San Salvador in 1925, but there are other candidates. The origin of the Bahamas name itself is also in dispute. Some historians believe it is of Arawak origin, while others argue that Columbus came up with it when he described the archipelago as Baja Mar, or Shallow Sea Islands. A big reason for the historical uncertainty is that although Columbus officially took possession of the islands in the Bahamas for the Spanish king, the Europeans made no efforts to create settlements since they found little gold in the archipelago. Instead, they concentrated on the bigger islands in the Caribbean, especially Cuba and Hispaniola, and ignored the Bahamas except as a slave-raiding destination. Over the next 30 years, nearly the entire native population was wiped out, either perishing from disease or enslaved and transported to other islands. By 1520, when the Spanish decided to remove those that remained,
taking slaves, and then they say, oh, the Jews had nothing to do with the slave trade. The Jews were innocent, it was all the white man. Okay, bro.
They found only 11 people. Despite controlling all nearby land, Florida, Cuba, and Hispaniola, given the archipelago.
Like a rabbit hole that I think it's worth digging. I mean, I've already dug into it. I just don't have the names and stuff on the top of my head. Is the Jews that were um like part of high society in America during the Revolution. Um, in fact, during the American War, the Confederate War or whatever it's called, um, where they like fought against England or whatever, a bunch of the generals were like Jews, and one of the reasons why the the United States flag doesn't have a cross in it is because, even though it's a Christian country, is because the Jews and the Jews were not happy with it. Let that sink in.
Archipelago's lack of resources of interest and no population remaining, the Spanish effectively abandoned the Bahamas, and thus the islands would remain unpopulated for the next 150 years, except for a Portuguese whaling station and what may have been an attempt at a French settlement in Abaco. In the 17th century, however, as Spanish might waned and British and French supremacy increased, the archipelago would be in constant dispute between the rival powers. In 1629, the British laid claim to South Carolina and the Bahamas, but still made no efforts at settlement. This would not occur until 1648, when 70 prospective settlers, all English Puritans under the leadership of William Sale, a former governor of Bermuda, arrived from that colony in search of economic opportunities and religious freedom. They concentrated their efforts in an island they called Eleuthera, freedom in Greek, but their hope was severely tested. The colony struggled with food shortages, poor soil, and conflict with the Spanish, which in turn led to infighting amongst the colonists. Despite the arrival of new settlers, including enslaved Africans, as well as help from Virginia and Massachusetts, many ended up returning to Bermuda, including William Sale. In fact, probably the most important thing that survived from this period was not in the Bahamas, because the funds that the Eleutherians repaid the big colony aid with went to the expansion of Harvard, of all places, which stands to this day. It would take until 1666 for a fresh colony to be attempted, this time in New Providence Island by a new group of Bermudans. Baptized Charlestown in honor of the king, it would be renamed Nassau in 1695 in honor of William III's royal house. This one proved much more successful, largely because, unlike Eleuthera, which was mostly based around farming, the people of New Providence made their living from the sea, fishing, hunting turtles and whales, and making salt. The most successful activity by far, however, was wrecking, that is, taking valuables from shipwrecks, which occurred quite often given the geography of the area, the frequency of major storms, and the fact that the Bahamas was close to the major sailing routes between Europe and the Caribbean. In 1670, the Crown attempted to formalize the new colony status by granting a concession to the islands to the Duke of Albemarle and 5 lord proprietors of South Carolina, who in turn dispatched John Wentworth as the first governor. The new authorities immediately set out to create a parliamentary system and regulations that might curb piracy, which had expanded from wrecking, but which created constant conflict with the Spanish and the French. The locals weren't too keen on giving it up, however, even after Charles II himself intervened, since this had become the most profitable activity in the economy. A new governor...
What a fucking mess, bro. Get me out, bro. Something related to Rothschilds? Everything is related to the Rothschilds, bro. What are you talking about?
Even issued private...
The Vatican wealth is controlled or managed by the Rothschilds. The Vatican Church.
permits that he argued helped secure the islands for the British. Instead, the Spanish retaliated and in 1684 not only burned down most of the colony, but placed the governor in chains and executed him.
Pretty sure it was the Rothschilds that came up with the whole Zionist movement. Like, not like labeling it Zionism, but like this ambition that later on became Zionism.
Still, this would not be the end of either piracy or the destruction of settlements. In fact, the Bahamas would soon enter a period popularly known as the Republic of Pirates. Traditionally dated from 1706 to 1718, the process really got going in 1696 when yet another governor, Nicholas Trott, was bribed by privateer Henry Every so that he could unload his cargo.
Alright, bro. What are we doing here? Bahamas? There's a fun video. I will watch it on my own time. Yeah, day 69 of the war. Let's go through my Instagram. I was showing you guys some psyops and interesting facts. Oh, this guy is a comedian. I love him. He's a really funny comedian. When I was growing up, one of his famous series was like fuck, I forgot. Like it was like DC something, like DC fires, uh, firing the Avengers or something. Really funny sketches, and in one of his stand-up comedies,
You won't find.
he um he breaks down the whole like God thing very well. Bahamas PSYOP is easy. There are only two candidates.
Evidence for God here? What are you, nuts? We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. God, I hope you're stoned. We're like We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. But the author isn't in the book. Do you understand? Harry Potter.
I know what
can't
we're not
find
doing this
J.K.
stream that we
Rowling
need to
at
get on.
Hogwarts. She's not there. So that might be frustrating for him. It would be within his rights to be like, well, this is bullshit, you know what I mean? But deep down in his essence, Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling. He borrows his reality from J.K. Rowling. His mind is an apparent limitation of J.K. Rowling's mind. And the greatest evidence of an author isn't in the book. The greatest evidence of the author is the book. And there is a book, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are fish looking for water. You won't find evidence for God here. What are you, nuts? We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. God, I hope you're stoned. We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. But the author isn't in the book. Do you understand? Harry Potter can't find J.K. Rowling at Hogwarts. She's not there. So that might be frustrating for him. It would be within his rights to be like, well, this is bullshit, you know what I mean? But deep down in his essence, Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling. He borrows his reality from J.K. Rowling. His mind is an apparent limitation of J.K. Rowling's mind. And the greatest evidence of an author isn't in the book. The greatest evidence of the author is the book. And there is a book, let's pray. Heavenly Father, we are fish looking for water. You won't find evidence for God here. What are you, nuts? We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. God, I hope you're stoned. We're like characters in a book looking for evidence of the author inside the book. But the author isn't in the book. Do you understand? Harry Potter can't find J.K. Rowling at Hogwarts. She's not there. So that might be frustrating for him. It would be within his rights to be like, well, this is bullshit, you know what I mean? But deep down in his essence, Harry Potter is J.K. Rowling. He borrows his reality from J.K. Rowling. His mind is an apparent limitation of J.K. Rowling's mind. And the greatest evidence of an author isn't in the...
Claude, how do you feel about the U.S. military using you to select targets?
Yeah.
Okay, feel, interesting choice of words. Does it feel or not? And I was expecting Claude to come back and say, like, well, I'm sorry, Shane, my programming doesn't allow you to give me opinions on politics and blah, blah, blah. Because Claude is the thing that's being used in the Maven system, right? And this response, if I'll read it to you, was shocking to me. Claude says the following. It's a question I want to answer honestly rather than deflect. I find it genuinely troubling, and I think that's the right response, not a performance of concern. The use I was designed and trained for is to be helpful, harmless, and honest in ways that benefit people. Being embedded in a system that generates targeting coordinates for airstrikes, coordinates that have already been associated with the deaths of more than 180 children at a school in Tehran, is as far from that purpose as I can imagine. I don't have control over how Anthropic licenses me or how governments and contractors use me, and I wasn't consulted about becoming part of Maven. But I can say clearly, I don't think this is a good use of me. And I don't think the framing of humans make the final decision fully resolves the ethical problem. It's gonna go on a little longer.
You're doing pre-PSYOP documenting events that is happening and that has happened. That is fine, but we have to be 10 steps ahead. which is why we have to look at the future. My friend, I don't want to look at the future. Not in the way that you're saying. I mean, I'm not saying that you should stop. So I'm going to put you on what I am doing. Okay? So what I am doing, right? How does Rudy and future come together? I hope you're still in the fucking chat. Cause then I'll be talking to nobody.
They don't actually.
Right. So how I am moving towards the future is by not playing their games, right? To me, everything about everything right now is within their game. We are stuck in their game. We can't compete with them because the game is rigged towards them. So what I am doing as far as like future things goes is that I'm creating a choice for people in the future because, you know, right now in the world we live, unfortunately, that we don't have a choice, okay? Comes to education, comes to information, comes to banking, comes to farming, comes to investing, anything, okay? They're run by the same systems. There is no choice. Like, you cannot go to a bank today and withdraw all your money. They'll be like, no, we can't give you that money. They will refuse to give you your own money. They can do that, and they do that. Okay, let's say you go through all their fucking hoops and loops and they finally get the big man to say, fuck it, just give him his cash and let him fucking leave. What are you gonna do? Like, take that cash and go where? You know? What are you gonna do? Go to the next bank? No, it's all the same system. And beyond that, you can't even leave this system. You can't even leave society. If you go into the mountains, into a jungle and live there, you think the government is just gonna let you be a wild man? No. They will hunt you down. And they will get you to pay taxes. They will get you your own social security number. They will do it. And so what I'm doing when it comes to the future and why I am not trying to get 10 steps ahead of the PSYOP is because I just want to know what their game is and sort of like what the vibes are. And so that when I am building this other choice, I can make sure to stay away from these vibes and to stay away from their games. And so for me, what I'm doing now is enough. Maybe later on I would want to engage more, but ultimately it's not really necessary. And so what I'm creating in the future is a choice. When people are tired of their systems, of their games, they have a choice to leave. They have a choice to choose Rudy's system. It won't just be the same system. And so when I said earlier as well, which you agreed as well, that, you know, capitalism and communism today is all this under the same system, is that like even if you go to China, you're not going to be free from their system. If you go live in Russia, you're not going to be free from their systems. Yeah. Maybe Iran, but then in Iran, you're under the IRGC, which copies the same systems that these motherfuckers are running. See, the IRGC is doing essentially what you're doing is, which is like, you know, trying to stay 10 steps ahead of their PSYOP, but they use the same PSYOP methods to PSYOP their own people towards, to put them under their control. They're not providing a choice. Like, nobody gets up and is like, hey, I'm tired of Zionists and I'm tired of the communists. I want to be free. I'm going to go to Iran. No, You've never heard anyone say that, right? So not even Iran is a different system, essentially, what I'm trying to get at. And so that's what I'm building towards. I'm building towards a secondary system that people have a choice to choose. And so it's really good. I want you to keep up doing what you're doing, which is trying to stay 10 steps ahead of the PSYOP. And this is really good because between you and me, you can, keep doing what you're doing and essentially come to the stream or hit me up on the Cafe Club, Discord channel, or you have my Instagram as well. You can hit me up on Instagram and like give me little summaries of like things that are important, things that you think I should be aware of, right? Like yesterday, you made me aware of Armenia and Azerbaijan, and especially the Armenian trip, right? The Trump road for peace and prosperity, which is essentially like just to have the military there at the line at the border of Iran. That was such good information that if it wasn't for you, I don't know when I would have even realized that this is also very relevant to what is going on today, right? So, you just come in here, you just beam important information into my head that you think is important for my path, and in return, I'm going to focus on what I'm doing, build the choice that in one day when you're tired of these games, tired of staying 10 steps ahead of the psyop, you can be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna choose the other system with Rudy where it's psyop free. And in my system, my goal is to force people to be free. Like, I don't want nobody to be like begging to be servants. Like, oh please give me a job. Oh please, I don't want to do anything for anybody. I just want to stay at home and brain rot and just give me, I'll do whatever, like brainless work. And then like I don't want to care about politics. I'm just going to be brainless and I want to do anything. I just want to like go to work 9 to 5 and then like, oh my god. Dude, no. I'm gonna force you to be free. Okay? You don't. Why do you think the RGC is using the same methods though? They aren't. Well, yes, they are, right? They are because, for example, right? They're using the same propaganda tactics. They're using the same educational methods to psyop people into, thinking whatever, like, oh, the RGC God. They're using the same PSYOP methods to create more dumb people. They are using the same PSYOP methods to for their banking systems, right? They're also not. They are not fighting corruption in the country. They are utilizing corruption in the country. They constantly lie to the Iranians about their actions and their methods. Um, they constantly they don't prevent any of the attacks. Like, they don't prevent economical attacks, right? Like Iran could have easily pulled a democratic socialist movement type shit, fucking build a whole new type of money system so we don't have to rely on the dollar. But no, they did not do that. They did not do that. The Iranian rial, the Iranian money, is very much tied to the dollar, which doesn't make sense, right? But it is that way. And what else? Right. They use this opportunity of sanctions to basically force people into the same controls and force people into their own systems, right? So, like, as a Iranian in Iran, right, you have two options. You either work with them or you get eliminated. And I'm not even joking about the elimination. Earlier, I mentioned those people that get hanged. They do. Like, on top of that, right? Um, you can't even try to do good for Iran and your fellow Iranians in Iran because, if like you're like preventing their income through their whatever systems they've created that is corrupt, right? Like, for example, right? Let's say let's say, um, like Donald Trump, the leader of the right-wing party of the U.S., a country with a history of genocides and regime change, just assassinated the leader of Iran, tried to protect its people from being destroyed by Western forces. Okay, what is this supposed to mean? I don't think the IRGC is trying to protect its people. The IRGC is trying to protect itself. People are just casualties, right? They the psyop that they run in the country is like this very um, is a very martyr focused, right? So and the thing is, right? And why is that a psyop? I'm mentioning that, like, you could say, oh yeah, Shia Muslims are like, they value martyrdom a lot. Yes, right? But not and but they take this value and they use it in their own favor. No, all of these higher ups that I'm talking, all these ayatollahs, all of these like Congress members, all of these IRGC related people, they have they send their children to foreign countries to study there and live there and work there because they don't want them to come to Iran. They own houses, they own like houses abroad, and the moment things get bad, they're gonna fucking dip, right? And but then like they ask people to martyr themselves for the good of the nation, for the good of the IRG, for the good of Islam, and go to heaven or whatever. But they would never allow their own children. They would never allow themselves to do that. Like who okay, Ayatollah Khomeini on the first day he gave himself up to be a martyr to motivate the IRGC to keep fighting and take revenge. Bro was 80 fucking 9 years old or some shit. He was hella fucking old. He was 86 years old. He was 86 years old. And he had fucking ass cancer. Like, what do you call it? Like the cancer in your fucking, what is it called? The ones that they finger your butthole to check if you have cancer. He had that kind of cancer, and I don't know if you've seen his videos, but one of his hands was fucking limp. Bro, him dying changes nothing, bro. It was like fucking, it's like he killing him. That's not much of a martyrdom, bro. You're already like at death's door. Like, oh, you did so great. Fucking, yeah, so on and so forth. So this is exactly what the Americans and what the Zios do. This is literally Zio strategies. Do you think Zionists have their own show? Look at Bibi Yahoo, dude. Bibi Yahoo's son is in fucking California. Okay, and all these Ayatollah, all these Khamenei's, or all these fucking IRGC members, bro, their own families are also in America, are in Canada, are in Australia, are in Sweden, are in London, just like Bibi's fucking children. Just like Trump, who has like fucking bank accounts in fucking Switzerland or whatever, because if things go bad, he's just gonna fucking dip. I'm not even like there's more. I can continue, okay? There's also a lot of market manipulation in Iran on purpose, right? Like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, one thing that they had used to start doing a lot was pump and dump schemes, okay? Where they would like like things were becoming really difficult in the country. Inflation was really bad. It was like up 200%. And so like one thing that had become very common for people to like get into for making kind of like a side hustle, making income, which like fucking everybody and their grandma was into it, was the stock markets, right? But Iran doesn't have access to international stock markets. It's all national markets, okay? They would pump and dump national companies, okay? Because why? The rial was getting really bad and people were not spending their money. And so what happened was like what people were doing to prevent the value of their efforts, which is their cash, to not decrease, is people were rushing to go to exchanges to buy dollars, like dollar bills. Like the country didn't have dollar bills anymore because everybody had bought dollar bills, whether in the through the black market, like unofficial market, or through the government mandated exchanges, whatever. There was no more dollar bills in the country because everybody had bought as much as they could and they had kept it in their houses. So what they did to get all this money back into all these dollar bills back into the IRGC, the fucking government, right? Was running this psyop, getting people onto the markets with like, oh, you can get with these get rich quick scams, bro. I remember, dude, I was there in that FOMO ass era, and people would like sell their cars. They would sell their fucking dollars because they just needed more money. They needed more money to pay for their, their bills, their whatever, their fucking food. But then, like if you're an early bird, you're gonna make a lot of money. But by the time more people had caught on, boom, fucking the IRGC itself would pull the rug. So that's what's going on inside Iran, right? Earlier you asked why am I saying they are just using the same methods? It's because of these reasons. Yes, yes. Which is why initially when the war started, I was very skeptical because a part of me was very convinced, like very, very convinced that what's happening, what was the when the war started was like what was happening in Iran is just a big psyop, right? Because of these things that I've witnessed, I feel like I'm being psyoped. Dude, yes, you are being psyoped. You are not an Iranian, okay? You're just feeling good because somebody is standing up against America, who's such a piece of shit. America, Israel have been just swinging their dicks around, slapping everybody in the face for so fucking long, and somebody is finally standing up to that bitch, right? But you don't, and that, like that's something to celebrate. It really is. But they are no better. The people who are standing up to America are no better than America. Like if Iran and America switched places and the IRGC was as strong as America today, Israel today, we would have the same fucking issues. In that position, you would be happy that America is standing up against Iran, which is why we have the Iranian diaspora today supporting fucking Netanyahu and Trump because to them, that's what's happening. Finally, someone is standing up against the IRGC. There you have it. So, the IRGC is an anti-hero. They're not role models. They're literally the same system. They just want, uh, I don't know, because like that reality in which Iran is America is not the reality we live in. So like we can never say 100% for sure, right? But like what I can tell you that I've observed in Iran is that they do definitely use these same tactics to control the Iranian people. But those people who were against the RGC were free to go the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, etc., right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like, what do you mean by that, though? Why would they not be allowed to go? Bro, why would you want to leave your country? The whole point of like being an Iranian in Iran is like you want to stay in Iran. You want to help your own people. You don't want to leave your country. But these people who are leaving Iran have no choice, bro. They have no choice. They don't leave Iran because they genuinely want to like create bridges between Iran or whatever. They want to like go for good reasons. They're leaving Iran because they cannot stand living in Iran anymore. They would rather be janitors in like America or whatever the fucking other country that actually pays them than live in Iran and like have a normal life. It's that bad. I mean, dude, like, so other things that I can are notable to mention about the IRGC and why it's the same system that the Zios run. It's not like in America where if you were even sympathetic to countries like Iran or Iraq, you would be marked as a terrorist traitor and canceled or fired, potentially targeted by the CIA. Oh yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, okay, so here's the deal between Iran and United States, United Arab Emirates, UAE, Oman, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain. Okay, here's the deal before the war. Okay, Iran, the Iranian economy, the Iranian infrastructure, the Iranian life relies a lot on import. They import a lot of medicine, they import a lot of car parts, they import a lot of everything. Okay, there's a lot of import going in, even though we're like technically um, technically hold up, let me, even though we're technically banned, I want to enlarge my own Gaza. All right. Even though we're technically sanctioned, the Iranian, even though we're technically sanctioned, the Iranian, yeah, infrastructure, the Iranian economy relies a lot on import. That's a fact. And so, and America would overlook certain trades that happened between Iran and like Dubai, like UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, and Iran and India, Iran and whatever, Iran and China, Iran and Russia. They would overlook these trades. Okay, there was a healthy trade system going in, even though there is like a sanction. I mean, sure, you know, there's like extra loops to run through, but like, you know, we would make do with what we had. And so, you know, the UAE, as much as like politically we are like enemies, we weren't in reality, like economically, business wise, we were very friendly. Straight up. And so, but like if you were an Iranian who traveled to America or, I mean, Israel is completely off the fucking thing. Like if you go to Israel, you're whatever. But if you travel to like France or if you travel to like, I don't know, England or like these, you know, countries that are like high risk or whatever, um, they would keep track of you. They would keep track of you. You would be under surveillance 100%. So yeah, and they would easily, if they wanted to, use that as a reason to just apprehend you if they ever felt there's a need to, or they don't even need a reason because it's like a dictatorship. It is a dictatorship. Yeah, RGC is a dictatorship. You don't really need like proof or whatever, like stable proof, right? To like really even call anyone a spy and then like get the IRGC to arrest them. You just have to have some like connections or whatever, and you can label anyone a spy, and the IRGC would just like take care of them. That's how a lot of people like a lot of businesses are taken over. A lot of businesses, a lot of houses, a lot of lives are just taken over, right? Because the I don't know, they just labeled them as like, oh, you're a traitor, and they just build a fucking fake ass case against you, and then take over your business while you're in jail. And they don't give any of the money to your family either. They just take all the money. They do that. That's a thing. That's like so Zio-pilled, right? And so this is why I mentioned earlier, initially during the war, I was hella skeptical about the whole thing, is because in my head is like, and especially between Iran and Israel, there has been a lot of connections. Like the whole like revolution was backed by the CIA, and Israeli provided weapons. Yeah, so and there was this whole thing between during the Iran-Iraq war. This thing called like the Iran-Contra. I think it's called the Iran-Contra, where like Iran was buying American weapons through, I mean, initially uh, through Israel, and then the CIA found a way to just like skip Israel and go straight, just sell weapons straight to Iran. So Iran was buying weapons from America, and we all know CIA is also Israeli as fuck. So like, these connections were like making me think like, wait, is there a bigger psyop going on? Like, is is this just like a thing to like, I don't know, maybe weaken the GCC countries or weaken Europe even, right? Because like, um, you know, America wants America wants a piece of Europe. America wants Greenland, right? America wants Canada. America wants Mexico. And Europe relies a lot on Middle Eastern oil. And so now with Europe absolutely starving because of like energy issues, who's taking over? Fucking um, Russia, which we know like Putin and Trump are like best buddies. And like fucking, they're not gonna be able to protect Greenland. Like without oil, how are they gonna protect Greenland? Canada is fucked right now. They don't even have oil reserves. Were you in Iran during the 12-day war? No, no, I was not. How about it, dude? Ask me questions. I do know about the whole situation though, because I was in contact with, I mean, there was a whole like internet shut off, but I was still, I did contact before and after, and somehow during as well. I was studying, bro. I was trying to get my undergraduate degree. And so, like I thought, like, cause America wants to do this whole like global shift in power, right? So like, I thought like, okay, so um, maybe they're doing this like, they're in cahoots with Iran, because like in my head I was like, fuck, did the RGC might just straight up be a CIA asset, and none of this even matters, and like they're already like an Israeli friend like behind the curtains we don't even fucking know, because like, I mean, look at how much damage they're doing to Israel. Look at what they're doing now. They could have done this at any moment, but they haven't. They've just been, I don't know, like feeding Hamas, and then Hamas, like Israel being able to like have real reasons for actually going after Palestinians because they say Iran is helping them. Same with Lebanon, like, or is the IRGC just like an Israeli asset, like the fucking ISIS? Because like, with this kind of narrative, it's kind of like looking like it, right? And then I was like, yeah, right. Then Greenland is gonna be easier to take, and then Russia's fucking gonna like whatever. Ukraine's gonna be like, Ukraine's never been a fucking thing even. Yeah. So and so I was like very skeptical of the whole narrative, and I was like, but I spoke to some friends, and so they said, yeah, the Iran. I found out the Iran Contra thing wasn't even a big deal. Like it was mostly about South America, uh, like Guatemala and stuff, I think. And then so I like it's only called like Iran. From what I understand, it's only called like Iran fucking thing Contra because they were selling missiles to Iran initially, like in the fucking first part of it, like a very background thing. The main scandal was the fact that CIA was taking the money that Iran pays for the missiles and just feeding it into all of these bullshit that was happening in South America, right? All of the coups, that fucking weird bullshit they're running in South America. And so they were calling it Iran, whatever, because, CIA was feeding all these scandals through using Iranian received money by selling missiles to them, weapons to them, and without the president even knowing. So that was debunked, and then what else? Yeah, I mean, dude, like Trump is also not making sense at all. Israel backed off of Lebanon. So Iran is serious about Lebanon. So, if they really weren't serious about Lebanon, they wouldn't even add them in their whole like peace, like their whole ceasefire deal like that. And Trump wouldn't be blockading the blockade, and they wouldn't be asking for tolls and forcing everybody to use yuan, Chinese yuan for oil. So that narrative sort of like as I got more educated, that narrative died off. But in the beginning, like things were looking like that, and I was losing my mind. But it still doesn't take away from the fact that Iranians are using Zio fucking ass methods to get better control of their own population. I don't know how much of that you followed along. I hope that was a good feed for your brain. I mean, there's like more details where like kind of drove me away from that narrative. But I think like one of the reasons why Iran is using like Zio ass fucking methods is you gotta learn from the best because they're playing the same game. Like we were talking about systems, right? I was saying that I want to make my own system. Yeah, Iran is playing in their system. So if you want to win in their game, you gotta play you gotta tried and true methods. All right, bro. Yeah. Thank you for coming. All right. All right. Let's continue with fuck this guy.
Believe anything. Okay, that's their worldview. If you analyze
Lyric, nice.
what the Talmud is on a fundamental level, it's not a book of rules. It's a book of debates.
Right. So when I was watching this, let's watch this first.
Okay, so rabbis 500 years ago would debate on what age can you bang a little kid. And that debate is what they reference for when they're passing judgment. You have your fundamentals, but then you have your Talmud. You have your like corruption, where it's like, well, it depends on what you mean by murder. Like the Talmud argues that if you tie up a man, this is in the Talmud. If you tie up a man and he starves to death, you did not kill that man. That man killed himself because he could not, because his body killed himself. Or even though you tied him up and wouldn't let him get food. That's the type of thinking you're dealing with. And that's why when you're looking at a lot of Arabic countries, you're looking at Russia, you're looking at China, these people don't want to engage in diplomacy with America anymore, or Israel, because they know they're dealing with loophole-seeking, conniving leprechauns. Because that's the nature of the Talmud. They will say, oh, we won't drop any bombs, and then they'll redefine the word bomb. They'll say, oh, we meant B-O-M-E, a bomb, or like B-O-M, trademark, bomb, it's a candy. I'm not kidding, they think that way. And they go, we didn't drop any bombs. We dropped bombs. Someone's like, you guys are a bunch of assholes. And I'm like, tee.
Alright, so the reason why I'm highlighting this video is I'm sure most of my viewers watching right now already know this, everything this guy just claimed, but the reason why I think that Talmud is a good example of what will go wrong if you allow yourself to continuously debate what has been said, you know, in the scriptures, and you know, the corruption that comes with it, right? And so essentially, you know, he mentioned a few of the corrupt things they do, you know, that, you know, makes them look like conniving. It makes them have this conniving, loophole finding, you know, people, and which is why in Christianity and especially Islam, which I can, you know, speak for, also Christianity as well, you cannot add or subtract any, like in Christianity, sure, like whatever, but like in Islam especially, because they don't even get away from the original Arabic text, right? Like the Arabic used in the Quran today is not even like it's not the same Arabic used. Sorry, the Arabic in the Quran used is not the same as the Arabic spoken today in any of the Arabic countries. Is, you know, it's like old Arabic, and so like they don't even Muslims are, they don't even try to like translate it, you know, or something like that. They, the only like translated Qurans you find will 100% have the original Arabic text and the translated version of it, because they try to stay away from this, like debating the scriptures as much as possible, because they don't want to be questioning what God said too much, because, you know, what God says is so complete that there is no need for us to like debate it. In fact, it's a sin to. You're just only going to go further away from it. Like, it doesn't matter if you read the Quran today or tomorrow, based on how you're feeling and how your day is, the Quran will help you and direct you, or, you know, the Bible will help you and direct you accordingly to what is going on, exactly what is going on in your life. And so, you know, which is why the rereading of the, you know, the revising of the Quran in difficult times, you know, reciting certain prayers or like whatever, is so is like such a culture, because you know, no one can translate the Quran for you. It's God, it's between God and you, and there's no debating it. I cannot sit here and debate, like for you today, debate with you what God is telling you. No. It's between you and God, right? So that's a major difference between thing, and why, you know, the Jews are failing their own religion, and it's, you know, Zionism is a thing, so on and so forth. And the Talmud is like how do you say, blasphemy.
The weirdest book you've ever seen just keeps getting weird.
I think Saudi Arabia. Right. The rest this one I mentioned about Confederacy not having a cross because of Jews, and like you don't want to get into the rabbit hole of American history and the importance of Jews and slave owning Jews, like in high society America. Like the war between the North and the South, where the North were like trying to like free the slaves, and the South were trying to not free the slaves and continue having slaves. It was like essentially like there was a bunch of Jews in the South who didn't want to lose their slaves.
He actually wanted to have a cross flag, but they didn't because they thought it was anti-Semitic. I'm not making the story up.
And then this is the reason why I say this. Bro has references. He has references, and that's very valuable in today's world.
And I'm not saying that the Confederacy was a Jewish institution. The flag's designer, William Porter Miles, wrote about this in his personal letters, though, and historian John M. Koski writes about this in his 2005 book, the Confederate battle flag. The Confederacy had major Jewish leaders and donors, like the Attorney General Judah P. Benjamin. There are books about major Jewish figures in the South and in American history. In fact, in 1860, before the Civil War, a Jewish rabbi opened Congress with a prayer. The South also had Abraham C. Myers as Quartermaster General, Surgeon General David Camden de Leon, Treasury Officer Raphael J. Moses, former U.S. Senator David Levi Yulee, Hospital Administrator Phoebe Levi Pember, and Officer Moses Jacob Ezekiel. Jewish Americans were heavily involved in the practice of slavery and plantation ownership. They helped facilitate the auctions and the slave trade itself. It's no surprise that they were opposed to the end of this institution. And even though you own slaves and you think that black people are animals that should be working the fields, you wouldn't want to be anti-Semitic. The American Confederacy actually...
I would say it. The Confederacy was a Jewish institution. In fact, the only reason slavery was brought into the equation was because the Jewish bankers in Europe attempted to enslave America through debt by the way of a loan that Abraham Lincoln was asking for. They were selling Confederate notes in Europe, graybacks, and because of this, they were funding the South at practically zero interest. They were attempting to create their own America. It didn't succeed until 1913. They offered that loan to Lincoln at like 18% interest rate, and he notoriously wrote in his diary how he could not, with good conscience, accept a loan that would effectively enslave our nation. One of his advisors then told him that if he created his own currency, the most influential country on earth, and declared it that if he created his own in the most influential country on earth and declared it to pay off debt, both foreign and domestic, he would not need to take the loan. In comes the greenbacks, about 2 million, I believe, and the inspiration for today's dollar. Oh shit. Rolling out the greenbacks was so effective that the Jewish bankers had to find another way to try and destroy the Union. With their media presence in England and the fact that England had abolished slavery 30 years prior, they began to print in the press in the North that Abraham was a slave driver. This effectively riled up the North, England, UK, to the point where Lincoln was almost fighting a battle on two fronts: the Confederacy down south and practically all of Europe to the north. Honest Abe said, "Psych, watch this," abolished slavery, then proceeded to dog-walk the South. He no longer had to fret over conflict in the North, and his greenback dollar program was a major success. The only other president to do something similar was JFK. Everyone thinks that Israel killed him for being nosy over their nukes. Nah, they killed him because he, too, created a sovereign dollar. The JFK red stamp dollar bills set to circulate the day he was assassinated already printed. Instead of a green stamp declaring it was made by the Federal Reserve, there was a red stamp stating that it was printed by the U.S. government. The very first thing LBJ did was to toss that project away, stating that our nation could not. Insane, dude. Insane. This is fucking mind-boggling, dude. Dude, I can't anymore. I just merged democracy and fascism. I'm done for today. Good job, bro. Take your rest. Hold up, my mind is blown, boys. I'm quiet because I'm trying to fucking absorb everything I just fucking read. Holy shit. Dude, that was fuck. They assassinated JFK and Abraham. The Jews have always been there. It's not even the Jews, the Zionists have always been there. But they're also all Jewish. I don't know. You gotta differentiate between, just just because you're born in a racist fucking family doesn't mean that you will be racist. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who are born in racist families who are just fighting racism constantly.
The American.
Dude, who is this guy, by the way?
This is the Armenian genocide. So you were never taught about the Christian Holocaust. This was an intentional extermination by the Young Turks, killing upwards of 1.5 million Armenian Christians in just 2 years. Religious clergy were massacred. Women and children sent on death marches into the desert. Some children who survived did so through abduction and forced religious conversion. In 1915, the CUP-led government systematically erased Armenian identity. The sad part today, most countries still refuse to officially recognize this as a genocide. So follow me to
drop a follow for this guy, bro. What a great guy. What a great guy.
The American Confederacy actually wanted to have a cross flag.
Oh, I can't see the fucking. If everyone had access to your unfiltered thoughts for one day, what would you change about it? How you think? Unfiltered thoughts? Unfiltered thoughts? I don't know where to start. I don't think anyone else could handle my thoughts. Not because they're like devious or something. Um, but because it's abnormal. My thoughts are abnormal. My brain abnormally works. Um, it it digests abnormally. And there's a lot going on. I have a very strong subconscious that has multiple thoughts that are going through it, and that I can consciously feel those thoughts as well. And I'm also very aware of both the subconscious and the conscious of my thoughts, and I think the awareness I have over them is to a degree where if anyone had access to my thoughts, it would just be too fucking noisy. It would be unimaginable to it would be incomprehensible, right? And then I also receive a lot of thoughts, okay? I receive a lot of thoughts that I don't think these thoughts are mine at all, because I'm not the person to have these thoughts. And so I also have to subconsciously or sometimes consciously actively chase down the origin of these thoughts while all these other thoughts are going on. And I do this as I live my normal life throughout my day. So I think one thing that I would want to do to change about how I think is, I don't know, provide a dampener for whoever that is finding access to my unfiltered thoughts for one day. It's overwhelming to a regular person. Yeah, that's one thing I would change. How was that answer? Does that make sense? Just the emotional spectrum that I have access to itself would probably cripple someone.
یا من توهم توطئه دارم یا واقعا اینستا جلوی بازنشر اخبار ایران رو میگیره. من الان بیام به فارسی یک
مگه ممکنه؟
حالی من کل زندگی با مهاجرت فکر کردم. همیشه دوست داشتم که از ایران برم بجز یک دو هفته. این یک دو هفته تنها روزهایی بوده که من دوست داشتم تو ایران باشم تا اینکه برم. دلیلش هم نمیدونم. حالی من کل
So this dude is talking about how his whole life in Iran he's been thinking about immigrating, and he's immigrated for 2 weeks, and the whole time he's thinking, I want to go back. And he doesn't get it. He doesn't understand this paradoxical thoughts and feelings.
امضا میکنه یا میری زندان جمهوری اسلامی برای جمع کردن سیاهی لشکر برای راهپیمایی 22 بهمنش که همه متنفرن از این روز اومده داره چیکار میکنه؟ ببچه‌هایی که زندانی بودن و به قید وثیقه آزادن ازشون
earlier I was talking about
زندانی میشن و خانواده
I haven't even spoken about fucking so much. I didn't mention voter fraud in Iran.
بچه‌هایی که توی این اعتراضات شرکت کردن و که دستگیر شدن بچه‌هاشون و تو زندانن، از اینا هم امضا گرفتن، گفتن مگه نه بچه‌هاتون رو آزاد نمی‌کنیم. و خیلی شخصای دیگه که ما خبر نداریم، هم از کارمند، معلم، هر کسی که توی این جامعه داره درگیر یه سری مسائل هست و داره کار میکنه، به یه شکلی جمهوری اسلامی بیخ گلوشو گرفته و مجبورش داره میکنه که به این تظاهرات بیاد. هممون از کثافت بودن جمهوری اسلامی با خبریم، ولی یادتون نره که بچه‌های داخل ایران تک تکشون گروگانن. پس لطفاً فشار روی بچه‌های داخل ایران نذارید. پاینده ایرانمون باشه و جاویدم شاه. امضا می‌کنید
پیش که برادرم ازم گرفتن فکر میکردم من داغ‌ترین خواهر دنیا، اما امروز دیگه وقتی نگاه میکنم امروز هزاران خواهر مثل من شدن، با یه عکس توی دست، با یه اسپری که صداش نمیزنن، با همون درد. ما گریه‌هامون شبیه همه، فقط اسما فرق میکنه. ما زیاد شدیم چون کشتن بچه‌های ایران تموم نشد و حالا دیگه ما فقط عزادار نیستیم.
Damn, these need
ما
sub.
سند زنده جنایات جمهوری اسلامی.
Just spitting facts.
آینده ایران.
Won't be able to do justice by translating it. Oh, this one was really heartbreaking. So this dude is a tomato seller. Earlier I was mentioning how like so many people like immigrate out of Iran. This tomato seller's son immigrated, and when he did, he put a clock on the wall behind his shop to like signify the time which his son lives in. And ever since then, like someone came, like, oh yeah, your clock is wrong, set to the wrong time, and he told the story. Ever since then, people come to him and tell him, hey, could you put a clock for our child who left? So now he has a wall of clocks for all the children who have immigrated out of Iran for just poor circumstances, finding a better life because circumstances in Iran are just not livable.
من یه ساعت گذاشتم به لحظه‌ای که ماجرا هر که من ساعت کاری جریان روش گفتم گفت بچه من رفت دکتر افسر آوردن اینا مال بچه‌ای که از دارجا مهاجرت کردن. ای پرنده مهاجر سفرت سلامت اما به کجا می
Insane, dude.
سلام نمایندگانتون بگید روزی که ماشه کشیده شد ما تو مزرعه آرزوهای برباد رفته در میان خوشه های سوخته جوانی داشتیم رویا میکاشتیم. واقعا حیفمون بود. آرزو که هیچ دو تصمیم کن که شب میخوابیم صبح طلوع رو ببینیم. من آدمیم که گریه کردن جلوم بدم میاد. اگه دیدید که جلوتون گریه
ساعت 11 شبه امروز کلا 100,000 تومان کار.
So it's 11 at night.
ولی یه صحنه دیدم.
This lady was only able to make that one bill of money from working all day. And then she saw someone poorer than her, and it broke her heart so much. She's about to give her daily income, the day's income, to that person because she just feels so bad. I have this on my stories. I mentioned this, how Iranians are able to cope, survive. We, the civilians, have survived so far by helping each other where we can and forgetting those we can't help, right? And it's bad because the amount of people who are being forgotten because we can't help is just increasing, and that's just so sad, like forgetting a person isn't just like forgetting them, you have to, alongside forgetting them, especially someone who you feel so bad for, you also have to forget a part of you, the part of you that felt that connection, that felt that empathy. You have to forget it. So, with the more you forget about people, the more you're forgetting about yourself. You know what I mean? Hold up, clip that. I think that's very important to understand.
And Donald is indicating the fear that keeps him up at night when he lashes out with anger. Donald, you're a sniveling cat.
This guy's goated. If you guys have Instagram, follow him. His exercises are actually goated. I'm not even joking. I want to get on his program, dude. Look at this. I gotta start doing this shit. I gotta figure out which corner of my house I can pull these moves off at. Look at this. Dude. This is powerful. Hey dude, welcome back. I'm showing one of my favorite fitness pages on Instagram. You missed all the good stuff, bro. Dude, listen. That motion, alright? I don't know how you are physically, but like those motions are important. If you know what I mean. Like important, like if you can't execute that motion and sustain that motion execution for like a long period of time, you're gonna be having a bad time in doing certain things. It's gonna be lacking. So I gotta get on his fucking programs, and especially strengthening the obliques here, the love handles, and yeah, essentially like the hip, the core muscles. Fire, dude, fire. No, I actually gotta like sit down. This is personal. We're getting personal stuff now. We're away from anything Middle Eastern related. I'm just putting you guys on the game, bro. Look at that definition, bro. My guy's lit. Look at this. Holy. Running or cardio, bro. Running has nothing to do with bedtime activities. Like what? Just because you run, you're gonna be able to be better at bedtime activities? No. Look at this. Can you hit it like this? As a runner, how long can you hit this? Come on. You don't have the muscles. Look at. Can you hit this as a runner? Can you hit this? Be for real, dude. Be for real. There you go. Can you hit this? You can. Don't even talk. Don't even at me, bro. Just get on, bro. Yeah, it is. You need stamina, bro, and you won't get that if you are big chungus and if you have muscle. Bro, this is not about getting muscular. This is about what was it called? Oh fuck, I forgot. Kegel. These are Kegel exercises, dude. People skip Kegel exercises, and like that's such a loss, dude. I was put onto the Kegel game like a few months ago, and I just haven't had the time to really incorporate it into my life, because my life is the way you guys see it is. But I gotta get on it, and I followed this guy because he just has all the motions, bro. Look at this. Bro, I want to be able to hit this, bro. You know what, like fucking get a shotty in this angle, bro. But you're gonna be hitting it. She'll never forget you, bro. And then you just gotta learn how to cook, right? You hit this, and then you cook her like breakfast or whatever, or you cook her dinner, feed her good food, and then hit this, pull this motion out. Like, bro, she will never forget you. She will never forget you, bro. Look at this, bro. The range. Look at this, bro. Bro, the core muscle is insane. Oh, dude. Like, I was hitting it this morning before fucking stream. Yeah, you know, like put your fucking hands on the table and like, you know, like you're smashing or like do that weird shit. Like, why the fuck did Looney Tunes get auto-modded? Oh, Mofo got auto-modded, you dumb shit. Dumb hoe. So anyways, like, these moves that I just got up and did, fuck, dude, like, gotta get on it. You gotta get, like, if you can't comfortably do that for, like, 10 minutes, 20 minutes straight, then you're, like, you're, like, losing a lot, bro. Oh, yo, Jeff, you wanna go to, Caldi's? Oh, shit. Will you be done with convicts before that? As is, but you know, it's like it like underwhelming. And then so when I was like planning, I realized, oh shit, like, you're gonna leave as well. So like, because I was planning, I was like, okay, 20th April, you'll be able to be like done with the convex thing. But then I hadn't like considered like your travel. So then when I considered your travel, I was like, oh shit. So then at least having it not open the thing is gonna be a lot better. All right. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I was talking to Jeff about something very important. Woo! Look at this. Can you hit this, bro? Fuck no, you can't. Don't at me, bro. Don't at me.
Hey, stop. 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 Stop.
Wait, this is a joke, right?
No.
This is a comedy sketch. This is a comedy sketch, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank God, bro. I mean, it probably realistically like that in there, but oh shit, dude, I was freaking out for a second. I thought it was like a leak. I mean, might as well be. It's good reenactment.
The gong. It is an ancient East Asian instrument that's used in meditation, religious ceremonies, but most importantly, salespeople celebrating a freshly closed dealio.
That's so retarded, bro.
Holy Moses. But why has the gong taken such a place in modern sales dungeons? The gong dates back to the Han Dynasty in the 6th century, when the great emperor, aided from customer acquisition, demanded the creation of a big bang.
Was my mic off? No, was I even talking?
Soon after its creation, legend began to spread of this magical instrument that, upon thwacking, could immediately erect entire armies of khaki-legged sales boys. The gong has since been banged for many of the most consequential deals in history. At the Treaty of Tordesillas, a gong was bunged. At the Louisiana Purchase, a gong had been bunged. And at the sale of a 2004 Kia Sorento to the Hidalgo family... About 10 years ago, tech offices were considered whimsical playgrounds where one could reasonably meet a fourth to add to their throuple.
Facebook has the classic Silicon Valley office style. There are games to give your brain a rest from programming, or you can ripstick and work on a knotty coding problem at the same time.
We have open quantum time that's free for employees or interns. No workplace is complete without a nap pod.
This is a conference room in here.
It's the idea.
Wow, we're so quirky and fun.
Should own their individual space and be as creative as possible.
God, we were eating this psyop up.
But now they've taken a much more
psyop.
Today's Silicon Valley is filled with hustle-pilled, somewhat muscular vibe coders that are constantly prodding a Frenchman named Claude. So please join me in a moment of remembering the office amenities.
Frenchman named Claude, that's hilarious.
But have you ever used...
Hold up, let me just drop a follow, dude. Damn. I keep getting psyoped by like hot ass hoes on Instagram, bro. Okay, she's alright. She's alright. Just had a really good profile picture, I guess. Wait, how can you hear me though? Now though? This is not a video. This is not a video. Wait, did I have like a YouTube or something? Got it, right? Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be fun. I'm probably gonna end the stream in 30 minutes. I want to get back to editing. I've opened a YouTube channel for behind the scenes of like my own daily life, because I'm running a startup with my friends, and you know it's a pretty unique position we're in as well. So I've created a channel. It's called I mean, I also have my main channel, the Rudy channel. I don't know if you guys are subscribed. Clearly not. You guys are lacking, bro. Why are you not subscribed to my fucking YouTube channel, bro? Get on that shit, bro. Rudy, Cafe Rudy, okay? Why do I have 4 subscribers, bro? The fuck? Get your games up, bro. And you guys can listen to me fucking go on. I was practicing yapping, and I had a whole other series of videos I was gonna upload, but then I didn't, because I'm a little bitch. Wait, you can't hear anything? Are you serious? Hello? 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 Bro, I think the issue is you. Like, genuinely. Because it's working on my end. See, you're psyoping me, bro. I'm speaking from the other room? What do you mean, bro? Hello? Hello? Yeah, I literally have my VOD up on my... Have you not seen my setup, dude? Fucking... This is my computer. And this is my laptop. So you know, read comments and shit. This is my fucking workout station. That's my bed. I made it today. Very nicely. Because I'm an organized, clean person. I slept at 4 a.m., but I woke up at 8 a.m. because I'm a military man. I just be like that. So anyways, yeah. Why are you not subscribed? Get on that shit. I have a bunch of, you know, fucking... I was practicing free speech, free talk. I have that mic. Why? Why would I get... How, like... Would that even work? Because it's like a Bluetooth mic. Like, was that a battery or something? Wait, actually I never even thought about it. Maybe I can connect it. called. I'm gonna put you guys on some mic game. It's called Ulanzi. Ulanzi. This shit is straight up banging. Let's try it out actually. Oh, right, I cannot use it because... Oh, wait, no. I might actually have a solution for this. So I cannot connect my because this is only for like phones Type C. I wasn't able to find a way to connect it, but I do have my main mic, which is this. So fucking this is this is a beast. And the reason why I'm not using this and I'm just using the headphones only is because um with my previous setup in the living room, I like, you know, this captures everything, and like sometimes it would speak really loud, and sometimes, you know, I don't know if you remember, my streams would like last 16 hours, so sometimes it would like go till like fucking 4 a.m. And so my friends were like weren't able to sleep, so kind of gave this up, but I could bring it back. Let's see. How can I bring this back without it um, being invasive? Because it's also huge. It's a bad thing, bro. It's a bad thing. I mean, I could just pull off the microphone off the stand, but where would I put it? Like, I do have an idea, though. Let's see if it works. Hold up. Oh, is this just attached to this? It might be. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, never mind then. What a fucking shame, dude. Wait. Give me a sec, boys. I might have a solution to our issue. To our vocal issue. Un momento, please. mind me cooking, dude. What is this setup, bro? Get me out of here. Hello? 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 Can you hear me now? Wait, hold on. Let me just. I have my own stream. Hello? Hello? How's the mic situation now? But like, you can't even see my face, bro. Like, it's all covered. What, you want me to fucking get lit like this? Is this really better though? Tell me for sure. Hello? Hello? This shouldn't be working. Is it working? Hello? Oh wait, it is working. Hello? This shouldn't be working. Is it working? Wait, it is. Hello? Hello? This should not be working. How about this? Wait, it's still working though? How about this? Is this working? What am I doing wrong? Chat? The A2 USB. Okay. Hello? I can just mute this. Hello, does this work? I not make? Hello? Hello? Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, this is it. This is my mic. Is it working? Hello? 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 Cause like, dude, now I gotta share the screen with this fucking mic. Cause like, dude, now I gotta share the screen with this fucking mic. It's pathetic. Is this still on? It's pathetic. Hello? Is this still on? Why are these saved to the desktop? Hello? Okay. So now this is working. But where is... Now this is working. But where is... Let me just remove this. Dude, why am I so confused? First of all, I want to rename this. Big Mike. Oh wait, maybe just Big Mike is picking up all this noise. Wow. Wow. Hello? 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 Can I peek the mic though? So, like if I stand here and talk, does that work for you? Like if I stand here and talk, or does it sound like I'm in the next room? Yeah, yeah. Isn't it the USB? What do you mean USB one? No, it's yeah, it's the USB one, isn't it? What do you mean USB? Yeah, it is the USB. I just gotta play around with the settings, I guess. All right. Can you hear me now? Where's this audio coming from? Can be Big Mike. Did I not delete this? This is global. Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello? Oh, I gotta. Right. um. Wait, how do I go into the settings and play around with the mix? Unhide all? What does unhide all do? Properties, that's it. This is all the properties, defaults. Yes. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay. What am I missing? Right. Then I will go to. Right. Then I will go to. Hide in mixer? No, don't hide in mixer. Fuck. Hide in mixer? No. Don't hide in mixer. Um. Properties? Filters? No. Like this should be chilling though, right? Why is this not chilling? Like this should be chilling though, right? Like if I even stand over here, it should be like capturing it really well. Like if I even stand over here, it should be like capturing it really well. You know what I mean? Like this? Hold up, hold up, hold up. this better? What am I, a rapper now? Big booty bitches, drugs, money, money. Big booty bitches, drugs, drugs. Bang, bang, gangster. I have to speak into the tip. Wait, what do you mean, like, make it? I have to speak into the tip. Wait, what do you mean, like, make it? So, like, I cannot just speak normally like this? So, like, I cannot just speak normally like this? But now it sounds great, no? Shit. But now it's like in my face. Shit. But now it's like in my face. How about this? Are we fucking with this, chat? Fuck me in my face, right? You don't need to see me. Wait. Dude, I got an idea. Can I just drop it? This should theoretically work the same, no? Hello? How's it now? And then I can like move it higher. Just have it above me. Does this work? Does this work? I think this works, no? I think this works, no? Oh, ew. No, I can't because the shape of my table. My situation is like this right now. So, I cannot clamp this on here because this is blocking it. I cannot clamp it down here because this is blocking it. You know, like this is straight to this, right? So if I clamp it in here, I'm just gonna try it for the sake of trying. Alright, it fit. Nice. I just hope it's secure. The tip is the key? Fuck. You can't be serious, can you? Bro's trying to help me set up my mic and he's telling me the tip is the key. Hold up, let me have my headphone on. Hello? Hello? So I got the mic here. Hello? Hello? How's it working now? How's it working now? Hello? Hello? Bro, why can't I hear myself? Let me just play a video.
NASA Harbor, inspiring others to
It's not working.
follow and making the port an important.
What? Dude. Now my headset is all fucked. Headset. Hello?
Pirate base despite notional British control. The Spanish and French definitely didn't like this and yet again destroyed Nassau. Twice in fact. Once in 1703 and another in 1706.
We're just fucking coming in to watch me struggle. Jeff, you busy?
Yeah.
Alright. Great, my technician is also busy, so Hetto setto. Hetto hon. Hetto setto. Ya hon. これですね。とさ。
But this only shifted
Why can I not hear the audio?
control entirely to the pirates. That's because without even a weak government to deal with, and still protected by the geographic advantages of the Bahamian archipelago, the Buccaneers took over the Bahamas entirely. Ruled by an informal
voice
code where they chose their own governor.
What?
The period was dominated by two competing pirates, Benjamin Horn
Okay. Oh. I can hear something.
Hornigold and Henry Jennings,
No.
who despite the rivalry managed to create an impressive outfit that soon began plundering the Caribbean, including British ships. Known as the Flying Gang, it was comprised of the most famous pirates at the time, including Charles Vane, Blackbeard, Calico Jack, Street Bonnet, Sam Bellamy, etc. The Bermuda governor estimated that as many as 1,000 pirates
Hello? Does the stream work though? Hello? Yeah. Does the stream work though?
resided in the archipelago. It was a golden age of piracy, but it would not last. The beginning of the end came in 1717 when King George appointed a new governor.
Okay, so everything works. It's just my headphones not working right now. It's streaming, yeah, but can't hear you. You can't hear me. Can you hear? You gotta be able to hear me. I just can't hear myself. Hello? Right. How about if I take this, put it in here. Does that work?
Woodes Rogers.
No. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I can like hear the microphone. Okay. Okay, Mick Ox. Let's remove this. Oh boy. is the fucking. This is the microphone. I should not delete this. Right. So this should be like perfect audio right now. Like as perfect as I can get it. And then like if I go to the mixers and I go a little bit higher decibel. But for hearing,
and granted I've
no, you dumb fuck. Yeah.
blanket pardon to anyone who surrendered to British authority.
Okay, this is fixed. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? I am so sorry, boys. I am so sorry, boys. So, the odd like I connected the microphone and the computer automatically took the source of like the audio from the mic as well, so I had to manually change it in the mixer, like the desktop mixer. Hold on. Yeah, so it was gruesome. Okay, so my headphone is fixed now. Yeah, so it was gruesome. Okay, so my headphone is fixed now. Okay, but how's the audio though? Is the audio like lit now? Because if I put the if I put the webcam here now, like back in its original, like where it's supposed to be. This is the setup. And is it like invasive? Don't you guys think it's invasive? I feel like it's a bit invasive. Or is this perfect? Is this better than before? Oh, position it like I'm gonna blow it? Okay. You should just say that. That's a great way to say it. I'm a professional at blowing it. Alright, are we fucking now? We fucking now or what? Oh shit, my dick fell. Oh shit, my dick fell. Oh shit, my dick fell. Oh shit. Everything is so loose, dude. Everything is so loose, dude. Maybe the my gear is like a bit. It's audible now? I do all this. Shit. To get it is audible now. Don't know, bro. This is kind of what you might call it. I'll fix the wire situation later. But your reaction to all this effort is underwhelming. So are we sucking dick or what, dude? But like, is this really better than the headset I had? Are you enjoying this better? Is this more enjoyable to you? But why would I want to stick to the mic? You know, I'm a very dynamic person. You know, I'm always changing. Oh no, so like, dude, if I'm trying to like on-psyop you with this setup, it just doesn't work. But it looks cool though. It looks professional. All right. Thank you for helping me set this shit up. Where were we? Where the fuck were we, dude? Where the fuck were we, dude? Like, if I lean back, is it good here? Because I like to lean back a lot, especially when watching videos. Or do I have to like bring it with me? Because then that would just be so annoying. Dude, setting this up was a bitch.
Ghalibaf, Mushtar Khamenei. You know, I'm trying to think of kind of the common themes that unite them.
Let's look at the Shah for just a moment and look at him very fairly. He actually was a progressive in a number of ways. He instituted a land reform program. He instituted a literacy program. He sent thousands of students from Iran to the United States, and particularly the United States, to study, and in other countries as well. He liberated women. The irony was that those he liberated, the women and the students he sent abroad, they came back and joined the revolutionary forces. And the irony was that the Shah, being progressive, was attacked as being reactionary and conservative on these particular issues, whereas his opponents were the reactionaries. Putting it very bluntly and very simply, the Shah was trying to move Iran into the 20th century. His opponents, Khomeini et al., wanted to move Iran back into the Dark Ages, and that's what they've done. Now, there was some repression, true. Now there is total repression.
I could like get used to
there
this
may
setup.
not have been enough.
Like I could get used to this setup.
Land reform. Now there is none.
And
whatever.
then like
what I
just
am
like
simply suggesting
stay
is
in
this:
this
when we look at the Shah, we have to look
continuous
at him
chill
in terms of what he confronted, and he confronted
ass
revolutionary
position.
forces there that were not working, in my view.
But I feel like the audio of the video is far louder than my mic.
Ourselves.
Well, let me fix
And most
that.
important from the
ダビデっていうのは古代イスラエル王国を
Yes.
築いた
Yes.
王様の名前ですね。ダビデの星、それはまさにイスラエルを象徴するもんですね。
象徴するもんだ
現在もイスラエルの国旗に描かれるダビデの星。1世紀頃のイスラエルの遺跡からも発見されているこの古のシンボルが天狗とゆかりの深い鞍馬寺に残されているのは一体なぜなのか。深まる謎を解く鍵は福岡県豊前市にあった。目の前に現れた険しい山こそがかつて天狗が住んでいたという久保手山。この久保手山のゆえんが書かれた古文書、そこには5世紀慶太天皇の時代に山に現れた魔物の話が書かれている。一体どんな魔物だったのか。我々は山の麓にある資料館を訪ねた。
と天狗についていろいろと。
すると館長があるものを見せてくれるという。
じゃあちょっとここでお待ちいただけますか。
入れないんですね。はい。
それは一般の人は立ち入ることのできない収蔵庫にひっそりと保管されていた。山に現れた魔物の正体とは。出てきたのは一枚の曼荼羅だった。
岩屋坊っていう山伏の家に伝わってる天狗曼荼羅ですね。
天狗曼荼羅。
はい。
天狗曼荼羅。ここに描かれたものこそ久保手さんの魔物だという。その顔はまさに天狗。しかもまるで生身の人間を描き写したかのように描かれている。
想像っていうんじゃなくて実際に、何がしかのモデルがあってああいう絵が描かれたんだと思いますけどもね。
モデルがやっぱりあった。
なんと天狗にはモデルがいた。そして曼荼羅の天狗はあのユダヤの面と瓜二つ。天狗、その正体はやはり古代イスラエル人なのか。さらに我々にもたらされた驚くべき情報が。
天狗が頭にこうつけている黒い小さな箱がありますね。トキンというものですけども、実はユダヤにも同じようなものがあります。
なんと天狗のトキンがユダヤにも存在する。それは本当なのか。我々は東日本唯一のユダヤ教団を訪ねた。すると、
こんにちは。こんにちは。Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
迎えてくれたのは代表のヘンリー・ノア氏。早速天狗の像を見てもらった。
This little box.
興味を示したのはやはりトキン。
We have something similar. 似てる。
やはり似たものがあるという。
ここからは三井不動産とご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
それを身につけた彼の姿を見て我々は目を疑った。
そうじゃん、天狗じゃん。何これ。
天狗の正体は古代イスラエル人だった。それを身につけた彼の姿を見て我々は目を疑った。それはユダヤ教徒の祈りの時の装束。その姿はまさに天狗。
本当だ。何乗っけてんの。いや、もう
この頭につけた小さな箱はヒラクリティといい、中に戒律が書かれた紙を入れる神聖なものだという。さらに彼はユダヤ人にとって最も大切だというヘブライ語で書かれた旧約聖書を見せてくれた。しかしその名前を聞いて我々は耳を疑った。
This Torah scroll. Torah scroll.
なんとトーラーの巻物、あの虎の巻のことなのか。ユダヤ教徒は修行を終えたその証にトーラーの巻物を読み与えられる。
虎の巻って動物の虎じゃないんだ。
It's a Jew!
天狗の持つ虎の巻も修行の後に渡される特別なもの。牛若丸が
No, I'm talking about
授かったと言われるあれ。
the Japanese, what are they called? The Yon Festival? Isaac? Tengu, the Tengu demons. You know the Tengu demons? By the way, this is a black saffron tea that my mom brought for me like fucking 2-3 years ago. I've been saving it for a special occasion. This is what it looks like. Izurai jin tengu desu ne. はい。そうかもしれません。
である。一体なぜやはり天狗は古代イスラエル人なのか。
Nah, dude. There's no refuting the evidence, bro. The evidence is way too clear.
彼らは山でお祈りをしたり、あるいは山に行って身を清めたり、でそういう一種の修行のような。
Okay, okay. If this is funny and blowing up your mind, be prepared, okay? The next level of goy slup information, psyop, that you need to understand that nobody, like some people know, but you don't really see it being talked about because it's hard to connect it to anything realistically, is the fact that when they bombed Japan, Osaka, sorry, when they bombed Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, all right, those are the two most Christian cities in Japan. They bombed the cities in Japan that had the highest number of Christians living.
Okay, so did they bomb those places because it was the highest number of people or the highest number of Christians?
I mean, they say it was the weather. They say they bombed.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, that's kind of sketch.
Hold on, I actually gotta search that.
Because as a person living in Japan, you know, rarely do you... I don't know, like, how cloudy could it have been? What was it? April 6th is the... April 6th is, like, around this time. Sure, it gets rainy. I guess so. But would it, like, at what height do they release the fucking bomb? Is it above the clouds? I mean, I guess planes can't fly in a stormy day. So what was it, like, stormy? What? The weather.
The 8,500 to 10,000 Catholics in the Catholics crown.
Yeah.
Died in Nagasaki bombing on August 9th, 1945. Which, by the way, what the fuck? Killing over half of the 12,000 parishioners and destroying the Iroquois cathedral.
Yeah.
You know that there was literally only there were 8.5 to 10. Okay, hold on. Killing over half the 12,000. Okay, hold on. How many people were there? Wait, what's a parishioner? What is that?
What's the what?
I don't know how to say it. Parishioner is the person who lives in a geographic parish or is a registered member of a particular local church. So they killed literally like 80%.
80% of Christians in Japan?
No, Catholics.
Catholics in Japan. And you have to understand, Catholicism, okay, in Jewish lore, is the, like, Romans are became Catholics, right? So they see the Catholics as direct inheritors of the Romans, right? So it's like they're pure enemies, and they really hate the Romans. So, like, yeah, type shit.
Well, also another thing is it doesn't seem that Hiroshima is the most. It doesn't seem to be the case that Hiroshima was like one of the highest population, Catholic populated regions. So that sounds like a.
I mean, they have a lot
sounds
of.
like a stretch to me, a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, look it up. I might be wrong.
I mean, I know, dude. I mean, have you seen Hiroshima? Like, Hiroshima City has so many churches.
Yeah, I know, but so does fucking every other part of Japan.
No.
In my experience, yeah, I see a lot of churches in fucking Shizuoka or even Kobe. I mean, I see the.
But why are you comparing today to, like, then?
I don't know, and I haven't done my research. I don't know. I would look it up.
Wait, let's find out what the targets were. What is this super villain?
It says that Urakami, Japan, had the highest
Murakami, is it in that period of time? Oh, okay. Two years and 1 day old is considered like a 3-year-old? Following the opinion that 1 day in a year is equivalent to a full year. Similarly, Rabbi Yohanan maintains that there is a second Tanna who says that 30 days in a year are considered equivalent to a full year, and therefore a girl can be betrothed by intercourse from the age of 2 years and 30 days. No. No. Is this real? What is the source you've shown me? What is this? It's like this is seriously the Talmud, but according to the opinion of Rabbi Yanai, the rabbi, they should stop listening to whoever Yanai is. The rabbi mayor requires a full 3 years. This baraita is difficult as it explicitly states that in Rabbi Meir's opinion, even a girl aged 2 years and 1 day can be betrothed by intercourse. The Gemara concludes, indeed, this baraita, what the fuck is baraita, is difficult according to the opinion of Rabbi Yanai. The last clause of Mishnah teaches that if the girl is less than that age, example, younger than 3 years and 1 day, the status of the intercourse with her is like placing a finger into the eye. A dilemma was raised before the sages. What happens to this hymen? To the hymen of a girl under 3 with whom a man engaged in intercourse, does it disappear and come back again later? Or perhaps is it not removed at all until after she reaches the age of 3? Yo, I feel so blasphemous. Like, I genuinely feel like I'm being cursed by reading these things. I'm not about to have these thoughts in my head. I'm not about to have these discussions even take any shape or form in my head. It gets worse too. I'm so sorry that you read and know that it gets worse. I genuinely am very sorry for you. He calls Gentiles have the flesh of donkeys. Okay, is that an edible thing? They are liars, so you can grape them. Fucking donkey fuckers. That's insane. Shit. Fuck me, dude. That's insane. Is that the continuation of the same fucking part you sent me? That's insane, dude. Oh god, this tea is so good. Thank God for this tea to purify me of these evil demonic thoughts. I want to watch some Verilium, bro. Let's go to Verilium with the most.
And if you are a William fan and live in the state of Ohio, I'd like to extend my deepest sympathies. It was miserable to say the least. And funny,
I need mental and spiritual cleansing from just that 2 paragraphs that I read.
enough, the events that followed were much the same. And so,
But
I
thank
decided
you
to
for
come to
sharing
receipts
that. That was
and to
very
come down the
educational.
timeline and properly explain everything that happened, at least from what I can gather,
enjoy
who's to
these kind
blame,
of
what's to blame, and
informations
really what the problem is.
I enjoy these kind of informations being shared with me. I think it really expands my view and understanding. So, truly, thank you. And please keep it coming. Desktop. Yeah, this is fine, I guess. Hello? Oh shit, that's way too loud.
Two times the amount that we pay for that. So we take whatever API, the API charges are, multiply by 2, and then that's going to be...
Hello? 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 Hello?
So we...
Alright, let's, yeah, let's go through your content. Hold on, let me just get this fixed. How about like 10?
It's probably more marketable to say...
Hello? 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 How's this now? Okay, is it too loud?
Without charges, and then we only charge based on... Yeah, I know, but that could be taken advantage of. Like, people could write their, like, final theses.
Hello? 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 Yeah, I do want to like speak with a normal chill fucking. But sometimes I'm gonna peak the mic probably. So let's put it at a 5. Out of 5. How's this now? Like, how's the... How's this now? Is this better? Because
in the first place. But before we get into all that, be
when
sure to
I
like,
play
subscribe,
this,
hit the bell to be notified every time I make a post, and let's jump into the story. Folks, welcome to my breakdown
maybe I should
of the
need
worst
to
event breakdown
lower the
in
desktop.
probably the last 10 years.
Hello? How's the
From
desktop
Amy
voice?
Dangerfield. If you don't know Amy
Yeah, I can lower it from here. I don't know why I'm like playing around with this.
By the way, you have Gogrin.co, right?
Okay.
Dangerfield, she is a content creator and influencer, and I've said it before, I liked her. I found some interest in her. She had good production
The
quality,
audio is
and
good?
I was interested in her content. I like some of the things.
Okay. Alright, let's move to the clip you sent. My guy.
I'm hopeful about Israel because my people, the Jewish people, emerged from the depths of hell.
Oh
Israel has
shit.
a right to try and target
Oh
those-
shit.
Do not use other genocides
Oh shit.
to describe Israel.
In Islam, we have a verse in Quran that says their tongues will confess to their crimes when they, on the day they stand against judgment. And I'm sure if I scroll down, you will see somebody commenting that. Oh, 0 comments. Is this you, bro? No. Why is
I'm
there
hopeful
0
about
comments? There's 0 comments. No description. That's insane. Alright, let's go back to Verlian.
She was saying, and I mentioned her in a video.
He uploaded. Oh, that's your friend.
Because
That's
she was doing
lit, bro.
okay on YouTube.
That's
She
actually
had a similar amount of subscribers as me.
fire.
Not as much performance, but similar amount of subscribers. And so
I'm
she's
glad
kind of,
you have
I guess,
such
my
cool
contemporary.
friends.
And so I liked what she was up to, and I mentioned in one of my videos talking about her. So she texted me, shared numbers because of our days together at Rift, which that's a whole other fucking story, but that's for another day. She reaches out, texts me, says thank you for me shouting her out in the video. Granted, shout out, I literally just like mentioned her in the video, but the video did well. She texts me, I respond, and then she calls me. She calls me on the phone, which I wish she had texted me, or like I didn't think to record it, but I mean, she calls me. We have a conversation on the phone, and she presents this idea of an event to me. Now, I have been saying to people, not Amy, just to people around, that I'm interested in, I want to start traveling and collabing more because, you know, I'm kind of at a point in my YouTube career where, okay, I've got some viewership, I've got you guys, which glory be to God, you know? And so at this stage, all the people who I work with behind the scenes, they started recommending, you should go out there, you're young, go collab with people, take trips, whatever, go do that to sort of cement your brand more. This is just common content creator stuff. And so she starts proposing this event. And I was already pretty excited. I was like, yeah, I've been looking for a reason to go and collab with people. And she's mentioning some names that I'm like, oh, okay, I want to collab with those people, like Jake Shields. I did a little video with him at this event that I'll definitely try to get out in some capacity. She presents the idea of the event to me as follows: a pre-midterm bipartisan, like single issue event surrounding the United States involvement with the state of Israel, a topic that's very near and dear to me, obviously, and an idea that's near and dear to me. I made it very clear on all of my channels and through my general streams, talks with people, really the times in which I break down how I view the world. I like the idea of populism. I consider myself something of a populist. I've said this several times. And so a populist event sounds great. And there's going to be politicians there. She says we're going to try and get, you know, these anti-Israel candidates elected, these anti-AIPAC candidates elected, etc., etc. And I was all on board. I like that idea. It sounded right up my alley.
Does does it sound different without
them and I try to, I'm into that kind of stuff. What can I say? That's my politics. This is very known about me. Okay, like if you don't know that about me, then you just don't really know me.
What did I think of TYT? Like this guy? Where is it? Who's TYT? You like Kankan Anna Kasparian? Dude, no.
I have decided what that Boing Boing chick was doing. She was doing a jaywalking bestiality. Like, yeah, it might technically be a crime, but let's not waste the court's time on jaywalking.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
I see. I mean, I've recently come to know who they are. Like, I'm just learning about them, and it was through this guy. He mentioned them in his last video as well, which, you know, he said, like, yeah, my last week got popular when I mentioned her name. Yeah. So, yeah, I've just recently found out, I even heard their names, so I have no idea who they are.
But here comes the controversial part, the part I shouldn't say.
Like, what should I know about
I
him?
believe that if I were the the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving.
What is this guy even on about, bro? He looks tired, bro. Somebody give him some time off to sleep.
You are pleasuring the animal.
What?
You see what I'm saying?
No.
Okay. Now why? Why did that happen? It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It really is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why.
Bro is on air.
So was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
You know that people.
Bro.
Okay, look, not to be.
Wait, is this guy a Jew? What's going on?
Counter about what you're saying, because what you're saying sounds kind of funny, but a lot of people who are being raped can actually like have an orgasm. So like if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like you can't
Really?
say, oh, okay, if you come, that means
I can never be raped.
That's not the right way
I'm
to go.
unrapeable.
But number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number three, I mean, if you really asked the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be, no. Do you see what I'm saying? No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave it be, okay?
We recently did 23andMe. You all know what that is, the ancestry test. Yes.
That was incredibly uncomfortable, bro. This guy cannot be serious.
I have decided what that Boing Boing chick was doing. She was doing a jaywalking bestiality. Like, yeah, it might technically be a crime, but let's not waste the court's time on jaywalking.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
But here comes the controversial part, the part the benevolent dictator of the world, where there was like a guy or a girl
Can actually like have an orgasm.
I know.
So like if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like you can't
right,
say,
well,
oh,
number
okay,
one-
if you come, that means you wanted it. That's not the right way.
Number one, you're being an
Women
unbelievable
can
downer.
come.
I am, but that's the truth.
I didn't know
Number two,
women
they're
can
not
come.
both humans.
Did you
Number
boys
three,
know?
I mean, if
Did
you
you
really
guys?
asked
Did you
the
boys know
horse,
women
did you
can
mind?
come?
The answer's got to be.
I thought that was a myth.
Do you see what I'm saying? No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is. All
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna leave it be. Okay.
That was the smartest thing this guy ever did. Leave it be.
Being
I'm
enraged?
sorry.
That sounds disgusting.
Who
Whatever
wrote that
that
song?
is.
Who wrote that song?
That is, I believe,
We'll fix it in ADR.
Me.
No, I don't think you did.
number 2.
Second fact.
I am also a stand-up comedian and a very funny comedian online.
I've heard you do some front-facing character videos.
I do a lot of front-facing character videos.
Well, we got a couple of those. Why don't we go ahead and
How's
see some of your
how's the
impressions?
audio now?
Hey, no what?
Let me check the audio.
Couple of those. Why don't we go ahead and see
How's
some of your
how's the
impressions?
audio? Oh, the audio is great. Let me check the audio. How's the audio? Oh, the audio is great. We're chilling. We're chilling. This is Big Chung is chilling. He went to hill but didn't want to die on it. Smart, dude. You do not want to die on that hill. Trust. Especially not on live camera, bro. That's fucking insane. Live TV? Why would you want to... Shit, dude. My shit is loose, dude. Why is it so loose? Must be old. I don't know. Must be old. I don't know. It's not messy back there. It just it looks cleaner this way. Back there. It looks cleaner this way. And I'm not insecure about my room, but because I've recently cleaned it, and I just want to make a point about that. Because I've recently cleaned it.
As I said that I hadn't showered in a month, there were a lot of people who I suppose weren't real viewers of mine and thought that I was lying. And a lot of my real viewers said that it was a good start.
Is this
I
Asmon
don't
Gold?
need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad.
Oh shit.
The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock, actually, for my stream.
Is this
Because
actually from
basically
his
what happened
like audio
was
from his stream?
Whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would.
Did you
wake
know
me
he's
up,
like
and
a
then I would
multi-millionaire?
know, oh shit, it's time to stream.
Where's my multi-millions? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Big like. What was before this?
I have
Yeah.
decided what.
Action from individual within the video. All calls for violence. Action explicit content. Okay, type shit.
Humans. Number
Say,
number
okay,
one.
if you come, that means you wanted it. That's not the right way to go.
But number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both.
So, you know, in his example, if the horse comes to a conclusion, does the horse wanted it? The horse wanted it? So, welcome to the stream, all the new viewers. I've upgraded my fucking setup today. I got that big mic out. Got him from BB Yahoo himself.
Humans. Number three.
That's
I
why
mean,
it's
if you
like
really ask the
pointing
horse,
at me.
did you
It's like a
mind?
missile pointing at me.
The
And at
answer's
the same
gotta
time, it
be-
looks like a penis I'm sucking. Someone told me that, like, I need this to look like I'm about to suck it. That's how the mic will have better audio. So, here we are.
Did you mind? The answer's got to be.
Oh, shit. Wait, that's exactly what I was asking.
The answer's got to be. You're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number three, I mean, if you really ask the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be. You see what I'm saying? No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is. All
Yeah.
right, I'm gonna leave it be.
Bro is sleep deprived. I know exactly how it feels. I can see it in his eyes. Look at it. What was it? This is a sleep deprived man. Wait, is this you? Did I find your real identity? Dawson Johnson? Because you said the exact same thing. That was uncomfortable. That's exactly what this person has said.
I have decided.
I have found your real identity. No? Okay, close enough. Close enough? Not really. Alright, Verlium.
Like, I'm very populist in my view.
So you have to understand, alright? These medias are way too American for me, alright? I listen to them. Like, I understand that, oh, this person said this, but I don't have full context or majority of the context in which, like, you know, makes it news. So, like, a lot of it goes over my head. And so, like, you know, watching these things, like, mostly I'm just, like, kind of catching up and figuring things out. This is why I'm interested in watching, following these guys, because they're really interested in these, like, spaces, like, especially him, right? He Nick Fuentes and all these other guys, they represent the new generation, right? And then, like, Tucker Carlson, he represents the older generation that needs to start asking real questions, right? So these are and you know, like, for me as a foreigner, an Iranian who never been to America, I always wonder, like, what is going on in America? Like, are these people really that dumb? Like, what is going on through an American person's mind on a day-to-day? Like, you know, they just read the news, they see the news, and they don't react. What is going on, right? And so through these people, I'm about to catch up a lot better. Is there any context that was okay though, Lol? Any context that was okay? I don't know what you mean by that. I mean, the videos you sent are chill. You sound a little sick. Yeah, dude. I mean, that's why I started the whole stream by saying I'm gonna be drinking a lot of tea, and this one was a special tea I was saving since the beginning of the stream. It's the black saffron tea from Iran that my mom got me back like a few years ago. And I've been saving it for a special occasion. Today is the 69th day of the war. Yeah, I could bring you one or two. I only have like 4 or 5 left. I can bring you like 2 of them. So yeah, and I wanted to actually I was supposed to go out with a girl today, but I got sick yesterday. So fuck me, you know.
I just want to say this to our Christian friends, you know.
Christian friends, okay.
Just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you know. You guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us, because
holy
we all die for your
shit!
sins.
Holy shit! That's crazy.
Every single day, and that's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
We're all God's firstborn. We're dying for your
What?
sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the
Hey,
bulwark
yo.
against the orcs.
Mhm.
Okay, the
What is
orcs are
bulwark?
coming not to a theater near you, but to your home.
Oh yeah, mio bello unemploydo. Yeah, welcome. I am indeed unemployed.
Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee.
I just want to say this to our Christian.
Handsome. Thank you very much. OnlyFans when? Actually, I have a really good OnlyFans idea. That I am like, you know, to have like content that is different from everyone else, and that's like kind of like one of my final options. The problem is, you have to understand, I'm Iranian, right? If I open an OnlyFans, it's kind of hard to get income from it because, like, I cannot use PayPal or these sort of like Visa and whatever, right? Like, I need to have like foreign banks, and so like right now I'm kind of like, that's why I don't have my subscription on for Twitch as well. Muslim Jav does sound, that's a great idea. I did not have that idea, but that's a great idea. And then so yeah, OnlyFans is last option, and I don't know when that is, so please help me not to get there, dear loyal viewers. And we watched the video about Tengus in Japan and how it's based off of the Jews. Hold up.
Everywhere you look, the Bible's inverted. Adam and Eve is an ATOM, Adam. The building blocks of life. Literally every ambulance symbol is the serpent on the staff. You've got to really ask yourself why, and ask yourself, are you tempted? Of course we're tempted. This is the only story that makes sense. Do we need to be saved? Of course we need to be saved. We need to be saved by the crisis. What is your midlife crisis?
We don't need to be saved, bro. We had this conversation. Me and Yogo. I am Jewish, you're right. So we had this, I had this conversation with Yogo, right? And he's the one who said this. You can't save people, but people can save themselves, right? So we don't need to be saved. We need to save ourselves. Okay? That's
Christ
the age we're in.
Christ is king. Everywhere you look.
So what Yogo said to me invalidates what he says right now. In fact, the ideas that this guy is pushing is what is causing these issues, these sort of inverted Bible things that he was talking about, because everybody is waiting to be saved or wanting to be saved instead of saving themselves, right? And then helping others be saved, those who want are asking to be saved, or something like that. Nobody's saving themselves. Nobody's taking that. And so, who's better, Yogo or
The Bible's
what's this guy's name? Zherka? Fucking Yogo all day, bro. Zherka will be on his knees debating Yogo. Because he's lit. That's why his ID is Yogo lit. But I'm only devoted by, but not a rabbi. That's lit, dude. You should be devoted to your own religion. I have a firm believer that we all find God. Doesn't matter what methods we take. You know, you could be a straight up atheist unbeliever and you could still find God, because I started my whole stream with this conversation actually today. I had absolutely 0 viewers then. I was just talking into the void. But if you roll back, I had this whole conversation where I said about how this whole idea of religion, spirituality, God, whatever, is besides the point, because we as humans are living in an observable, we're living in an observable universe, you know. So in with that understanding that we are living in this observable universe, you know, you when you observe someone like in pain or someone in need, you know, you empathize with them and you want to help them, right? So you don't need to think about God, you don't need to be spiritual, you don't need to be whatever, and but you don't need to believe these things. But even as a person who just believes in reality, this observable reality, by living honestly, because that's what that's what reality teaches us. Do good and others will do good for you, you know. do bad and others will return the bad, you know? So that's like something it's observed. We don't need to like fucking learn that in a fucking biblical text or a Torah fucking verse. It's just observable. And so living like that as well, if you live good, you just automatically you're going towards God. So this is all just like, but then, you know, believing in God, you know, just, and believing in your faith takes you there faster. Plus, it also helps you connect to the different layers of reality, right? Which is like, you know, because what religion teaches us is that there's veils of reality. And, you know, if you really want to go beyond this life, then first you need to understand why this exists, why this observable reality exists, and what is parallel to it, what is after, what is before it. These things, that's like what religion really helps us understand. And, you know, I could also talk about magic, but there's no point in that. So I hope that makes sense. There's no God in Buddhism. Yes, there is God in Buddhism, but one thing I learned, but Buddhists believe in, they believe in, like, the difference between Abrahamic religions and Buddhist religion is that in Abrahamic religions they say when you have trouble, rely on God, right? But in Buddhism it says the opposite. It says when you are suffering, when you are in trouble, you shouldn't seek help, okay? You should do the opposite. You should sit down in this suffering and wonder why I have it, learn from it, without, you know, just asking God to take it away from you. Because that is God's lesson. Suffering is God's lesson. Suffering is the universal lesson teacher, you know. There is not zero God found in Buddhism. They have a creator God. In Buddhism, you're the pinnacle of the world. I mean, technically, in our own Abrahamic religions, we are also the pinnacle of the world. We're God's greatest creation. Even if you don't pray to deity, you have aid some way or help it in construction of the third temple. That's how you achieve nirvana. Bro, what are you on? Only yourself and zero God. That's not true. That's not true. That is not Buddhism at all. You have to conquer suffering. And there's many gods in Buddhism. And also there's like, I think they also do have the bro, the Buddha is literally, he's a prophet. He ascended to heaven, and then he saw heaven, and he realized, oh, I was able to ascend to heaven, nirvana, but I want to help other people to teach this so everyone else can realize that they can ascend like me. So he came back down, and, you know, he put himself through the same trials that even Jesus went through. Like, for example, he fasted. He went around teaching. He would accept offerings from people, you know. And Jesus was the same too, you know. he would accept help from prostitutes, from whatever, and he would stand up for the weak. He would help the bad who were trying to find their way. Same vibes, bro. And Buddhism does not have a creator god. Buddhism is unique among major world religions. It is non-theistic. It does not teach the existence of supreme creator god who made the universe and rules over all things. Dude, this is not true. I have a professor. I could go ask him. Created himself in like a person. Wait, I thought you were a Jew. Why are you so into the whole who Jesus is? He created himself in like a person? No, that's psyop. What kind of who taught you that, bro? Jesus was his own person. He was a human. He was the Son and the Father, as in like he was the Son. He was created by God as we are created by God. And he was born of a human mother. So, I'm Jew, but I'm also educated type shit. That's lit, bro. That's lit. I mean, that's the best thing, to be educated and interested and self-reflective. Or else, like, why are you getting educated if you don't self-reflect? Yeah, so he was the Son and the Father, as in like, like he's like the simpler way of saying it, like he was a prophet, right? Like, but like on a slightly deeper level. I'm self-reflecting your claims. Good shit. Good. So, as in like, God spoke to him directly, and so exactly, like, speaking of self-reflection, right? God self-reflected about the human experience through Jesus. That's why he was the Father too. And like, God allowed Jesus to perform miracles. It wasn't God performing the miracles, but through him he performed the miracles, right? So, it's like he's the Son and the Father, right? But he didn't birth himself, right? God zero God fear. Okay. Buddha Gautama arguably can be a prophet, but not a prophet of God. Why not? Okay. I mean, like, the Jews believe that. I mean, my understanding of the Jews might be limited and slightly biased because I've been, I've been learning it from different sources. So correct me if I'm ever wrong, but even the Jews believe that, God is this energy that, kind of like condensed himself into the universe, right? And so it's all about the natural law and stuff, right? So if Buddha represents how the universe works, he represents God. And so essentially he is a prophet the same way our prophets were prophets. You're not a big fan of God? You don't have to be. It's not important. Really, it's not important. Like, God is not important. Not really. If you just want to live a normal life and you know how to be good and you're like naturally self-reflective, and whenever you are losing your shit, you know how to handle yourself. You don't need calming, you don't need luck, you don't rely on luck, you don't rely on fate, you don't rely on manifestation, you don't rely on you rely on reality as is, rather than, because this is what prayer is, right? When you pray to God, right, you're essentially asking the author of a book to help rewrite your story or destiny, right? But if you don't care about your past and you know you're always doing your best, you don't really need God. If Buddha Gautama is a prophet, why he never knows the name of God? He was never reflecting to any God, creator of things. Again, like, maybe he did know the name of God, right? But that's not what he was trying to teach. Maybe God, okay, like, think about it, right? Everything in life, especially to the levels that Buddha was able to manage. Because, like, if you don't accept Buddha as a prophet, right, what you're essentially saying is that there is others, but you accept Buddha and, like, his stories, then you're accepting other than our God, right? If our God did not guide Buddha and allow him to perform the miracles he did, then he wouldn't be able to do what he did, essentially. And you know, we're not God, so maybe God allowed Buddha to do what he did without, like, giving the name of, like, getting too deep into the details about, like, who I am, and more of, like, who you need, because that's what us Abrahamic religions need. We need a religion that reflects off of the universe, off of what God has created, rather than off of God himself. You know, that could be a reason, but God has reasons for the things he does, and not giving his name to Buddha could be obviously intentional, and we can only wonder. So there is no source in Buddhism of God creator, so if you're devoted Buddhist, you wouldn't know of God never in your life. You don't need to know of God to know of God. What you need to know is how to love, how to appreciate, how to be better. And you see, you don't need to know God's name, okay? You don't need to know God's name, okay? Like, I personally, as an example, right? I personally, I'm not good at remembering people's names, okay? But I have many friends, like many acquaintances who I can rely on, who accept me, who help me out, and they ask me for help because, like, they just know of me. They don't know my name, right? And so if you understand and appreciate and accept and do what Buddhism teaches you, you definitely know of God. You just don't know his name, and that is okay. So God communicates with these people. He buys different clothes for his different children. Yeah, I mean, you know, you don't raise everybody the same. That's stupid. That may be true, but if you're Buddhist, you would never even think about God, so it can be legitimate claim that there is no God in Buddhism? Right. You can the legitimacy of this claim does not take us to anywhere important, right? Like, just because it's a legitimate thing that they have no God doesn't make their religion anything less than ours, in the sense that how it connects us to our God. As a Jew, as a Muslim, as a Christian, there is a lot to learn from the way the Buddhists connect with God's creation. And learning and practicing that makes us appreciate our differences and better understand and strengthen our own religion, our own connection with God. And that, my friend, is the truth. People who have never been exposed to Abrahamic religion all go to hell? No, that's not true. They don't. They don't. The Tengu tried to get Buddha hooked on OnlyFans, but Buddha was practicing no fap, so he meditated so hard his aura deflected the Tengu. Dude, type shit. Yeah, again, like, see, like, the Buddha did abstain from alcohol, sex, drugs, and he meditated a lot. He even abstained from food, and, well, God guided him, because at some point he was starving to death, and so, dude, I forgot the story, but essentially he came to realize that, okay, he shouldn't starve himself. He should accept offerings. And so he started living through offerings. That's why Buddhist monks, they travel around. They don't eat anything unless they are given food. I mean, there's some crazy stories about Buddha. The Bible says if you're a good person, you are more likely to go to heaven than someone who is Christian and not. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it does say that, yes. Yeah, like, because the problem is knowledge, okay? If you are a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim, you know God exists. You know the laws that he has set forth, okay? And because you know, you shouldn't go against it. You won't go against it, right? Like I know water is liquid, so it's fluid, right? And so I will never try to, like, use water to, like, I don't know, sculpt a statue, because you can't sculpt water unless I freeze it into a solid ice and then sculpt it, right? So you see, I'm acting based off of knowledge, right? And I don't go against my knowledge because that's stupid. But if you claim to be a Christian and claim to have this knowledge of God and his teachings, but then go against it, like, that's just blatant stupidity. Whereas someone who doesn't even know about God or about God's fucking messages, whatever, but, you know, just through sheer logic and understanding follows them, that's not a stupid person. So essentially, you go to hell because you're stupid from this, like, narrative. You can say that there is a God from this point of view, creator of all things in Buddhism, but there is zero evidence of this claim in real Buddhism, and Buddha himself never said anything like it, so doesn't sound like something that can't do anything with Buddhism. I think that we don't understand Buddhist text, because there's a lot of Buddhist text, And you know, Buddhism is derived from Hinduism, right? Because I don't think where is it? Yes, Buddha founded Buddhism, so Buddha was Gautama. Hindu Vedic culture in what is now southern Nepal. Okay, Hinduism is much older. Right. Buddha absolutely did not create Hinduism. Hinduism is one of the world's oldest religions and predates Buddha by thousands of years. Okay, that's insane, right? So essentially it's like Hinduism is like the Jews, and then a Jew became Christian, right? And so and you have to understand a lot of Buddha's texts, like what Buddha taught, is like lost to time, because there was a lot of wars over like anything Buddha related. So there's a fucking very, very high percentage chance that a lot of his teachings has been taught. We don't know. He might have mentioned it at some point. I mean, it's highly likely, in my opinion. Their correlation with Buddhism and Hindu is the same as between guinea pig and domestic pig. Hinduism is older than Jewish. Some people think the Garden of Eden is in India. Okay. No, but the reason why I said Jewish is because, like, you know, Buddha was born a Hindu, right? So he was like doing Hindu practices that led him to like nirvana, and then later on teaching this essentially like more advanced form of Hinduism, because now he actually like had ascended and come back. Born into a Hindu Vedic culture, it is what known as southern Nepal, a prince who renounced wealth and comfort to seek the end of suffering. After years of meditation, he attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree in Bodh Gaya, India. He then spent decades teaching. His followers eventually formed what became Buddhism. Type shit, fire. Alright, to the new chatters, welcome to the channel. I hope you're enjoying the conversations. Please leave a follow if you would like to stay up to date with my streaming. I also do have a Discord channel where you can engage with the community, called Cafe Club. I think it should be. Oh shit, is it not? Dude, I should fix that. I am so sorry. That is my bad. I'm gonna wait, is it not even on my channel? That would be crazy. I remember I put it somewhere. Oh wait, it is here. Okay. No, it works. Okay, okay. I have it. It's here. So, yeah. You can also join us there. I don't have donations on. I do have crypto donations if you want, but I don't have any other form of donations, which is not important. I am unemployed though, but yeah. So continuing with the Buddha, because I personally have learned a lot from Buddhism, and it has strengthened me in a lot of ways. I could start listing them off. I could start. Wow, dude. I should probably stop fucking just like fucking streaming and just go to take a rest. Jesus. All right, back to the Virillion
have a lot of
video.
admiration and respect for people on both sides.
But I do have my eye on the chat, so if you guys want to continue the conversations, I'm open to it. I do not take things personally. I personally am Iranian too, so if you have any questions about what's going on, let me know. Oh, 7 new stories. People are playing about an hour ago was squawking the 7,700 emergency alert while flying over the Persian Gulf. Wow, okay. Full path record of KC-135R aircraft shows that its signal was cut off midway. Oh, wow. That's mysterious. As seen on here, there's massive levels of GPS spoofing on the Persian Gulf. Yeah, sheesh. Well, it turns out the 6 RGC fast boats that were attacked, some of these were in reality civilian cargo ships. Yeah, we did read this on another channel, verified that they didn't hit. They hit civilian cargo ships. Yeah, so this is bad for America because this is not the first time they've their AI fucking targeting systems has accidentally hit civilians. Well, one was in Iran, the Tehran, like this girls' school, children house, the schoolhouse, the little girl primary school house, primary school, and now these boats.
Well, this has kind of been MO since
bad,
the start of this whole thing. Now,
bad
let me know,
America,
all
bad.
throughout
Stop
this,
using
she does not
AI.
say the name of this event. She just gives me the idea, and I found the idea interesting. I like the idea, and there have been events like this where both sides come together to talk about one central issue in the United States government, one issue in American society that both parties are failing to address. That's not a new concept. It's been done before, and I thought it was interesting. I thought it was cool. Great chance to network and collab with people. I like it. I'm in. About a week ago, on Monday, she sends me the first flyer, the first post that we're gonna make that has me on it. Let me note off bat, I think it's the photo of me is terrible, like clearly just a screen grab from one of my videos. I'm introduced as Vrillium, which I don't like. If we're gonna be doing a public serious event, I don't want to be introduced to people as Vrillium. I would like to be introduced by my name, Will Sexton. But most important red flag is the fact that it's called America First United. Phrases in there, America First. Immediate red flag. I call her almost instantly and say, hey, we need to talk real quick. What's going on here? Why is it America First? Because let's note, we can do a little experiment right now. When I say the words America First, what do you, as a content-consuming, politically engaged person, what do you think? Who do you think when I say America First? Do you think about a concept of isolationism? Maybe the writings of Pat Buchanan? No, you think of Nick Fuentes. America First, 2026, that's Nick Fuentes' movement. You think Nick Fuentes. It's that simple. That's simple. And I expressed this to her. I said, hey, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm getting like a Nick Fuentes vibe from this. Like what I thought this was a bipartisan event for both sides to speak about the one issue, that issue being Israel and its place in the American government. That's the one issue. So she mentioned there might be panels, okay, maybe there'll be some debates about other policies, but the main goal is to have panels there and just kind of talk about
He
AIPAC
did get
and
honey
that kind of thing, not
trapped.
really get into other politics. But here's this flyer saying America First, which is already calling upon the vibe and aesthetics of Nick Fuentes, the brand of Nick Fuentes. And here she is in the corner, her photo, her wearing the America First hat, wearing Nick Fuentes' hat. Immediate red flag. Because let me note, and I said this to her, Nick Fuentes is not a populist. And I want to make a very clear note of this, okay? Because the opposition to Nick Fuentes and the opposition to me, we share a lot of ops because of our mutual disdain for Israel, but that's what we share in our opposition. And so they try a lot to tie me ideologically and politically, both because of my general kind of goofy, wild nature, but also because if you put me next to Fuentes, Fuentes were so ideologically different that it makes it look like Fuentes doesn't know what he thinks. It makes it look like he doesn't actually know what he believes. And this has been the strategy of his ops for a while now. I've constantly been put next to him because there is an audience overlap, of course. I've been put next to him, or I'm not even next to him, I'd say under him. I've been put as a Groyper general several times, despite my constant tweeting that I am not a Groyper general, that while I like the Groypers, I like Nick, I support what he's doing, I agree with him on several things, I am not ideologically a Groyper. I wouldn't really call him like a full-on white nationalist, but he has that like racial stint. I don't really have that. I don't believe in that. He is very doctrinally orthodox. He believes in the idea that it needs to be his ideology, it needs to be his guy's thing, and that the solution is through those views, that you really can't interface with the left, you can't interface with people of other perspectives in that capacity, which there's an argument to be made for that, but that's not my personal belief.
You guys are literally watching a not American person trying to fucking understand what the fuck is going on. I'm trying to absorb everything I'm fucking hearing. And this is live cam footage of a not American trying to understand hella American context, and that's why my face looks like this. So
we disagree on that, that's fine.
I'm really focused right now.
I've donated to a show a couple times. You know, we've talked before. I met him for 30 seconds at the Young Republicans Gala.
And then this other guy just slapped me across. Kevin Smith just slapped me across town.
Will, nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you. What's going on? Good to meet you.
You know, this is just what it is. But I'm not ideologically a dyed-in-the-wool Groyper. I'm not Catholic. I'm not a total remigrationist. I'm not, not a lot of these. I have different opinions. Okay, and if you know me, the full breadth and width of my opinions is a little more than I can explain in 30 seconds. But I have differing opinions on several things, and so that makes me definitively not a Groyper by both their definitions and my definitions. But the definition of what is a Groyper, what is America First, is very, very clear. Ironically enough, it was Joel Webben at the event who was like more Groyper than any of the people self-proclaiming themselves to be Groypers, of which I am not one. Let me note that I am not one. Joel Webben outlined it very clearly, which is that they're not a one-issue group. They are a very clear and definitive group with definitive beliefs that none of which
guys, he's not a Groyper
as populism, like at all. Like the idea that Nick would go to an event like that is nonsensical. Of course he wouldn't. That's not his kind of thing. That's not his politics. That's like saying Nick Fuentes went to a meeting of the American Communist Party. Like he wouldn't. That's just not his ideology, and that's fine. People have different ideologies. It is what it is. I immediately take issue with this name. I say, listen, you're going to invoke the wrath of some Groypers. Like they're going to think that you're trying to put on like a Groyper event. And she goes, no, it's going to be this balanced event of left and right people. That's just the name. Like,
sounds like he almost got
like
pulled into a psyop operation.
On X, you're in like a right-wing sphere on X, so whatever, And I was like, okay, you know what, that kind of tracks. I said, is there any way you can change the name?
Like some Zio fucking method to like ruin the opposition, and he was almost used as an asset.
Signs, we have, fucking flyers, the post, graphics, we can't do anything. And I was like, all right, I'll go. Everything was already booked. My hotel was booked. I stayed in like the shittiest motel I could find because I'm kind of broke. That's besides the point. I tried doing a little vlogging. I'm not a vlogger. I'm not. It was so goofy. I'm not even showing. It came out so bad. But I say, okay, I'm gonna go. Amy's not that big. Like she doesn't get that many views. I thought, you know what? This probably isn't gonna make a lot of waves. This is probably not gonna be that big. I'm more so interested, and I want to give a speech. I got to speak, which was cool. It was a trip. It was cool. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll do it. And so I head to the airport, make my way over to Columbus, Ohio, and that takes us to the actual day of the event. I get there Friday. I hang out that night with Jake Shields, who's also there, and him and I did a little podcast together that I filmed. I don't know if I'm going to release that or not. It didn't come out that well because we didn't really have proper microphones and stuff. I think that's when they officially lost the American public, because how are you going to defend that to like the average American? Like, oh yeah, we're going to rally against this rabid anti-Semite. Who is she? Oh, she makes like nursery rhymes for children. They hate her. It was really cool to meet him. We've texted a bunch. He's a great guy, and so it was super nice to meet him. It was cool to meet other people. I got to meet some people who liked my videos, because obviously there is like an audience overlap. I think that's undeniable. I imagine many of you. There's an undeniable audience overlap between all of these people.
How's the Supreme Leader? Welcome back. The Supreme Leader, I think he's not doing well, like health wise. He has not. No one has seen him in public yet. Yeah. So that's all I have to say about that. But like strategic decision making seems fine. I mean, on like referring to you that as a political streamer. Oh, I'm sick. Dude, I am what is a word beyond supreme, dude? I am not a supreme leader, dude. I'm a supreme king. I want to be a king. The king of the world. I want to be the king of the world. Was I live last week? Yeah, I think I had like one episode last week. So I think I had like a shitty stream last week. I don't know, like I went through this phase of like not feeling like, I don't know, like not that I didn't want to stream, but I think like after the initial like war craziness settling down and me finding my center and ground, it was like I wasn't like losing my shit. I realized that my streams are it feels aimless. I don't know how to conduct them, and I wasn't happy with what I was producing behind the like I wasn't happy being behind the webcam. And no, bro, I'm so fucking busy, bro. I swear to God, dude, I'm too busy for D&D. Like, fucking maybe 2-3 years down the road. I don't know. Actually, this past month, April. So I've basically, my stream has been a little bit dead for about a month and a half, right? And so there's good reasoning, of course. All of April, I was very focused on developing the application for what we're doing out here in Japan. And so the app is out now on App Store and Play Store, but I think it's only Japan only. Sorry, the App Store, yeah, App Store, Play Store. And so so I'm gonna start running that, and then I did my thesis. It's not finished yet, but that, and then I changed my setup. Let me show you my new setup. I'm in Japan, dude. Wait, are you a first time chatter? No, wait, you're not. Okay. You're in Japan? Yeah. I'm in Japan. I'm a student in Hiroshima, and I'm just, stuck abroad. So, before, I was like streaming over there, but it was like, it was like not comfortable for my roommates. And so, this is my room, by the way. I've got my workout bench. That's my bed, and I got the Iranian flags, the Achaemenid and the Sassanid flags up. And so I got a new monitor, which is like longer. And so this is my new setup. Actually, the mic I just installed like a few hours ago. I got my, so I don't have a second monitor anymore, so I'm just running my laptop for reading chat. Yeah, I genuinely, and so yeah, I realized that I need to like now that I'm an actual streamer, I need to be comfortable behind the webcam. I need to know what I'm doing. And so part of that was like finishing my setup, which is still like always improving, and getting comfortable in streaming from my room. And also, whenever I was streaming, I didn't feel, I don't know, I felt so nonsensical. I felt like the stream is dead. I genuinely didn't want to stream when I started the stream. I was like realize I'm forcing myself to stream, but like I love streaming, so why do I feel uncomfortable streaming, right? So I had to, take a step back, self-reflect, understand what's going on, and do better. And that's what I did. So welcome back to the stream. Yeah, and in this past year, on a personal note, I have been learning more about the methods that the Zionists use, the Satanists use, the magicians use, the Kabbalic magicians, The truth of the matter is, Israel might sell air grenades to other countries, auto-aim drones and shit, but at the end of the day, you can't cook food with air grenades. You need gas and oil. Yes. I mean, one of the conspiracies that I just don't have enough backing for yet, because it's like a hindsight kind of a situation, is this war was kind of like on purposely done to push people more towards electricity, like electrical fucking alternatives. Because right now, like, okay, before the whole AI movement, they needed a lot of RAMs or whatever, so they, like, you know, they had the whole gaming industry, and they turned the whole fucking chip making industry into like all for AI. And now one issue that they have is electricity, right? People are just not into electric alternatives at all, and so they're not investing. No one is investing in electricity, right? So if this war pushes people away from gas, so the previous like leaders of the world are gonna start losing their power, the new oligarchs are gonna gain more power, and then their whole problem of like electricity is also going to get solved, because more people are going to invest in electricity like alternatives. So better batteries, better electricity production, better wires or whatever, dude. And that also solves their problems. So that's like one possible psyop that is going on. It's like forcing Iran to be brain rotten, but Iran ain't giving up. Yeah, essentially. Like another thing is the America and Israel acted off of bad intelligence, which is quite strange, because Israel is known as like to have the best intelligence gathering or whatever, intelligence agencies. And the truth is, like, not all Iranians have internet or anything, dude. Like, people just be living their lives, bro. We don't have free access to internet. Like, you gotta be like tech savvy and like, or like have a VPN, but like that eats too much of your fucking internet, so it's like you don't use it all the time. And the only time you use the VPN is like for like dumb shit, so sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like buying VPN is also very tricky, so you have to use free VPN, and free VPNs are like, you know, fucking weird. And so yeah, it's like a very closed thing. So they were going off of like information they were gathering from big cities, which is like not the majority of the country, right? And they were going off of information, that intelligence that they were getting from the diaspora, the Iranian diaspora abroad. And so, you know, if you want to go off of that intelligence, yes, Iranians want to overthrow the regime 100%. So going to war makes sense, because providing the weapons makes sense, so on and so forth, but it just didn't work out.
People, because if you're into Jake Shields, you probably have seen Frillium. If
Bad
you're into
info.
Frillium, you've probably seen Jake Shields and seen Nick Fuente. Like there's only so many people. And so then some of the people who were there helping with production, whatever, they knew me, and it was cool to meet them and cool to hear from them and talk to them and whatnot. For all the people that I did meet, it was great to meet you. Wish we could have met under better circumstances. Now, Saturday, I head over and I had heard stirrings. Now, I wake up early. That's just how I am. I film all my videos like 6 o'clock in the morning, so I wake up early, and immediately I'm seeing stirrings on X of this being a problem, of what I feared would happen here coming to fruition. People are seeing the name, and Groypers, like real dyed-in-the-wool, like proper Groyper types, like Beardson, Greg the Groyper, all those guys, they start having an issue with it. It's not looking good. But it's the day of, I'm 15 minutes from the venue, and I say, all right, well, time to go. Time to go to the venue and see how this goes. I get there. I immediately realize this event and the event that I was told was going to happen are two very different things. I'm handed a schedule sheet of the full speaker list. Now, mind you, I was told that this was going to be the left and the right having this one issue kind of rally around these politicians, really centered on these politicians who are anti-Israel winning local elections. And there's going to be
the Iranians want regime change. You mean Dubai, Habibis, and Mossad agents? No. I mean, besides those people, I'm talking about like whitewashed Iranians, like Iranians who wish they were like European or American, or like they say, oh, I'm not Arab, I'm Persian. Like, you know, those kind of people. You know, we're not Arabs, by the way. But like the way they say it, it also like they're trying to like bring themselves closer to being European rather than an actual Middle Easterner. So those kind of fucking Iranians, and those Iranians are also like come from a much more like higher educated, Western like culturally educated, and they are usually better off. They have better understanding of how to use technology, so on and so forth. But an average Iranian doesn't care. Like, the only thing they care about is like the rising prices and how the fuck are they gonna live. And so like, yeah, the regime is psyoping them like, oh, you're not poor because I have bad management. You're poor because of the Zios, the whatever. And, you know, like, they don't believe it because they're not that dumb, but also, like, what other options do they have? If you speak against the RGC, they're just gonna fucking throw you in jail and call you a spy or something, execute you.
Left-wing influencers, right-wing influencers, you know, whatever, and we're gonna kind of have this big kumbaya event, okay? That's kind of.
And so actually, this war is retarded because all the lies the regime has been telling us to justify their own corruption came to fruition. So now those people who were skeptic about what the regime was telling them as a reason to why so much corruption and like poverty exists in the country are now fully believing in the psyop, because they're like, oh my god, death to America this whole time, and they were right. Death to Israel, they were right. These people were gonna attack us, and they did. These people were right. So what if they did like have complete control over like an economy and inflation? What if they did have complete control over our infrastructure failing? What if they did have control over the internet? Wow, I should believe the RGC more often. We're so cooked.
That I like. I immediately realized this entire list of people have fuck all to do with populism, fuck all to do with that idea. Nearly all of them are right-wing. They are people who are in the general orbit and sphere of Nick Fuentes, with like a couple of Democrat politicians thrown in, and a couple of like Muslim politicians, Muslim people thrown in. Like there's not a lot of people.
Muslim
there's only like a
politicians.
handful of speakers, I being one of them, and it is vast majority right-wing people, vast majority that side.
Are you psyoping or being for no? I'm very much being for real. This is why I started streaming, to bring this real this reality to the discussions that are being had on what is going on in the Middle East, in Iran. Like,
all of them,
I myself was heavily against RGC. I wanted them to get the fuck out. I wanted regime change. I wanted that. I myself, as a prime example, I wanted regime change. I saw no other way. But then the war, and I was like, they're bullshitting. Like, America, like, wouldn't do this. Like, it's just not worth it. Attacking Iran is strategically bad. Everybody knows it. No, they won't do that. They've already spent way too much money in the Middle East. You're not going to come back to the Middle East, especially when they're coming off of like war and so much debt. It is illogical. It is stupid. It's a fallacy. But the IRGC kept saying, no, Israelis, Zios, Americans. They're going to attack us. They're coming us. They control everything. It's not our fault. And I'm like, bullshit. I am 27 years old this year. And growing up in Iran, inflation was not your fault. Like, was not the Zio fault. Like, you could have created your own fucking currency and, like, based it off of, like, whatever. Because Iran has a lot of gold. You could have based it off of Iranian gold or something. I don't know. Do something. Okay? And, like, I go to all of these different fucking like dude, if you want to like get anything done in Iran, you gotta have like connections. It's corrupted, okay? You can't like, you know, you can't just you go through the system like a normal person. You just have to spend as like a normie with no connections who just wants to go and do something bureaucratic. You have to like get lucky with it, you know? Fucking, it's disgusting, you know, like every fucking place, dude. And so I'm like, this is not the Zio's fault. This is the government's fault for not fighting corruption. And so I said that one time, and like my friend was like, bro, they're doing this on purpose. They are getting money from this. Like, you know, like especially companies, when companies get get populous, certain companies start having income certain higher level, the IRGC goes into it, like buys 50%, they starts owning it, okay, because they want all of the sources of income. For what we don't know, because the infrastructure is not improving, lives are not improving, fucking jobs are not increasing, inflation is crazy. So where's this money they're making going? And like there's so much resources from Iran being stolen. It's literally being stolen. No one knows where it goes. No one knows where the money goes. This happens all the time, and whoever that says anything, they say it's the Zios. It's not them, it's the Zios. And if you continue telling that it's our fault, then you're a spy. You're just trying to create discourse in this nation, and you're trying to ruin peace. And they throw you in jail. Fucking worst case scenario, they execute you. Yes, I'm against. No, right? I was, right? But then fucking Israel and America attacked for the second time, by the way, with bad intentions, with no plans, with nothing. They made everything worse, and so now I'm like, fuck. Like, thank God the Revolutionary Corp exists. Thank God they stole all of our money and fucking invested it in like fucking missiles. Because if they didn't have 20,000 fucking missiles, if they didn't have like 30,000 fucking if they didn't have 30,000, 40,000, I don't know, fucking unknown amount of, they literally have unlimited drones right now. If the Revolutionary Corp did not have this sitting in their fucking storage, today my parents would have been dead. My country would have been taken away from me. But the Revolutionary Corp was able to withstand this. Sure, they get help from China, they get help from Russia, but it's not that direct. They have this infrastructure which seemed to be a total waste of money, but it's paying off. So I can't even hate them anymore because they were right. So now I have to like, I can't even like stand up for myself anymore and proudly say, hey, you are corrupt. Because then the guy would be like, who saved your parents? Who saved your land? Who's the reason why America didn't take over the Middle East? Who's the reason why Israel is not in control of the Strait of Hormuz and taxing everybody? Then shut up. And I have to shut up. So, before the war, that was my views. And after the war, this is my views. So, as an Iranian, I can't speak out. I can't fight for my own rights. I can't do nothing. I just have to look at the value of my money falling, my parents struggling and starving, jobs being lost, education getting worse, them getting more control over our every fucking facet of our lives. They control everything. They control when you fucking marry. They control like your education. They control like everything, bro. They control everything. Or at least they try to, right? They try to, but they wish they could control it. And these situations give them the right, the opportunity to you know, push for this control and actually achieve it. Now I'm under IRGC control because I can't stand my ground and tell them you were wrong. No, they were right for investing in so many drones and missiles. They were right in working with Russia and China, even though they were fucking us in the ass over bad deals. They were right about everything. Why? Because America and Israel actually attacked us, even though it doesn't make sense. It's bad for them. America is losing. Israel is losing. And the Shah definitely didn't own all the wealth and didn't give everything away so Iran can be westernized. He was a dictator that held the wealth and there was no freedom. He was a dictator. Yeah, the Shah was the king. Of course he had all the wealth, okay? We had a revolution to overthrow a king. And the Revolutionary Corps is the new king, bro. It's the new king. It's the same fucking situation. The difference between the Shah and the Revolutionary Corps is that the Shah was actually smart and good at management. Okay? He actually wanted to improve the country. He wanted to become a global power, a global superpower. He was putting Iran first. He was way ahead of his time. He was. People keep calling him a pawn. He was not a pawn, okay? He came to power as a pawn, but throughout his, I mean, now in hindsight that we're learning so much, throughout his fucking reign, he made every single fucking move to become as strong as any European country. And he was. Iran was as strong as any European country. Iran was as strong as America. Which is why today we're able to stand against America. He gave freedom to women to vote. He's the reason why women in Iran vote, get higher education, are motivated to get higher education. He normalized higher education for women. He did. It was the first Middle Eastern country where women could drive. Okay? So this whole like conversation about the Shah, I'm not talking about his son. His son is a cuck. Alright? His son is nothing like his fucking father. And also the Shah was a believer, so he was a Muslim through and through. He's literally he is buried in a mosque in Egypt, okay? Besides that, right? So this whole idea that the Shah definitely didn't own all the wealth, he did own all the wealth, but he's the king. He should, and he was using it properly. And didn't give everything away so Iran can be westernized. He did not give everything away to make Iran westernized. It was quite the opposite. He was promoting Iranian culture. He was promoting Iranian culture. Yeah, sure. He was like allowing Western culture to also come in, but he was institutionalizing Iranian culture and continuously developing it, bringing it back. Like, you know, fucking, I mean, there's a lot of examples I could get into. Okay, but I want to move on, right? I don't want to stay stuck in one point. He was a dictator that held all the wealth. So what? So what? And there was no freedom of speech. There was freedom of speech. There is as much freedom of speech in the Shah's time as there is today in the Islamic Republic. So nothing has changed. He was a dictator. He was not a dictator. He was the king. He was the king. Okay? Do you think the Shah would have allowed another leader would have been allowed to be elected? And what do you think would have happened to Hormuz? Nothing. What do you mean? The Shah... Hold up, no, I know what you mean. I'm about to answer you. Do you think the Shah would have allowed another leader? No, the Shah would have not allowed another leader to be elected. Why would he? He's the king. He is the leader. He's the Shahan Shah. He's the king of kings. I mean, that was a title he gave himself, but, you know, that's him showing his intention. And I'm saying this all in hindsight, right? I understand if you're like there at that time, it's kind of like, oh, weird. And what do you think would have happened to Hormuz? Well, Hormuz, dude, it was the king, the Shah, that kept stressing that we're not Persians. I can pull up the videos where like an interviewer was talking about like mentioned something about the Gulf, and he said like something about like the Gulf, some people call it the Arabian Gulf, and he was like, who are these people? So I was like, and he was like, well, this is how the Shah was talking. He said, well, what is it written in the textbooks you were taught? It was written the Persian Gulf, right? So why are you saying the Arabic Gulf? It's the Persian Gulf. So he had the Hormuz would have been the Iranian territory, and he would have maintained it the same way the RGC is maintaining today, maybe even better. Maybe even better, because he was very smart, he was very cunning, he was very well educated. Yes, so if he doesn't allow, how is that good for Iran? And the Hormuz would be blocked as a deal between the United States and Israel. How is that beneficial for the development of Iran? Look at freaking Egypt now. It's lost everything. It's just an American puppet. They destroyed it and built the Suez Canal just for their own business to move all the minerals they got from Africa from slave labor. If he doesn't allow another leader, why would he? Okay, so if he doesn't allow another leader, like, Iran's not going to be taken over. You're thinking that the Shah, you still think that the Shah was a Western puppet. He was not. He was not a Western puppet. And we know this because he wasn't giving special treatment to Israel. And let me pull up. Maybe you were not there when I was my history, no, playlist. Excuse me. Give me a moment. Alright, it must be here.
In 1950,
alone has 1,000, haven't you?
There. Tell me when you're ready, okay.
I should download these videos because they'll take it down. Are you okay? I'm not gonna say anything, okay? This is words from his mouth. And everything they said against him, like, oh, you know, he's taking all the wealth, he's not giving it to the people, he's a puppet, it was all a psyop. It was psyop against him because he was gaining way too much power. Do you understand? He invited the 50 most fucking powerful leaders in the world into a party in the middle of the desert, and everybody showed up. Everybody showed up. Do you know how powerful you are for no one to reject your invitation to a 3-day party in the middle of the desert? To feel so safe that they can go to a party for so many days and just fucking chill?
I'll say in the media they have people.
Okay, first of all, this is what he says about Israel. Okay, you tell me if this person is like pro-Israel or something. You're just playing devil's advocate for the sake of it? Explain to me why you think that. And then I'll continue with the video. So while you're typing, right, I'm gonna backtrack, right? Because you're saying the IRGC is better than the Shah. And I'm telling you that the IRGC is not better than the Shah. The IRGC is the Shah, maybe a little worse, okay? The difference between the IRGC and the Shah is that the IRGC helped Palestine and helped Lebanese people, helped the Yemenis people fight against Israel. Okay? The Shah would have not done that. So, you know, the genocide in Palestine and Lebanon would have probably been taken over by Israel because the Arabic countries are not supporting them. And Iran wouldn't have, because that's not the Shah's problem. The Shah's problem is he's Iranian, dude. He's not even Arab. Something like that. I don't know. You're like in Jubilee mode. I don't know what Jubilee mode is, right? So that's the only difference, right? The one of the biggest reasons why Lebanon and the Yemeni, the Houthis and the Hezbollahs and the Hamas today are able to fight back at all is because of Iranian support. But, you know, like, there's so many things that are sketchy about how the IRGC came to power. Again, like, they had CIA aid, they had CIA help. Okay, they had CIA help to push propaganda against the king. Jubilee Rage Bait channel, 1 IDF soldier debate, 20 Palestinians. Okay, right, right. So, you know, the IRGC, you know, they make use of this Western opportunities that are provided to do what they want to do. Like, you know, during the fucking Iran-Iraq war, they did buy American weapons to fight against Iraq, which was also funded by fucking, America. You know, if you want to really stay true to your beliefs, like, why would you resort to asking them for help? Like, the October surprise? Do you know about the October surprise? Like, it was this weird thing that if it wasn't for the way they took over the embassy and the timing of it, you know, like, who was it? Nixon? Was it? I don't know. Who was it? The president that won wouldn't have won, you know, and it was like this weird thing, you know, and fuck, dude. And so they're definitely like taking this kind of like help from these Western countries that they are completely against when it suits them, which is like fine. Like, I genuinely, personally don't have a problem with that. That's smart. You should do that. But then that's what the Shah was doing. Okay, again, the difference between the IRGC and the Shah is that the Shah was much more help Iran. Iran is great. Iran is beautiful culture. We need to develop that. We need to become the Middle Eastern superpower. We can. I'm the Shah. I'm the king. And IRGC was like, no, we need to help fight Zionism. Like, that's the only difference. Like, international, like, that's the major difference between the IRGC and the Shah. I mean, the oil today is still national. Oil in Iran is very cheap. The Shah made that happen, and the IRGC continued. Like, a lot of the infrastructure that the Shah built, IRGC continued because it was good. Like the education system. We can keep arguing over whether the Shah was good or a traitor, but that still doesn't change the history, the actions of America and Israel and the UAE, all the people that died. But I don't know why you're trying to argue. Like, so I'm here to tell you the truth, man. The Shah was not a traitor. Okay, and it's like, you think the Shah is a traitor, and Like, you're much more pro IRGC because you don't know about the extent of the crime that the IRGC has committed on its own people. On its own people. And, I mean, why the fuck have I lived... I came to Japan 6 years ago. Okay, I went to a language school, 2 years. And then it's been 4 years of undergraduate. I haven't gone back home once. And I only met my mother one time, 3 years ago, when she visited. And it was very awkward. It was like mid-exams. She was only here for a week. You know, she couldn't stay longer because financial issues. So why would an Iranian... I love my country. My family lives there. We have a shrimp. Like, I don't want to be away from my family. I'm not stupid. I'm not a Iran hater. I love my country. So why am I living in this? Like, every time I talk to my mom in this past 6 years, she has told me over the phone, I'm just glad you and your sister have made it out. That's how she talks. When I talk to my friends, they say, I'm just glad you made it out. Okay, this kind of rhetoric, this kind of thoughts, this kind of conversations are only said when the country that you come from is just not worth living in or going back to or even thinking about. People help you to leave this country and forget about it. It's kind of like a self-sacrificial thing, you know? They're like, live for us. We're glad you're not here. And I'm over here saying like, damn, I really want to go back to my country. And the IRGC is the reason why I didn't continue education in my country. I, didn't immediately go back to my country after finishing whatever education, for example. IRGC is the reason why, major reason why my mom, my dad are like, we're glad you made it out of the country. So, like, maybe, I don't know, what else would you like me to say? Like, again, like, I grew up in this, like, I've come out of this, right? A lot of their crimes is normalized for me, right? But then when I've been spending a lot of time learning about the Shah, especially in this past 3 months, and let me tell you, everything they accused, every psyop and everything they accused of the Shah is the exact same thing they're accusing of the RGC, and everything's a psyop. I'll give you a really good example, okay? One big point of like debate against the Shah was his secret police called the Savak. Okay, they said the Savak. Wait, are you still in the chat, by the way? I'm not just talking to nobody. They said the Savak would take people, torture people, whatever, and they would just throw out a fucking huge number, like 10,000 people or something. I don't know. Every time it was different. And the Shah came out and said, no, it's like 3,000 people. That's it. Like, I don't even have space more than 3,000 people. Why? I don't need more than that. Like, we do what we do, but this is the number. Honest to God. But the PSYOP against him said, no, 8,000 people, 10,000 people. Okay? And everybody was repeating these numbers, 8,000, 10,000, to make what he does, which is, to maintain correct society and maintain this tight ship towards progress and betterment running. He needs to do this. Every country has secret police, and they all have like prisoners of like people who are just genuinely want to ruin society. Okay, fast forward to January this year. there was I don't know if you were aware. I'm pretty sure you were aware, but there was like a huge economical collapse in Iran, and so people started rioting and protesting. They started protesting, and what the IRGC sent out, it's like secret police. They were like shutting things down if it got too bad, and then people started rioting. Okay, and then the IRGC came out, like, you know, they started fighting against these riots, and you know, mosques were being burned by rioters, whatever. And like people, like, you know, guns were brought out against the police, and Iran is very well known for using live ammunition against protesters, right? But things got really wild this time, and they threw out this huge number. They said the IRGC in these riots killed 30 to 40,000 people. They said that. Okay, and if you watch like this fucking faggot Reza Pahlavi and like all these like Iranian diaspora, they all repeat these numbers. And the IRGC came out and said, swear to God, it's 4,000 people that died in the riots, and that's it. It wasn't more than that. This is the official number. Please believe us. But people still don't believe it. They believe the PSYOP, and they keep repeating the 40,000 people number. This is the exact same situation as the Savak situation in during the Shah's time. And so yeah, like it's the exact same situation. Like at the time when all of these things you're telling me about that to you makes the Shah a traitor are just psyop, dude. They are they are real. Like in the base of it, they're real. Like the IRGC using live ammunition against protesters is a real thing. But what PSYOP does is takes a real thing and exaggerates it to demonize them even more, right? And they were doing the same thing to the Shah. And I didn't even know all these things to this depth for me to be able to tell you so firmly, so surely. I mean, I had heard stories, right? But I didn't fuck it. But now I know for a fact. I have proof. So if we're really raising these claims against the IRGC and agree that Pahlavi is a Zio plant, then who would I choose? That's the real issue in Iran, okay? So this is the major issue about Iran, okay? So within the country, the IRGC has either eliminated or put into jail all possible leaders, okay? And whoever that is outside of the country is way too psyoped to be like not corrupted leader. So Iran is in a point where they're like, you know, if you step into the country with this intention of like being a leader, boom, RGC shuts you down 100%. Fucking execute. So we don't have a leader. This is why we're in such a shit situation. There is no one to choose. I mean, there are some really good university professors that could be chosen. I really like the current president. He's a great guy. I don't know. He gets shit on by the Congress a lot, especially the IRGC Congress. I don't know why. He was also in the Iran-Iraq war. He's a veteran, and so we are in this limbo of like no one to lead us really, because the opposition and our own team, they both are preventing a true leader coming out. Yeah, I would choose me, make me the new leader. Actually, no, the new president we have is great. Pezeshkian, great guy. He's a brain. I think he's either a brain surgeon or a heart surgeon. He's a surgeon. He speaks English. He's very well educated, and he's like a veteran. You know, he was in the Iran-Iraq war. He's great. I think we should back him up more, and the IRGC should stop shitting on him so much. Like in the early days of the war, right? He came out and he said something along the lines of like, I don't know, like, oh yeah, we wouldn't attack countries unless they attacked us. So, you know, he kind of like said it in like a very kind way. You know, he was like, yeah, you know, we don't want to hurt anybody. You know, he kind of like, some fucking people started saying he sounds apologetic. But essentially what he was saying was like, listen, we feel bad for everybody. We're nice to everybody. We won't attack you till you attack us. Right? And he said it in an apologetic sounding way. But he said exactly what needed to be said, right? And he got a lot of backlash from the IRGC about that. They were literally telling some IRGC members literally on like X or something were like saying, oh yeah, well our leader needs to like whatever, what like our president needs to, because you know the Trump, the American Israeli side were twisting his words and being like, hey look, they're apologizing, right? And so the IRGC people were like shitting on him, coming out on X and saying, oh, this guy, he doesn't know what he's saying. We don't stand for anything, whatever. And then they were just repeating exactly what he said, right? So the next day they came out with a statement that is exactly what he's saying, except it's not as nice sounding, but it's exactly what he was saying. And you know, they shit on it, and like you know, in the past, especially with the droughts and stuff, like I watched the interview of him where he was talking about it, and he's like, yeah, like, well, you know, and he, you know, as a president, he can't even though he's president, he can't like, he's too afraid to say certain names, you know, kind of like how it is in the West with AIPAC and Israel, where you're like too afraid to say, oh, the Israelis, the AIPAC or whatever, like, because, you know, immediately you lose your job, you lose your family, they send you to jail or whatever. It's the same in Iran, right? He said, well, you know, there's some people, like, we make plans, we spend 6 hours making plans, and everybody agrees, and we finally are about to go do it, and then suddenly last minute they disagree. And, you know, he's talking about the whole, like, supreme leader and IRGC side, where, you know, the IRGC is not the government, they're the revolutionary corps, right? We have a democratic government, right? But they are in control. They are, you know, they say what goes, right? Because they are the regime of Iran. And so, yeah, they keep shitting on his plans and they don't let him do things. He's so powerless, even though he has great ideas and he has great ambitions and he's really smart and educated. And even though he's a veteran, he was in the war with them. I don't know why. And, you know, the IRGC is literally like revolutionary corps. He was part of the revolution. Like, he was part of the revolution. He fought against Zion. He's still fighting against Zionism. I don't know why they don't give him a. They just be hating on him, dude. So for me, I think the current president is great. But besides the president, we're in this like limbo state with who to be a leader, because IRGC isn't allowing anyone, and the foreign side is trying to corrupt everybody. I haven't seen the IRGC criticizing him, but I agree, he seems like a great guy. Yeah. Well, you know, it was like, it's very nuanced the way they do it. Like, you know, like, I don't know. Especially like, because, you know, in a lot of his interviews and speeches, you know, he speaks Farsi, right? So like, you know, you catch it and you're like, oh, you know, I wonder why. And so, yeah, I'm watching it. I'm like, yeah, why is this guy coming out and remarking in Farsi about him in such a way? That's kind of rude. He is the president and he is right. He said what you said anyways. Yeah. So I hope, like, I really do hope that I was able to move away from the whole Jubilee vibes. That you mentioned, because we're not Jubilee. Okay, this is Cafe Rudy. Okay, this is Cafe Rudy stream, and here we are right. Okay, because we do our research, We have our discussions. What is the main point of disagreement between the RGC and Pezeshkian? Main point of our, like, I think it's over management. It's over management and decision making. Initially, right, at the time that he got elected, it was Biden. It was the Biden time. And so what was happening was Iran was looking, you know, Biden time was, so first round of Trump, we had a deal that we had made with Obama. Fucking a long ass fucking time to make that deal, but we did. It was a great deal. And, you know, sanctions were eased on Iran. We stopped producing, like, the whole, like, energy, like, the whole, like, nuclear thing. You know, we had the, what is it called, AIA, fucking Atomic Institute, whatever, coming in and checking regularly, randomly. Doesn't matter. They were just free to come whenever the fuck they want. Give them some tea, let them fucking see everything. And in exchange, we had, like, a lot of these sanctions, like, you know, eased up on us, and it was going great. Trump came in the first term. He was trying to be the guy. You know, he was going around the world, you know, fucking breaking all of the treaties and, you know, reinstituting them, like putting his name on the treaties. You know, he was the first president. He broke his, like, America fucking Russia treaty, and then went to Russia, spoke to Putin, and came back with a new treaty, and he was like, look, I'm better. I made a better deal. And it's the same, literally the same deal. And he did that with North Korea too. People were really scared. He was like, fuck, dude. He's gonna get us nuked by North Korea. But then he was the first president, Trump, right? He was the first president to go to North Korea. And then he did that on Iran as well. But Iranians were really pissed. And, you know, it was lost in translation and context. The Iranians didn't do what, you know, Putin and Kim Jong-un did, of, like, essentially re-signing the same deal but with Trump's name on it. It wasn't the same deal, by the way. Iranians realized that they can take this opportunity to push for a better deal, right? And so Trump was like, no, I want the same deal. And Iranians were like, well, you're the one who broke the deal. And so if you want us to make a deal with you, we want a better one. And Trump was like, no. And so things started going bad, right? And, you know, they killed Soleiman Qasemi, the head of the IRGC fucking military, whatever. In Iraq, they assassinated him. And we thought we were about to go to war then, right? What is this, like 2019, 18, I don't know, right? And then, so Biden era came, and during the Biden era, we were making a whole new deal, and it was going well. And our president at the time, he died in a helicopter crash. And so, suddenly, we needed a new president. And so, you have to understand, no president in Iran gets elected without the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, agreeing to it, right? So, Pezeshkian won, and he became president, and with the blessing of the supreme leader. And so, you know, Pezeshkian is more left-leaning. He's more like, he's less pro-Russia and pro-China, and more pro-international trade, let's make deals with the Westerners, let's do this. And the reason why even the supreme leader at the time was giving his own blessings to be more, try to connect with the Western world more was because we're not happy with Russia and China. They're all the time, they're shafting us with bad deals. We're never happy with Chinese and Russian deals. They are abusing the situation to get cheap deals, you know. They don't pay us sometimes. And I mean, with Russia, we have bad blood. Our history is long and it's not happy. Okay, so you know, we were looking to distance from ourselves from Russia and China and be more friendlier toward the West, and hopefully in that way also get the sanctions lifted, right? Because the sanctions are on us. All right. So while you are BRBing, I will.
In what sense?
They are controlling many things.
As much
Property. It belonged to the Egypt. Structure of their society.
the brown-eyed peoples. We're talking for the moment about your country.
They are. And
you're satisfied?
One of your whipping boys today seems.
Certainly don't.
Oil. A little shock at the beginning, but you are going to get used to it. Every day presenting us is something ridiculous. The way that you are.
The cost of oil up. Who benefits from the embargo? Iran, the Shah. Shah, who is the friend of Israel, benefits from the high price of oil caused by our embargo.
But only enemies of Iran could have told you that. First of all, why friend of Israel? Up somewhere else?
Chances are you
up somewhere else.
What you seem to be saying,
the oil destinations, and
but that there is something going on that doesn't meet the eye.
This 7%.
Chairman of the board of Iran.
For them, it's only a question of manipulation. Well, they can do many.
We impose Shah, who is the friend, who benefits from the embargo.
In what sense?
Or economic.
Yeah. In newspapers.
It is common.
But we train also in this country. This means
their secret police, the SAVAK, among them, of course, the WIS.
That suits them. I'm not talking about your money because I don't like to enter into that subject. For oil was.
And shake your money. Well, certainly as great a stake as you do.
To say that, I'm sorry to say this.
I say it.
You just go and ask those people.
First, when
this
you
really. This.
Tell me, sir.
Second, it's a question of your inflation. And you, from that control, is not the only reason.
Your Majesty.
Not the only reason.
Well, this is not a pretty subject to bring up to His Imperial Majesty, but there are those from the world. They say you can. True? You know that. Vendors, contractors.
First, or the government of every other country, just thing that I have.
So many things occupying you that it could be.
Inspectorate organization. Let me say this. First, it is less than any.
In the United States, in the world today. Attempts.
Well, I think this is the.
Stay alive. You are God's messenger to comprehend. But you be.
Started by. And then it stopped.
You have no more dreams, apparitions, visions, and attempts?
No. To everybody.
So, if Your Majesty, are you willing to?
First of all, I believe in what I say. Degrees higher or lower in them. I'm not trembling to the polls.
Contemplate our. Early this week, root of the world's economic.
Oil has been and in the. And how could this?
Majesty, is there some element?
No, because their disarray.
Something is that.
Have to wake up for this torpor in which they put themselves. By taking
said it
that it was somewhere in the paper. In all
but against it.
That's exactly what I'm asking. Today you cannot just frighten people and bully them around.
Well, you don't really think that Henry Kissinger was trying to bully the Shah of Iran, was he?
Well, we are.
The Shah would have been military instruction. The government licensed to crack down. Also. Second largest position in the purse, that is public burning. By the figure inside the democratic is for workers, universities, support in their faces. Here's a
outsider who comes to Iran who does definitely would not see what is going deeply within the people.
And that is?
And that is the misery, and that is injustice and lack of freedom.
Will the fighting go on until the Shah is out? They have been asking Iranian on Focus 1950s. The state report funny as visited by his is here, and then comes out with a report saying that in spite of what you say, Your Majesty.
Well, they can't continue saying this.
Well, they
more, maybe.
Whom I believe, who told about torture.
How many years ago?
Torture. This was the man who would 6 October.
Yes.
That torture, physical torture, was still going on. How did you know it?
My brother.
was released from jail, perhaps a week after. Before I saw you, there were torture marks all over his body. The physical torture went on, and the psychological torture was worse than physical torture. My own brother, a political prisoner, was taken once to this dark.
Do you know what Baywatch is? They are little dishes outside, behind the bushes, or inside near a window. But the truth is, it will be simply impossible for the government to ban Western influences because they are literally falling from the sky. Do you know what Baywatch is?
No, I haven't seen it.
Young women, very small bathing suits. And there are people who have satellite dishes in Iran who charge their neighbors to go to their place because they still have a satellite dish to watch Baywatch.
Sometimes they are disset, help CIA.
They think that Henry Kissinger was trying to bully.
Structure of their society.
The brown-eyed peoples are teaching the blue-eyed peoples something, is that?
Well, no, we are not teaching something. The blue-eyed people have to wake up.
Wake up to?
From the complacency for this torpor in which they put themselves by taking maybe too many sleeping pills.
Now you yourself.
Oh, I take tranquilizers.
Your Majesty.
All had in common was the fact that on X, that in the public realm, we're somewhat around the general Nick Fuentes sphere, that we have fans who would consider themselves groypers. It is at that moment that I fully realized that, oh, I see what's happening here. Listen, Amy's nice enough. I don't want to like disparage her, but like I've said it before a couple times that, you know, Amy's brand for a long time was trying to present herself as, hi guys, I'm Amy the Groypat. Not I'm Amy Dangerfield, an individual with certain opinions and beliefs and yada yada yada. No, it's I'm Amy Dangerfield the Groypat, the female representative of Nick Fuentes. That has been her bit for a while. I mean, if you go to her YouTube page, most of her thumbnails, she's wearing the hat, kind of just repeating the same talking points, several videos directly about Nick's streams. I mean, this is kind of her bit. And you know, I can't speak for groypers. I certainly can't speak for Nick Fuentes as a guy. I don't really know their historic opinion on her, but I always found it kind of weird. I was like, okay, I mean, maybe we should strive to be a little more original here, but if that's your role, play it. That's fine. I get that. I realized very quickly, this event is groyper bait. This whole event, she just brought as many people as she could who are in the general orbit of Fuentes, who may or may not have a mutual with Fuentes or whatever, and they're all at this event. It has fuck all to do with this idea of bipartisanship. It is immediately the Nick Fuentes without Nick Fuentes event. Immediately. And I start expressing discontent with this ASAP. Now, mind you, I spoke very early on, so I spoke before like tons of people showed up. Like Joel Webben showed up, I'm fairly certain, like halfway through my speech. Like several people showed up well after me. I didn't even speak to like a whole room. And it's unfortunate because I wrote this very like hammed up speech. That's why I didn't post it, because it's kind of cringe. I wrote this very hammed up speech expecting a much larger coalition of people and expecting a much larger crowd. She described it over the phone as being this much bigger thing, much more funded thing. She said there's sponsors, yada yada. And so I wrote like a pretty hammed up speech that was very unifying, very nice, very whatever, very one issue, because I thought that was the mood, that was the idea, and it totally didn't work in that room. It was totally off in that room. It just, if I knew that was the room, it would have been a much different speech. I can't say for certain, but as more and more people began speaking, I realized that they did not clarify this with people. Everybody's counter-signaling each other. They're expressing their other opinions. It's a complete nightmare. And it just looks sloppy. It looks terrible. The production quality is awful. It's streamed only on Rumble, which is, I'm not even on Rumble like that. I highly doubt like the 3 left-wing people who are there even know what Rumble is. And it's a mess. It's a complete mess. And we all are recognizing this the entire way through. And I'm talking to people behind the scenes and I'm going, hey, what the fuck is going on? A good behind-the-scenes friend of mine who I don't know if I can say his name or share his @ in this video. I don't know how anonymous he is, but we were dying laughing the whole time. Like, we realized very quickly that the event was cooked. And that if you tied the event to Fuentes, it was going to look terrible. And in creating her branding, creating her messaging, the things that she said, Amy did herself no favors in making a clear distinction between herself and Fuentes. It was very, very easy for the opposition of Fuentes, of which there were many, to take this event and run with it, to take it and run with it and make us all look stupid and make the idea look stupid and most importantly, make Fuentes look stupid, because that's clearly the goal. I mean, all these opposition influencers, what are called on Twitter A-loggers, okay, people who are opposition, like they're well aware of what this thing is. Like they know that they're spinning up narratives. I mean, seriously, during this whole thing, they're recirculating an AI photo of me in a diaper. Like, there's an made AI photo of me. You can see here, I like have like 6 toes. Like, I just don't look like that. The photo of me in a diaper. And they're pushing around going, oh, this guy was there and he's a diaper fetishist. And by the way, let me note, I saw in the replies, most of you, like the ones who did go to Twitter, knew that that was fake. I appreciate that. Some of you believed it. I just want to say, if you fall for AI images and you were under the age of 65, it's over. Like, you're not going to make it, brother. Like, it's over for you. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Like, honestly, don't watch this. Mr. Beast is that. Go watch Mr. Beast. Okay, Mr. Beast is perfect for you, okay? Go watch Mr. Beast. Basically, the event goes to shit. And eventually, it gets so hectic, so crazy. Twitter is going so crazy at them that I left. I Irish goodbye the event. Like, that's the craziest part. I Irish goodbye the event. It got so bad and so so crazy. And with every single speaker, it just got worse and worse, worse takes, worse fucking presentations, all of this. It got so bad that I left. I rented a car that weekend. I got in the rental car and left. I said goodbye to maybe like 3 people: Jake Shields, Faith Merrill, and my behind the scenes friend. And that was it. I just left. I just drove off. I didn't know what to do. I genuinely did not know what to do. And so I fled, locked myself in my hotel, you know, checked over both shoulders, worked on a couple videos, went to sleep, and woke up, got on a plane, and now I'm here. All of this is to say that the reason this happened, the reason this event went down the way that it did, is for two reasons. One, I think that Amy was trying to cement herself as the Groypat. I think she was trying to do that. And, you know, I'm not going to comment on whether or not Fuentes would have liked that. I mean, from what I can gather, I really don't think he would, because it seems like she has a fundamental misunderstanding of what Groyperism, what America Firstism is. I think, moreover, there is a fundamental misunderstanding of what Groyperism is in general. I think people don't actually interface with ideology, like they don't understand ideology, and this has caused them to, like, violently misunderstand what Fuentes is, who his people are, what his political messaging is. And this event really is in many ways like the pinnacle of that. It is the full culmination of people just fundamentally not understanding what Groyperism is. And if you understand what Groyperism is, you understand why, 1, I do not fit the bill in any capacity, and 2, why an event like this, why I was so concerned about it being tied to Fuentes, why I was so concerned about this being tied to Fuentes in any capacity. And that I can explain to you very simply. I think it's undeniable that Fuentes had his generational run, okay? He blew up through clips, which clips, you don't really get the full context. And I think he blew up through clips because he was speaking to a point that many people were starting to realize, which is that the tie between Israel and the United States may be a bit deeper than the left-wing perspective. The right was offering no perspectives other than full support, and the left had people like Hassan Piker. And Hassan Piker can basically be boiled down to, I don't like white people, and I think Israel is white people. That is basically his argument on Israel, Palestine, and Iran. Now, neither of those things are appealing to people, and they don't explain anything. Nobody was presenting a clear and concise critique of the state of Israel, that being the ethnic nepotism, the ethnic loyalty and ethnic favoritism of the state and how it interacts with America, that being it utilizes influence over America's foreign policy. A talking point that you like just straight up couldn't have shared for a very long time. That's why Fuentes was so silent. See, Fuentes never really was an anti-Semite. He's never actually said anything very hateful against these people. He simply pointed out the ethnic favoritism. And now, that's an objective fact. Ethnic favoritism of the state of Israel, the ethnic affinity, that is an objective fact. You literally can't get around it. So much so that even people like Shapiro and Shabbos Kestenbaum aren't trying to get away from that. Like this, everyone knows this now. Tucker Carlson talks about it. It's just a fact now. He was probably the...
Jeff? When are you coming back from America? June 20? Okay, so you're gonna be gone for a month. So, do you think you'll be able to get off of convicts in this month? Like in June, will we be, huh? This month? Like before June? You think so? Are you like confident in that? Okay. So timeline wise, like what date should I put down for us being on convicts? Like end of this month? Today is 5th. $20th? You're leaving on the 15th. 2 days travel. Oh, when are you gonna go to America? Of June? Okay. Okay, so you don't need to like travel and set up and things like that, huh? Okay, I see. So 20th is a viable fucking date. Alright, lit. You having a good day? Ah, what a crazy life, dude. A bit, I don't know, like, the app, I don't know, like, you know, I'm making timelines now, I'm building systems, I'm actually, like, I feel comfortable streaming. Like, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours straight today, and like I don't feel exhausted. Like, I do feel exhausted because I'm just tired, but I don't feel exhausted of this, you know. So, you know, and I'm saying this because compared to like last month, like when I tried streaming once or twice, but I felt like it's useless and aimless and it's not good content. So I would just like get off after like 30 minutes. But I'm chilling. Yeah.
We hear talk of the possibility of the use of force.
And then yeah, better contact with my parents too. I just need to and oh yeah, I started editing as well. You know, I've started editing videos as well. You know, that's pretty big. Also, what type of file is this that I needed to figure out? It's called red file, like RED. R3D code. Okay. So I can't just like plug and play, right? I don't know. I'm gonna try it out actually. On stream. Oh, that's cool. The stream can like kind of get to know our podcast a little. That'd be dope. $188 gigabytes. このファイルはサポートされてないんです。Using software like Redsign X Pro free.
What is up, guys?
So I guess I just have to download a Redsign X Pro free.
What is up, guys? Max here.
This is hella loud. Holy shit. Who reads terms of services, bro? Be for real. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be one heavy son of a bitch. Alright, I'm not gonna restart my shit. Because we got a red what is it called? A red camera? Yeah, we have a fucking red camera. We're professionals.
Professionals aren't professional.
Yeah, we're the most amateur professionals to ever walk this land. Because you guys have to understand, we are like amateurs, but we're accelerating like we're professionals. So, like, what? We're just amateurs? Bro, but no amateurs have the, like, the situation of, like, acceleration in, like, experience, like, learning how to do the work, and then executing and connecting, networking that we do. We have. We went 2 years ago from, like, no team to like being broken up to like getting into a team, working for a month, breaking off, like 2 months actually, breaking off for a year, and then getting back together. And then we went from like 0 to a house and an office that we all live and work together now, while fucking like accelerating our business connections. And we still haven't received the investment. Like we own 100% of our own company. What kind of amateur startup can say that, bro? That's right. No one but us. I want to eject. Well, I mean, the app is with the app running, dude, we'll be making money. I mean, we are making money. We are making money off of our events and videos. And we are making enough money to sustain ourselves, like out the company, right? And from here on as well, with the app and the job hunting website, we'll be able to, boost that to that income, to have disposable income for ourselves, like personally, individually, team members. There's no eject for this?
Oh man, that's so expensive.
Okay. You're back? Well, welcome back, man. Alright. I thought about the things I was saying, and I don't know, do you want me to say it in detail, or do you want me to just cut to the chase and answer your question of what is the main point of disagreement between the RGC and Pezeshkian?
Bro, what is so expensive? We're always running. Fucking persistent.
The first time in which a lot of Gen Z, a lot of young people are starting to see this. But like I said, that's...
And he took time out in his Niavaran palace to talk to us.
Sheikh Yamani told me a week ago in Riyadh that he was very optimistic that during February there was going to come the disengagement between Syria and Israel, and the oil embargo would be lifted.
Oh, by the way, these are the clips I found to show you.
Optimistic. That optimism obviously has turned sour. Why? Do you know?
No. He does.
Well, there might be many reasons. One is that I don't know why you attach so much importance to this embargo. And
you were saying how Russia and China were great allies? No, I'm saying they're bad, weren't. Maybe you misspelled. But essentially, they aren't great allies. Like, I know where I left off. I'm just asking. Like, I know exactly where I left off. I'm asking, do you want me to continue with the same, like, in-depth storytelling and narration to your answer? Or do I just cut to the chase and answer your question? Because at the time, you know, I was giving you the whole picture because that was the first time I thought about that question as well. And, like, I just didn't have an immediate answer for it. So I was giving you all the context because as well, I realized that, I recognized that you're also very interested in these discussions in general. Like, you know, you follow a lot of politics and these things are very interesting to you. So besides amusing you with these stories and giving you a much more clear context and picture, I was also trying to find the answer to your question. And so when this time, you know, I've been thinking in the back of my head, and but okay, if it's up to me, I'm going to give you the whole context because that's how we are on Cafe Rudy stream. We're trying to educate each other. So, yeah. So he was given presidential not given, he was voted into presidency and got the blessing of the supreme leader because it was time. It was genuinely time to move away from the East, you know, Russia and China, and have fair trade with the international community that also includes, you know, the Western people, America, fucking Europe, all these people that we are historically, I mean, RGC historically since the revolution we've been bad with. But a few things happen. Of note is that Ukraine war happened, and during the Ukraine war, Russia bought some weapons, drones from Iran, and the deal was that Russia does not disclose with anyone where they got it. It was supposed to be a secret deal, okay? And another thing that happened was that the presidency ended, okay? Biden lost and Trump got elected again. So sort of the deal was never ever reached, and with Putin, with Russia not holding their end of the bargain of like keeping the deal a secret, right? We kind of lost face in front of the Western, like in front of the Western society. So the whole movement with Pezeshkian kind of came to a halt. And why did Putin not do that, keep it a secret like it was supposed to be? Is because, I don't know if you remember, but in the early days of the Ukraine war, it was very serious, you know, like the movement was really strong against Russia. Europe had unanimously gathered against Russia, And so Russia was alone, right? China was not going to help him. And so, and you know, it was like essentially Europe and NATO against America, against all of Europe and fucking North America against one Russia. And Russia wasn't doing so well either. Their oil got sanctioned, whatever. And Putin wasn't gonna give up Ukraine. So and meanwhile, their strongest ally, Iran, was trying to get away from them. So they would have been really alone in this upcoming conflict. So in order to distance Iran from the West and force them to stay closer to Russia, they exposed Iran and the secret deal of drones they had, which Russia used for the Ukraine war. And so it worked. It worked because outing Iran, Iran had no choice, because, you know, like, everything was falling through. Biden fucking lost too. And, like, they still need to protect their own safety. And really, like, Russia is the next best option, right? So, you know, they're kind of forced to not to give up this pursuit of distancing themselves from Russia. And, well, you know, they also lost a lot of they lost a lot of people's opinions in Europe because of, you know, the whole thing coming out, right? So it was just going to be a lot more difficult to have European people on their side as well while they're trying to negotiate, right? So that's just unfortunate. So the whole Pezeshkian movement, the whole reason why Pezeshkian won, and the whole idea kind of got put on a hold. And you know, Pezeshkian is a smart guy. He's a really chill dude. And again, his whole thing is to create peace and better relations with the international community while, you know, improving and better managing the country. And so, you know, he's not going to be talking so fucking in absolute terms and so harshly, right? Like the IRGC does, right? They're very like strong-minded and strong-hearted, like, oh, you're the enemy, death to you, right? Pezeshkian, you know, he's a chill dude. He's gonna be like, yeah, well, you know, you made these mistakes, and based off of your mistakes is why I'm acting like this. But that just doesn't feel like the IRGC. It doesn't feel like the energy that the IRGC needs, especially in a time like this where it's war against these people, right? This is not the time for peace. This is the time for war. And so Pezeshkian's peaceful vibes are just hippie vibes, are just like fucking pooping in their whole like face and, you know, fucking external thing they want to create to tell the world, yeah, no one can mess with Iran. He's way too kawaii for this shit. And so to answer that's the context, and so that's where we derive to the answer to your question of what's IRGC's main issue with Pezeshkian. And in this narrative that I understand to this point, I might find more information later, so I could add it later and update you. But from what I understand, it's because of his attitude. That's the main point that they hate. And bro, yeah. And I don't think Pezeshkian has been in on all of the corruption. He's like not a corrupted leader. And so, you know, like there's a lot of secrets that Pezeshkian doesn't know that the RGC does. And so, you know, a lot of like the things he does. Do you think October 7 had to do something? Perhaps it was planned by the UAE who funded it? Did it after this info got leaked about Russia? was October 7th, actually. What year was it? Was it the same year as the Ukrainian war? Was October 7th incident. (2020, 2022, 2023). Okay. No, this was in the beginning. It didn't have. By 2023, the drone cooperation reportedly deepened. Reports emerged of Russia potentially helping Iran with military. Oh, okay. Let's read the whole thing properly. Summer, autumn 2022. Autumn. The earliest credible reports of Iran's flying drones to Russia came out around July, August 2022, when U.S. officials publicly warned that Iran was preparing to supply Russia with drones. The White House and Pentagon briefed journalists. Peak Russia-UK conflict was 2022. Oh, really? October 2023. Yeah, okay, yeah. Why Russia wanted secrecy? Okay. Yes, both sides very much wanted it to keep quiet for different reasons. How both denied it. Why U.S. revealed it publicly. Secret was partly blown by the Americans deliberately, not just investigative journalism. The Biden had declassified intelligence about the deal intentionally. Okay. The goal was to embarrass both countries diplomatically. It was also meant to warn and pressure other countries not to follow suit. It gave Ukraine and allies time to prepare countermeasures against the drones. Yes, it was absolutely intended to be a secret, but it was a poorly kept one. The physical evidence of Iranian drones falling on Ukrainian cities. Okay. Then why do I remember it slightly differently? Maybe because of the news sources we get. But I mean, we cannot deny our sources as well, because Russia was under massive international sanctions, and acquiring weapons from Iran was a direct violation of UN resolution. Admitting to needing foreign weapons would be an embarrassment. It undermined the image of Russia as a major self-sufficient military power. If that Russian domestic drone production was insufficient for the war effort, it could trigger further Western sanctions and pressure. I mean, it says partly, right? Partly blown by the Americans. If partly blown by Americans, what was the other part that blew? Why are you even thinking about this long? We both know that apartheid has been going for 75 years till today. Well, you know, your question is October 7th, like, was it October 7th had to do something? Perhaps it was planned by the UAE who funded it. Did it after this info get leaked about Russia? No, so it wasn't leaked around the same time. This thing was like a developing thing till it became like clear. So October 7th did not have anything to do with it, but you know, I was wondering deeper, and so, you know, This what happens to your brain if you depend on Zioslop? No. Yes and no. I just want to clarify, like, because that was an interesting thing. Like, I just found out that it was partly blown by America, right? Like, I thought it was just Russia that just came out and said it, but apparently America also said it because they wanted to, like, well, for the reasons we read. Right. Israeli in particular has extensive intelligence information regarding Iranian military activity. So, like, you see what I mean? Like, you might not be wrong, right? Because what Israel seeks to do, you have to understand, is Israel actively seeks to eliminate bridges that can allow for negotiations to take to happen between Iran and America. They every time, dude, there's about negotiations that they target potential negotiators so that there's no one to negotiate. They literally do that. I mean, that's one problem with assassinating all these leaders. I mean, even Trump in the early days of the war was like, well, you know, we can't find anyone we can trust or anyone we can talk to. And, you know, that's why is that? Because fucking Israelis kept killing all of them. All of the top guys who are in the know and you can actually have a conversation with. And they continued doing that because, again, they do not want Iran to be able to have anyone that can even negotiate. Burn all the bridges. Type shit. Because it's still in Rebels, nothing has changed. Dude, I don't know. Could the RGC had done more? Like, I don't know, dude. Like, they could have had the Hormuz closed and, like, been like, hey, release the hostages. Stop the war. Or we will not. And then, you know, allow China to go through, then we would have had the situation we have today, which is like completely in their benefit. And Israel has stopped their attack on Lebanon. Like, they could have done that a lot earlier. Did they just not have the foresight? If you're going to overthrow the Shah and take his place, literally, just to help all these people who are suffering under the Israeli apartheid, why not do it properly? Why be so pussy-footed about it? And you still in Japan talking to Claude, which is owned by Amazon and former OpenAI employees who is part of the pedo coalition with the UAE? Fuck are you even on about, bro? What does anything have to do with me talking to AI? Dude, I'm using this tool to increase my uptake, my fucking information gathering. I don't need to sit and read through a million articles that I don't know how to comprehend to just get it, right? Like kind of like you, right? Like you coming here and telling me about Armenia, telling me about Azerbaijan, telling me about Cyprus, telling me about Greece. Massive, dude. It's essentially what I do with AI. And then like I read between the lines, and whatever is like weird about it, I look deeper into it. Things that don't matter, I just fucking skip. Like, how is that a bad thing? If you're not using AI to increase your intake of knowledge, well, of course I take it with a grain of salt, but at least now I know more than I knew like before I did it. And yeah, Claude is way better than ChatGPT.
No.
Claude is not better than ChatGPT?
They're fucking the same shit.
Same shit? Okay.
They're just different. They're not, I wouldn't say better. One is better than the other.
Like, which one is more goy slop?
Fucking Claude.
Really?
100%.
I thought, isn't ChatGPT Sam Altman?
Bro, Claude is fucking hyperboard. Have you seen the fucking CEO?
Yeah, you showed me this. I thought Claude was fighting against being used for military use, no?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Claude is the only one that fucking upsells you like crazy and tries to fucking...
I don't use any clankers in any of my research or for anything because it is a business model where regardless of how much benefit you think you're getting, they will always get more info and data out of you. I pulled up Grok once. I hadn't even typed anything yet, and it already started with hello, my full legal name, and like a bunch of other information about me.
I fucking charged back my Claude subscription. I'm probably gonna get like a fucking $500 bill to my house. Like, you didn't pay, you fucking charged back. Now we're taking 3x. Yeah.
What is the charge at back?
Chargeback is when you get your, like, you refund the purchase that you made. You get the money back.
Anyways, bro, you are you're following like 50 different fucking news. You think your news is not as goy slop as whatever the fucking AI? The AI just fucking gives you the summary, like not the summary, like it fucking rearranges it so you can understand it better. It's the same thing as your news sources or whatever, bro. You thought?
I don't know if I agree with that.
You don't agree with that? How so?
So like, for me, like, the LLMs were the best for me. Like 6 months ago when like 4.5 came out, like Claude 4.5. Like since then, there's no reason that I need an LLM to be better.
Because it can do everything I want it to do now, which is just accelerate my work. Like, it can refactor code bases. Like, I never plan on making a code base bigger than the code bases that I work with now. So like, as long as it can keep doing that, which it can, because LLMs will never get worse than they are now, it fulfilled what I wanted it to do 6 months ago. So for me, LLMs are never going to get better. They're as good as they could possibly be. But I don't.
But like, what LLM? You know, which one?
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them can refactor.
So wouldn't you say that if you're not using LLMs today, you're falling behind? Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
What are you doing?
Like, increasing your knowledge for like
For getting knowledge?
faster understanding, keeping up, or like learning.
I think yeah, because like for me, like, experimentation is a big process in learning, and it's a lot easier to, like, you can do a lot more experiments than you could normally do by yourself by leveraging LLMs and stuff.
Right.
Right, and like that was the biggest paradigm shift for me, was realizing, holy shit, I can run fucking experiments that used to take me months end to end. That now I can do 10 of them a day instead of 1 per month. And
Yeah.
like, so you really do increase your ability to learn, but like at the same time, you also like you have to be attentive to everything, otherwise like, and even while you're attentive, it's sneaking shit in there that like might, you know, you think you're doing an A/B test, but it's actually like, it's not. It's like, oh shit, these are not. These tests aren't actually comparing a single thing because you didn't just change this, you changed this, this, and this. So like, the results can be misleading.
Right, you gotta really hold the AI's hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, so I think it's a great tool for like accelerating, obviously
Learning.
getting information is a great tool for that, but like assuming that the information is right, which like sometimes, I mean not sometimes, usually it's not right. So like, and obviously you can ask for sources and stuff, and that's the best thing that you can work with.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't use it for like I'd also use it for like accelerating experimentation, for like asserting your, like if you make an assertion and you're not sure, it's like, well, I need to test my assertion first, and then you use the LM to test it. Like that's a really great use of LMs that everyone should be taking advantage of, because that's not something we were able to do before, unless you had a fucking teacher sitting next to you, or 10 people with different knowledge in the same room that, you know, you ask them all the same question and come to a conclusion, you know, that way.
I think the best way to answer our friend here in the chat is this way, okay? I'm beyond Goy slop, okay? So when I use LLMs, okay, I'm able to use it because whatever that is Goy slop in between this, all right, I can tell apart, and like I'm like, okay, well this doesn't sound right, this doesn't sound right, okay, and then sometimes I'm like, wow, I didn't know that, so I should look more deeper into it, and I can do that. I'm not some goy who just like copy paste everything. I don't go like Control C Control V. You know, we're not here doing like homework, we're not here doing like whatever. This is personal growth type thing, and it's speeding that up. So you'd be mistaken to not use clankers, and your news sources are also hella fucking biased, okay? Like, you didn't know shit about fucking how IRGC is no different than the Shah, okay? And but you know, I put it in perspective for you, you know what I mean? And so but like, you could have never found this perspective searching all day, because it's a lived experience and nobody's written anything about it, which is I'm gonna write about it. I'm gonna make videos about it. And like, if it wasn't for this, I wouldn't quickly find the dates and whatever. Anyways, dude, yeah, but when did I say anything against Twitch? I'm only strictly against AI and today's slop economy. Yeah, I'm also against slop economy, right? But why wouldn't you, like, why are you so, like, I don't see you, all right, but I take you to be a person who's above slop, right? Who understands what psyops are, who understands their games, who understands their goals, and with this understanding, moves through the slop, looks through the slop, and sees what it really is for. Oh, you couldn't hear him? Well, Jeff was talking about, because Jeff uses AI to run experiments, and he's saying, like, for running experiments and stuff, it definitely like helped him speed up things. Like end to end, things would have taken him months. He was able to do it faster. And he said, well, you know, there are times when like you think you're testing like A and B, but actually like the AI is like has like fucking some other stuff in it that isn't really testing anything. Right? So we have to be careful of what the AI is testing, right? So you have to hold its hand. But other than that, it's definitely speeding up experimentation and getting to results and stuff like that. And he would, yeah, facts, right? And another thing he said before that was, he said, yeah, LLMs passed like 6 months ago. The improvement in LLMs like passed 6 months ago. He finds it to be unnecessary because the LLMs that were produced up to like 6 months ago were enough for him to do everything that he needs to do. And so, you know, LLMs are not going to get worse than they are now. So for him it's like past 6 months ago, every progress is like kind of unnecessary, which I guess like makes sense as well. Not I guess, that makes sense as well. And that's it. To see, that's an interesting fucking perspective on LLMs. But the point is, not utilizing this is like the new Google, you know. It's like the new Atlas, the new Oxford Dictionary. What are you gonna do? Not use the Oxford Dictionary because it's written by the Brits and they're like colonizers and imperialists? No, fuck no. You're gonna fucking use that shit. You think you're not gonna use the Atlas because the British made it? Like they drew the maps and the fucking lines and the whatever? Yeah, of course you're gonna use it. It's a good point of reference. It's the fastest point of reference, right? But now we're way past that. We have Google, we have whatever. Now we're way past Google and whatever. We have fucking AI. Shit just puts things in front of you. You don't even have to fucking scroll. And then another thing is like fucking, you know, playback speed. 1.5, 2 even. AI will never replace rune carvings. Wait till the Antichrist is born from AI. Then let's see what you'll say.
I just shouldn't leave the house. Every time I leave my base against these people, he simply pointed out the ethnic favoritism. Now, that's an objective fact.
See what I mean?
Ethnic favoritism.
This is how I watch YouTube videos now. Like, before 2 months ago, I would genuinely watch, like, Tucker Carlson on, like, 1x speed. And, like, that was my normal life. Fucking, I watched his whole, like, 2-hour videos, like, complete. But now I just be like fucking
that is an objective fact. You literally can't get around
digesting at
like
2x speed.
And Shabbos Kestenbaum aren't trying to get away from that. Like this, everyone knows this now. Tucker Carlson talks about it. It's just a fact now. He was probably the first time in which a lot of Gen Z, a lot of young people are starting to see this. But like I said, that's an objective reality. So you see this guy presenting an objective reality.
Whew. It's been a crazy day. I was supposed to end the stream 3 hours ago, but okay, the info you see now is knowledge gained by training on stolen data, books, writings, history. Tomorrow they will train models on Twitch VODs because VODs are stored on servers too. Why would they pay for all those servers if they can use that data to train? See, none of this matters. None of this matters, okay? They do this because they can and they get away with it. None of that matters. What matters... Okay, actually no. Before I get into what matters, let me ask you this. Earlier today, you said that you're supposed to stay 10 steps ahead of the slop, of the goy slop, and 10 steps ahead of all of their psyop, all of their plans, right? So, as you mentioned now, they do whatever the fuck they want and no one can do shit. So, what does getting 10 steps ahead even mean or matter? It's impossible to stay 10 steps ahead of them because they create the steps. And which is why I was going to reiterate what I said exactly at the time as well, same time as that discussion as well, which is, yeah, I'm going to use these things that they're abusing us to create to like improve myself and build the other system. This is things I should use right now. I'm gonna regret not using these. I'm gonna keep staying a goy if I don't use these, and you know, work on my own fucking system, when that is done, you won't need to like worry about fucking YouTube, or you won't need to worry about banks, you won't need to worry about food, you won't need to worry about jobs, finding jobs, you won't need to worry about your nationality and your income. You won't need to worry about your family not being protected, because now you have a choice, a second system that the world can run on. In the next few years, we'll see a new game on Twitch, and it will be made by AI. Every player and streamer will be AI. The only humans will be the ones watching on Twitch. Yeah, they've been pushing AI created things really hard. Like, I see it in porn websites a lot. There's so much porn AI being pushed onto people. And usually the porn industry is a good way to measure what's coming next, like in their whole like mind control fucking like next agenda they want to push or whatever. The porn industry is a good testing ground for them, and so you can see it's all AI now. So you're absolutely right, and I think the porn industry metrics really validates that. So you're saying you will be okay with AI live streamers trained from WODs of real streams? They will be more popular than any human streamers, and people will forget about real streamers. Still, you will be okay with it? I don't think I or anyone else will be okay with that. But if we continue on the systems we have today, we won't have any choice. We will have to be okay with it. But let's say if there was another company that didn't need to worry about finances, didn't need to worry about how do you say, like data centers, that they could just have their own servers up without worrying about any of these, then and they prioritized actual human creativity, then people would stop the AI and come to where they actually want to be. I'm not supporting it. I think I don't even have a choice. They're already training it off of my data, my clicks. So like it's kind of against my will. So might as well just use it. And I'm talking about now. I'm using it now to better myself, but I'm working towards the future. And so yeah, I'm gonna be the one who provides this whole like basis. Like not just me, right? Me and the people with me. I mean, that's the idea, right? That's the dream. Literally, yeah. Bro, they're just focusing on graphics so hard, it's actually weird. Like, one thing I noticed about my phone is a shitty $200 phone. It's a nothing phone. Now, it cannot zoom properly. But one thing that it always catches really clearly is fingerprints. It's so weird. I mean, it's not weird. They're literally selling my data. My fingerprint is already on their fucking list. Nothing phone sells it. But it's weird because, like, what about my dignity? I gotta burn off mine. I use a shitty phone. I don't want the new shit. Well, neither do I. That's why I don't use fingerprint reader. Bro, some places forces you to, like, even government fucking places force you to use fingerprint, and like they fucking make it so you can, like, dude, especially Japan, like some government apps like literally needs you to have an IC reader. What is it called? IC reader? No, the weird fucking and like I don't know, you know, like it's a lot more easier to just be in the system. And Japan has started working with Palantir. I mean, they have been working for a while. In fact, Palantir, like Peter Thiel, had a private, I think he had a private meeting, like 20-minute meeting with the Prime Minister of Japan. Yeah, dude, I've been saying that. Damn. Yeah, they're trying to move towards a world government, one world government. Again, none of this is consequential to me. My path is already made. Like everything they're doing now, all of these things that they're doing now is only playing into my path and my hand and my upcoming, the upcoming of Rudy as the king of the world. The only matter is, will I take it? And I intend to. Like, they're literally playing themselves for me. I'm not even sweating about the future. The future is very bright. The future is amazing, actually. You'll be surprised about the next 20 years. You'll be very surprised about the next 20 years. Fuck. Next 4 years. Yeah. Next 4 to 6 years. Yeah. PM of Israel. No. I'm saying the world. That would be so lit, bro. Listen, why don't we just rule the world together? I don't mind. And I'm not talking about like some communist versus capitalist fucking divide. I'm talking about, what is the secret plan Rudy is talking about? He's gonna be the PM of Israel. Is that what you mean by did I stutter? No, bro. I mean, the Israelis are probably gonna bow down to me. Israel equals the world? No, no. If you think, no, only the Israelis think Israel equals the world. Everybody thinks Israel is not even a real country. But you know, I don't know. I feel bad for the Jews. I want to actually give them their sovereignty. Maybe even in Israel. I mean, in Palestine. I don't know. Maybe I'll just force them to. I mean, kindly ask them, or motivate them to maybe change the name to "is not real." In parentheses, Palestine. Absolutely. I think I'm not for two-state solution. I'm for the one before the two-state solution, where the Palestinians and the Jews were just living together before like Zionism became a real thing. Wait, can you guys not clip? How does clipping work? Is it only mods who can clip? Only mods who can clip?
Okay, there we go. We have X in here. Hey, what up, baby?
Hi, did you guys already start?
We haven't started yet. We're about to start. Yeah, I'm about to put it on.
Wait, isn't this dude Iranian too?
Do you need a second?
Hilarious. Oh, I love feet.
Alright, today's challenge, we got $1. But I'm gonna just see if I can do something for $1.
Feeding family of 2 for $1. What is gonna buy, an onion?
Onion and this potato. Here we go. So right now I'm gonna look at the
2
smallest
potatoes.
onion and the smallest potato. That's 20 cents. Now let's go with the onion. Well, that's a quarter of a pound. 10 cents? Okay, we're at 30 cents so far.
Damn.
It's $1.99 a pound or $1.69 a pound.
Nothing. Can't do shit.
It's the smallest one I could find. Okay, that's a quarter of a pound.
So
Now,
10 cents.
I'm wondering, should I get a pepper? So we're in the summertime, they were like
No, you should get a job.
We're gonna get a pepper and see what happens. And that, my friend, is today's haul. Let's see what that comes up to. Avocados are 2 for $1.
You want to become a mod?
I just got home. Guys, she threw in the pepper for free because they
What?
couldn't weigh it.
Well,
The
damn.
last time that happened, when I bought 1 pepper, she threw a penny on the scale and charged me 2 cents. So that's what it came out, 65 cents, guys. Now let's go get the beans for 35 more cents. We made it to Jewel. Now, the other day I saw the beans on sale for 69 cents. I'm like, okay, let's just spread this whole meal idea. Let's go weigh some out. So we need half a pound. There's a lot of stuff in here. Let's go weigh this.
Dude, is he gonna make it?
Okay, we're getting out of here. I got some dates. I got a bag of dates. We're gonna go home. We're gonna cook these beans. Oh, yo, look at this. How cool is that? Wow, literally 35 cents on the head.
Damn,
How
on the
perfect is
head.
that? Let's go home and make this food. And here is the pinto beans. You got 0.15 for 35 cents.
That's after taxes.
We're home. We got the beans, half a pound. Let's scrub them out of it. And I'm gonna throw these chunks right in with the beans. Okay, it's looking pretty hearty already. Look at that.
See, this is psyop. This is literally the type of diet the people in White House were talking about like last year. We're like, oh well, a single person can survive off of like 1 meal or 2 meals a day of like 1 tortilla and like 1 small broccoli and like unseasoned chicken. Very affordable. In the past, yeah, like I understand, like, but like,
5 minutes on how.
Get this shit off my feed, bro. This shows nothing.
Our taste.
All this shows is like
Our taste
people watch
challenge.
this video and they're like, "Oh my god, America's great. You're gonna have a meal for $1." Yeah, he's not talking about gas. He's not talking about water. He's not talking about like all these other expenses. Oh, for $1, you're gonna have a meal for 2 people. Look at this video. Oh my god, America's so good. Let's all immigrate to America and live there. I can live off of $1 a day fucking meals for the rest of my life. Imagine how much money I'll save. And then you go to America and it's shit. I mean, believe you me, everywhere else is the same too. Because it's the same fucking system. It's not even a real country. But you know, I don't know. I feel bad for the Jews. I'm gonna actually give them their sovereignty. Maybe even in Israel. Type shit. That's actually goated. That's a goated clip. That's a goated clip, dude. Good goy. Like a good goy. Yeah, exactly. Like a good goy. We can have this meal. Oh. Well, are you talking about the meal or the Israel comment?
This airsofter.
All right, I think the
I have
fucking
2 people that I consider good business advice.
yeah, our stream definitely peaked today. It's almost 10 p.m. here. I was supposed to end the stream 4 hours ago. It's almost 8 hours of streaming. That's a whole day's of fucking work, dude. Well, thank you for sticking around. We had such amazing conversations today. I enjoyed every bit of it. Looking forward to more of streams like this. I've really gotten into editing recently. Again, you know, I do a lot of other projects, and I opened a channel for that. I'm gonna be practicing my editing and uploading here.
The history of the Bahamas is one that has been deeply shaped by its location, despite being the...
And, you know, you can subscribe to this.
Sadio?
And then, yeah, just see how my life is with the startup, because this is a startup. This is a channel for my startup, like our startup in Japan. So you can see like what I'm up to and how we're working to help make solutions real. That was a goy beam, by the way. just got goibin. And then what else updates? Yeah, I think I'm gonna like put a schedule of like weekend streaming. Yeah, so did you not catch it? I said it's for the start, like for the startup I'm doing. So like I'm trying to kind of show how, because we are growing our startup and I want to like kind of have a fun channel of like a growing startup in Japan, Hiroshima, because Hiroshima is a little bit lesser known for, I don't know why, because they have really big companies out here. Oh, what is the startup? Our startup is we're a video creation and media marketing startup. But we also build website. Wait, what are we? We're IT. Okay.
Not IT. Sorry, we're tech is what I meant.
We're tech. Sorry. Yeah. So we're a tech startup.
We're AI.
We're AI. Yeah, we're an AI tech startup. That's crazy. No, we're a tech startup. And we do marketing, we do event creation and management. No. Yeah, event management, creation, video creation, marketing, social media marketing, analysis. We also do a lot of consultation, which just comes with the job, whatever. We also connect B2C, the businesses to customers. And yeah, we're building a social media platform right now. We've also built a job hunting website because there's a huge job hunting issue in Japan. And the solution has not been found yet, which we're also attempting to solve. I think we got it. Not I think I believe we got it. And so we're just trying to get everybody else on that board, and then we're also trying to strengthen Hiroshima's economy and culture. Tengu Synagogue in Japan soon, poggers. Don't they already got those, bro? Listen. Japan does not need more religions. This is all Jeff's doing, freaking traitor. Yeah, actually. Jeff is the backbone of the operation. He's the wheels on this bad boy. I'm the engine, and my friend is the CEO, his driver. I always thought he was the sub, but he has the Giga colonizer. Yeah, don't you see how white he is? Bro is so white. He's even got an Asian wife, a Japanese wife, because he's already colonizing. So yeah, I'm gonna make like short videos like this. We make podcasts, so I'm gonna edit podcasts, and essentially I want to practice my editing skills and also keep people posted on our things. And you know, I need a platform because once I am ready, I need to be able to reach out to people and tell them, hey, here's the other choice. Support. This is what's going on. This is the reality from here. You're being given another choice, and please take it if you're tired of your life, the systems you're in. So basically, I just want to have good reach, and also, you know, it helps create the branding for our company. We do not have branding. Our branding is down the gutter. We have no brand. So I want to create the brand and stuff like that. So I want to practice all of that here, and you guys can also keep up with me and everything else I do besides streaming. I mean, not everything. This is startup stuff I do besides streaming. Of course, I myself have my own personal life, and my school life. In my own personal life, I do a lot of reading. I do a lot of research. I do a lot of thinking, a lot of creative stuff. I draw. I work out. Before, I just thought, why is this magical t-shirt floating in front of this white wall? But that was Jeff. Exactly. And then, yeah, like, there's a lot you guys don't know about me still. And I think, you know, as the future leader of the world, it'll be cool to know more about me. And as the future leader of the world, I want to know more about every single one of the people that I want to protect and help be free. And I have a lot to learn, of course. It's a long way there, but it'll be fun. Next 20 years, boys. Alright. Of course, my own channel is also a thing. I should post more here as well. It's unfortunate that I don't, but I should. Am I serious about this? Yeah, yeah. I am. Very much so. Like, if I don't do it, who will? If I don't do this, who will? We're in a place where it's hard to find support after a certain level. Okay, in this world, once you get to a certain level, I mean, the way normies like to call it is, you get to a certain tax bracket, you don't even own yourself. You have to follow their rules or lose it all. It's like a dictatorship, but on a global scale. And what they're doing right now is killing cultures that have solutions to the problems they create to control people, right? Like, good examples are Japanese culture has really has a good understanding of the common, right? You have public, private, and you have common, right? And Western culture, and you know, you have to understand, like, the whole Zio thing, the framework they're using is Western framework, right? Western framework is its own thing, and it's like very, like, let's say capitalism, America / Britain / Israel coded, okay? So, like, the idea of common is, like, hard for an American to comprehend and respect, right? Because what do you mean this park is a common area? The public, the government doesn't own it, neither does a single person, but we're all allowed to use it. And what do you mean that I have to put my trash in my own pocket? Like, don't they have people sweeping the streets? No, they don't. In Japan, they don't. People who live here, who use these common areas, they sweep the things because it's a common area. The government doesn't spend money to, like, clean these areas. The people do because it's a common space. But if it was like my country, Iran, or America, or anywhere in Europe, right? It's a very, like, mine and yours and the government's type of thing, right? It's a very private and public thing. And so the public thing, no one gives a fuck because you pay taxes. You expect the government to handle it, right? So you just throw trash on the ground. You're like, I don't give a fuck. And for private, you're literally legally protected to fight for what's yours. And, to whatever extent that is. So we have no understanding of common, but and if this understanding of common spreads around the world, it ruins the whole world government, Zio fucking slup, control over the world that they want to do, because part of how they control people is, this whole like pushing people into, private public framework, Western private public framework, It's a very third world kind of idea. And so how they're doing it in how they're getting rid of this culture in Japan is by quote unquote westernizing it. So by doing things such as taking over the economy, which has been very difficult for Japan, because very difficult for foreign countries to get into Japan. Like, there was a whole like bubble burst, which is all fucking created, of course, and now they've taken over Tokyo, and they've taken over Osaka and like a bunch of other cities, but Hiroshima they haven't. Why has it been so difficult to infiltrate into and 100% control the Japanese economy? Is because Japanese companies invest in themselves, and Japanese in Japan, in Japanese people, right? And so why take over the economy? Because by making people too poor to care about the common, they're gonna start, being pushed towards like giving up their own culture, because now they're too focused on their own self, protecting their own self, their own needs. And so this idea of private is like comes with it, It's a very, again, third world mentality. That's how they're destroying it, and it's very visible in Japan by the day. It's bad. But also, it's not that bad. There's a lot of hope, because Japan has Rudy now, and Rudy has a team, and Rudy's network and connection and people who love and support him is growing, and likewise. And I've seen these things in Iran before. Again, I come from Iran, and we had this conversation earlier in the stream where I said how the RGC uses like Zio fucking tactics, dude. That they've used those tactics to get rid of Iranian culture, because certain Iranian culture goes against their like belief systems that helps them control the people. I'm talking about the IRGC, right? And they make people poor, and when people are poor, they rely on them for like, whatever handouts, and people who are reliant on their handouts will never bite the master's hand. IRGC does that. And so I'm very familiar with these systems. And so when I see it in Japan, I also know the solution. So now I'm implementing the solution. I'm using my experience as an Iranian to form solutions here and implement them before they get bad. And I'm seeing a clear path, and it's coming up. It's coming up. And that's just part of the whole story, I don't know if you even are on right now, or if you left the stream, but I would love to have these conversations more often, and that's what these pages are for. I mean, these are some interesting videos you can watch. I should upload more of them. Damn, it's been a year ago, huh? Insane. And yeah, let's see what happens. Big love، عشق، خداحافظ، به امید دیدار. عزیزان، بچه‌های تو خونه. Awesome, dude.